too. So
Yes, we have. I do consider my source to be pretty credible. I don't know if there's another way around the town. I don't know this town quite well enough, but I'm starting to wonder if there isn't another back road out that way, that maybe they went that way.
Might be able to Google it.
Well, not while I'm live.
He can't.
Oh, yeah, maybe you can Google the different routes
From the airport.
From Bend to the airport. We're sitting on Monroe Street. Yeah, Hawk is great about helping me get the information. You can search it while I'm doing this. It's nice to have that kind of backup.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, that's not military coming in. That's a horse trailer or something. You see anything coming?
all right, there's only two ways to get to the airport, and that is right where you're setting or up 205, but it looks like they'd have to go through some residential to go up, get on 205 and come at the airport from the outside edge of town.
I wonder if we shouldn't go sit at that intersection.
Well, they would have to pass that intersection no matter what. So, but you will.
That's what I'm wondering.
Right, but you won't have any cover out there. It looks like you got some good cover where you're at now, but I think
Absolutely.
There's a thumb right there.
Yeah.
And they're not going to let you stay there either.
Yeah, you'd have to sit on the corner, which I'm sure they'd run you off.
Yeah.
But if they are going the other way, we won't have a record of it. So we'll just do our best here.
Well, if they don't eventually show up there, make that slow pass at the airport. I wish I was watching that parade and somebody else mentioned it. I'm like, they ought to take that parade through the checkpoint over and over and over again, drive them cops crazy at the checkpoint, having to check every car.
That would have been real interesting. Did you get a chance to listen to Shauna Cox's interview?
Yeah, actually, that was the live stream just like an hour ago. We had that Shauna Cox interview and a couple of other things, so it's not late and I'm not tired, so I wasn't cussing or anything. That's cool.
Well, I found that interview very enlightening.
Yes.
She does back up Victoria's account.
Right, and from what I understand, she called that guy as soon as she got out of jail. She hadn't even talked to Victoria yet at this point.
Well, she said they were all talking in the back of the van.
Right.
And that's where Mark got his information, supposedly.
Right.
She did call out Mark as the informant.
Yeah, when I watched his video, I honestly, it just, the way he was speaking and words and lingo he was using, it really, I know he was, I've been told he was former military, but there was an awful lot of cop-like sounding lingo too.
Well, I got to tell you, he's supposed to have left town on Friday after getting his Jeep back.
Right.
He got his stuff back in stages. I know this because he told me directly. I spoke to him on Friday.
Right.
He spent a lot of time explaining himself and all the accusations that were coming at him for being an informant. He tried to justify it. He did not jump up and get willingly on camera, but he did spend an awful lot of time trying to justify his actions.
Right.
You know, almost overboard in justification. It's a concern to me.
I got people trying to call in, and I'm not going to take it. Not only expose their phone number on YouTube, but it would also might come up just as we're getting the action of whatever the heck's going on, and we would miss it. So we're just not taking calls right now.
Yeah, ask them to go into the chat room and put their questions in there.
I was getting ready to say, is that a drone up there? I realized it's a speck on your windshield.
Well, let's see if we can find one.
No, it's a speck on your windshield because it's moving with your camera. At first, it looked like it was flying across the sky.
Well, you know, next time I will try and prepare for this and scrub the windshield clean for you.
Oh no, it's.
And no, I'm not. We have had a couple of big tractor trailers coming through. This one's, what is that?
Military.
That's military right there.
No.
It's not?
No. I thought it was green, but it's not.
Okay, I don't know what that is. It's not what we're looking for, though. Oh, I thought we were going to get some excitement.
Comes to the natives.
This is another vehicle, a couple more vehicles from the rolling rally last night.
I've also noticed some of the locals' trucks are painted up like military too.
Yeah, and these little redneck towns, and I say that very lovingly because I live in one and I'm considered one. But in these little redneck towns, you find a lot of that. You find people wearing camouflage as normal, everyday wear. You can find them with trucks painted for hunting, flying U.S. flags, Confederate flags, Gadsden flags. It's a normal occurrence to me. Abnormal to some areas, you know.
Well, with the advent of Duck Dynasty, you know, half the clothes in Walmart are now.
That's true. That's absolutely true. You know, I've seen a lot of infant clothing in different camouflage, you know, pink camo and blue camo. I personally kind of find it a little bit adorable.
Oh,
But again,
we did a little research on Crying Woman last night. She works for Grasty.
really.
Yep.
Well, she said she was a personal friend of Sheriff Ward.
She said she knows Grassley.
And she said she knew Grassley.
Let me go get this other piece. I'll be right back because somebody sent me the information, told me exactly who she was.
Okay. Somebody's sending me info. Nothing I need. Your turn. My arms are getting tired. Gotta switch off. Just prop your arm up there and you're good.
All right. She was former director of the Chamber of Commerce there, and she's running for some kind of other office they're trying to get on some other thing over there working.
You know, I'm as impatient as the next person. I want to see some action. Sitting here is a little bit boring. And I do apologize, but got to do what we got to do. That light's coming from the back of the car. Yeah, we can do that. Let me take the camera.
It was hard to really see anything last night. I'm just still wondering if the Blackhawks are still out there.
Well, we can certainly get a shot here during the day. We've got nothing coming from down there at this point. Yeah, it's about 5 miles out there, so it'll just be a few minutes.
All right, no problem. Hello. Hello.
Mute your mic, Mike.
Yeah, I'm here.
It's actually a beautiful day out here today. Still chilly though, about 26 degrees. And we've got some wonderful sunshine. Apologize for all movement of cameras. Hopefully today to stabilize it. Just passed Highway 205. Did not see anything down that road.
Get some kind of understanding about what's happening there. I want you guys to know that it was heartbreaking, to say the least, and that there are still 4 people up there. I've been so busy trying to figure out my own mess that it was easy to kind of brush this to the side. It just didn't seem to be as important as what I was facing myself, and what somebody I just care so much about is facing. But there are 4 people up there, and it was 4 people who came when they were asked to come, and they stayed when they were asked to stay. Speaking to David, he seems to be pretty coherent, or he was as of 5 o'clock this morning or so. 5 o'clock Pacific time. I begged him to turn himself in. I pleaded with him. I pleaded with the others. And quite honestly, I just don't think it's going to do any good. I hardly even know what to say. I have a recording of David Key having a conversation with his friend. He said he wanted to give his last statement, and they trusted me to do that. I'll be posting it just a little bit later. There's nothing extraordinary about it. He doesn't threaten or say that he's going to hurt anybody. He speaks very intelligently, actually. But I wanted to give my thoughts on it before I post that. He made me promise that during his conversation with his best friend that I would stay on mute and I would not have any commentary, because he knows that I am adamant about him turning himself in and the rest of them turning themselves in. But they refuse. I know that the people on the outside now have taken a lot
is that
of heat.
I know people are angry. I know
for,
people are upset, and rightfully
those
so.
guys being up there.
Don't get me wrong. I am probably.
But I think in the end, they all had a choice to make. They all had a choice to make. David made his. The people that are with him made theirs. The people who left made their decision. Some of them were arrested. Most of them not. But they all have a responsibility for the decisions that they make. David is very frightened. He says he's doing well. He says they're not hungry. They're not thirsty. But beyond being frightened, I think he's angry. I think he's very angry. Some might say he has every reason to be. He was compelled to come to Oregon. He spent a month there. And it was something that he believed in. And it was something that everyone else believed in. Garnered a lot of attention. A lot of attention. He's very upset over Lavoy Finnegan's death. I just don't think he knows how to deal with what's happening now. I don't think they know how to switch gears and accept that the battle is lost. He told me that he didn't want to hear anybody else trying to convince him of coming out of that refuge. He says he will stay till the death. That is his choice. I know that on the ground, outside, there are people who have worked diligently to try to talk him down out of that refuge. I want to say that blaming the people who left and the people here that are barricaded on the outside for the decision that they made is unfair. But I can understand why people are feeling that way. I heard him, and I hear what he's saying. I understand what he's saying. He feels betrayed. In the audio that I'm going to be putting up, and it's a conversation between he and his best friend. He talks about what it meant to him to be there. He talks about his desire to live in a country that's free. But it's what he said to me before, before the interview with he and his best friend began. Well, when I was talking to him and begging him to please, and I told him, "You will die." And he said, "Then I will die." He told me that the last person to speak with him in leadership was Lavoie. And Lavoie told him to man his post. Yep. To be diligent. To keep a watchful eye. And he said that there's only one person who can tell him to come down out of that refuge. And that's Lavoie Finicum. And he said since that's not going to happen, that he will stay there. He didn't say that he would fight. He didn't say that he would kill anybody. He didn't say anything violent. He just said that he would die there before he left his post. My heart is heavy. I feel helpless. And I feel like there is no hope for the people that have left, that are left up there. I tried. I've talked to many people here. And they said the kind of stand that those people are wanting them to make would get hundreds of people slaughtered. For those of you who are on the outside and not here, you cannot understand the amount of government here on the ground that even well, let's just put it this way. It would not be a it would not be a battle, it would be a bloodbath. The best we can do is let those people who are in touch with the authorities to plead for compassion, to wait them out. And the rest that you guys can do is pray that they will have a change of heart and these people will come down. And live to have a voice another day. They stood strong. They did. And they can be proud of that. But it's over. David does have some fear, as do the other guys that are up there, the men. David's biggest fear that he relayed to me was going to prison and being raped, being put in a cell, being tortured. He said that is no life. He made many good arguments. I couldn't argue with him. And I certainly wasn't going to put him down for what he believes in. That's why he came there in the first place. While I never saw any violence there, I never saw any guns drawn on anybody, there was a mindset, and that was to stay the course. But I think the problem with David is, and this is only my opinion, and he may not ever agree with it, and some of you out there may not either, but I think there comes a time when you have to realize the course is done. You cannot blame the people who came down from there and surrendered. For the choice that David Key and the others are making. Pray for them. Because they're going to need your prayers. I'll be putting up the audio here in just a bit. I just had to say this because I saw so many comments about people leaving them behind. Nobody left them behind. They chose to stay. Everybody has a choice. We all have choices in this life to make, and they made theirs. The guys that are here in Burns, on the other side of the barricade, they know when they're up against a force that's bigger than they are. And what it would mean to the Patriot movement if they went in and everybody was slaughtered. I just don't think you guys realize what kind of force is here. What is happening here. And that's the bad thing about the internet. Everybody gets to sit at home where it's comfy and you're idealistic. And everybody has an opinion and gets to say what they would do. When in fact you don't know what you would do. I listened to Chris Ann Hall yesterday when she was talking about the death of Lavoy Finicum. She calls it straight up murder. That is also my opinion. I have a right to that opinion. I went to the memorial today that they have set up. It's beautiful. When we got there, we were the only ones there. And they call it Divine Canyon. And divinity would prove true Within minutes, there were at least 30 people there. Everyone had come to pay their respects. I suspect that in the coming days, there will be more people that come to that memorial who weep and cry out to God for mercy. Please pray for the 4 that have decided to stay. Please know that I tried. I tried. May God have mercy on their souls.
It's a bit hard to follow up on. Wow. Lots of crazy stuff. I don't know when Deb's going to post that call. I figured she would do it during that session, if you want to call it that. She didn't. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep my eye out for it. But we'll go ahead and kick over to Rev. As soon as I can find that window, that is. I'm looking for it. Here it is. All right, let me kick over to that window, and we'll go from there.
This was a good man, and my own personal feeling, even after watching the video, was I'm not totally convinced as to exactly what happened. I'm hoping that cooler heads will prevail, and we will give them a peaceful rally tomorrow in Burns, Oregon. So if you have any questions, please go to PacificPatriotsNetwork.com or oathkeepers.org for the real information, not what's being spun by the media in many cases. Jason, thank you very much for what you do. You're as much a part of this as a frontline rally person. So hang in there, my brother, and take care. God bless everyone out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Major. We'll talk with you soon.
Okay. Take care, Jason. Be careful on the drive.
I will.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, that was Sergeant Major Joseph Santoro. For those of you who aren't for a military background or know, Sergeant Major is kind of the equivalent of a general in the non-commissioned officer ranks. So let's go ahead and get Sherry added now and have her update us from the ground there. Sherry's with Redoubt News and has gone on behalf of both Revolution Radio and Oath Keepers. And we're going to be starting to publish daily updates at oathkeepers.org that she's going to be doing there from the ground. Let me see if I can add her. Hold on just a second. Sherry, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Sherry, welcome to the Patriot Report show, and thanks for joining us. You're there, I believe, in Burns now currently, and you've kind of been covering what's been happening there. Give us an update as to what's been happening. Tell us when you got back into town. This is your second time there. and tell us kind of a recap of what's been going on since you've been there, please.
Absolutely. I arrived back here Friday morning. You're right, this is my second trip. I was here a week ago, and I went home for a few days. When I got here on Friday, the residents were obviously very agitated. I could tell that right from the very beginning. They have been very upset over what happened last Tuesday night and over Leroy. They had a small rally outside the courthouse. It was 2 or 3 dozen people. They were very vocal, of which they weren't all very vocal before. Some of them were very afraid to be vocal, but they're certainly finding their voice now. They yelled up at the courthouse windows where they could see faces looking down on them. I got some video of it, and we saw Sheriff David Ward drive in, and they were very vocal calling out to him. It was not a long rally, but it was certainly a very telling rally because I could tell that the tenor of the town had changed. You know, the pendulum has swung, so to speak. Yesterday they had another rally. It was a rolling rally, and we got some more video of that. It was over 50 vehicles driving through town, making several loops, starting down the main thoroughfares and crossing in front of the courthouse. Again, the courthouse was lit up. They increased their show of force at the courthouse. You could see several more guards with ARs out front. The vehicles were very loud, honking, yelling, cheering, lots of different things. You had a couple of dissenters, one over at the starting point, one across from the courthouse. I did hear a report of one upset person jumping on a car. But for the most part, it was a great show of the local residents. And I say that because out of 50 some cars, I counted, I think, maybe 6 out-of-state license plates. So
tell us more about the tenor. What because you see a lot on the, like, I'm sure they're cherry picking the comments on the Harney County Sheriff's Facebook page and whatnot. And the mainstream media seems to be backing up the powers that be quite a bit. Tell us what the real tenor is. When you talk about that, please explain to us what you mean.
okay, there are still a few people who are upset that the militia is here, or that they have outsiders here, but they're not upset at the FBI being here. But they're only a small fraction now, to where it used to be what I would consider about a 50-50 split. I think right now we have a majority very upset with their government. That's what I mean by the tenor. They are getting a lot more vocal. They used to be very afraid to speak up. Some of them still are, but more and more of them are finding their voice. They're not afraid to jump up. We spoke with one gentleman, a couple of gentlemen last night. One actually quit his job last night because he was tired of the FBI and the fact that his company was kind of pandering to him. He didn't see that as being the right thing to do, so he left his company. We've spoken to a couple of ranchers that are more than upset over Leroy and feel that Leroy was doing the right thing, and they're going to be, if they haven't already, get on board with his message. They, like I say, if they haven't already, and that means that, like I say, that they're finding their voice, they're finding their stance, they're seeing the corruption, and they are willing to stand up and try and fight it. You know, they, like I say, 2 weeks ago I covered a rally down here where it was a small rally, And half the people at the rally did not want to be on camera because they were afraid of retaliation from their government and their jobs. I don't think we could find a small rally like that where people were that afraid anymore, because like I say, they're starting to speak up. They're getting very vocal. I met so many residents last night at the rolling rally that were willing to just, explore.
We lose you?
No, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Oh, no problem. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut in. Now,
No.
for our listeners that don't know, the rolling rally is vehicles, correct? Driving around and around?
Absolutely.
Okay.
They traveled a couple of miles on a loop. They went from the southwest end of town, all the way up Monroe, turning up the main drag of Broadway, cutting across over to the courthouse and down. They made multiple loops. I think I lost count after 3 loops. There was, I would say there was probably at least 5 loops.
What is the posturing and the response from the FBI and the other people that are still there? Are they still very militarized? Are they still pointing guns in people's faces and kind of doing these military Stasi checkpoints? What have they relaxed? How is that?
It's actually gearing up.
Really?
Yeah, I feel the tension in the town. Last night, like I say, last week when I was here, yeah, they had the courthouse blockaded. They had, sheriff's cars from different parts of the state. But I could walk up to them and ask them, a couple of questions. They were very friendly. They didn't give out any information, but they were extremely friendly to me. I do not feel like I can do that today. They put cones. They have 2 points of blockade. They have cones out in the front, and then of course they have their concrete barriers back by the entrance to the parking lot at the courthouse itself. And they had, I would say, 5 or 6 guards last night with ARs. So that in itself tells you it's ramped up.
Do you think they're afraid of the people that are coming from the demonstrations going to try to kick them out of the county, or do you think they're just react? Because I don't really see that. I know that people were very very hot at the beginning, and I think that's very justifiable. People get pissed off when you shoot one of their own for a traffic stop. So, I think emotions have calmed down, and yes, there was rhetoric, but you got to kind of expect that at the beginning. But do you think there's a real danger of people going and trying to start something with the feds? Because I don't, unless they're fired upon, I don't see that really happening. I see these guys staying peaceful and, just having their voices be heard. What's your take?
You're asking 2 different questions there. Do I think the people are about to take on the feds? Absolutely not. I think that the people are tired of the violence. They're tired of the anger. They're tired of they're upset at Lavoie's killing. They don't think it was necessary, and I don't think they want to see it again. That is one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is how the feds are feeling about the people. And they're the ones I think may be afraid. They're the ones that are ramping up their posture. Okay, be it the feds or the locals or all of law enforcement, however you want to group them. We saw today is a down day. We saw 10 or 12 law enforcement vehicles traveling the roads. I have a couple of sources that told me that 2 militarized convoys were seen leaving Bend and heading towards Burns. I went out to try and find them and did not see them, but I did see the ramped up law enforcement.
Now, Sherry, let me ask you this. I know that we had guys that had eyes on Lavoie's truck earlier this week. I know you were going to try to get to Ben, but that they had kind of tried to chase down. So they get pictures of the vehicle and just get eyes on to see if the condition of the vehicle matched up with what was released. I know from hearsay, and folks, I got to preface this at this point, it is just hearsay, for me anyway, that the truck was shot up, that there was a whole bunch of different stuff. So, and so, has anyone gotten pictures of it? And is there?
I am told there are some pictures of it. I have not seen them. I have not been able to get out to Bend because I've had so many different things happening here. I am trying, but I'm not promising. It's a couple hours drive, a little further than I originally thought. But I am told that there is a group here that has pictures of Lavoie's truck, and it does at the very least show that the driver's side windows are busted out. Whether or not they were shot out or something else, I couldn't tell you, but that's the information that I've received.
Okay, well, we'll wait till we get some copies of those and go from there. I think that's.
Have you heard Shauna Cox's interview?
I have not.
Now, her account, first person inside the vehicle, she said it was a tremendous amount of shooting, and they shot the vehicle up pretty good. She also had her video camera going inside the vehicle, and of course that was confiscated.
Right, and then if it wasn't, I got to tell you folks, I've got firsthand experience with how they can hack video almost real time. When the young lady, the 18-year-old, first gave her first gave her audio interview, we had gotten a video interview that went along with it. Now, this was something that was sent from someone's phone as soon as they did it directly to leadership of Oath Keepers. I was one of those people that was CC'd in that, and I can tell you something that should have been several minutes long suddenly became 38 seconds in the time that took them to send it, literally after getting done with the video, saving it, and putting in the emails to send it. You can see, and I can put this up the post. I've still got copies. I've got copies out to everyone I know. It basically is 38 seconds where it, at about, I want to say 8 seconds in, it jumps from the beginning of what would be the interview to the end where the lady who's doing the interview saying, you've brought tears to my eyes. Now, the funny part about this is, in the morning, the entire video was, we had an IT guy go through the phone in the morning. It was completely gone from the phone. And they were able to cut that right away and go from there. So, that just blew me away that they were able to do that quickly, and it's a distinct cut. You can see it in the. I brought it in a Final Cut Pro and looked at it real slow, and it's definitely, someone. It's called a blade command in movie video editing software, where you cut to a clip and take a piece out, and then you section it together. That happened pretty much on the fly, and then they completely erase that off. We've seen that happen with other people when we were tracking the wide load trucks that had the Bearcats originally coming using the RFID chips. In our context within the DOT, we were tracking these wide load trucks that had these Bearcats, and we took pictures of screenshots while tracking that. All those pictures were gone the next morning. Same sort of thing. So definitely some hacking going on behalf of our our oh so trusted government. So yeah, some really peculiar things. So let's I think we've got Pete Santilli's girlfriend's come on as well. This is Deb Jordan, and I guess we can call her. What else would you like to add, Sherry? Is there anything else before we add on, Deb, that you'd like to add?
Sure, I have a couple of points. I do recommend you listen to Shauna Cox's statement. She did make the statement in there that the firefight, as far as the shots towards the vehicle, went on for what she estimated to be 6 minutes after Lavoie was killed. So
Wow.
that's an important point. And the other thing that I'd like to point out is something else that we noticed since I've been here in Burns. We went and looked at the airport last night and then went and looked at it again today, and there has been a very obvious increase just overnight.
So you think they're getting ready to go and clear out the last remaining stragglers there at the refuge, or do you think it's more for the people that are coming in protesting?
It could be either one. That one's going to be a tough call. That's an awful lot of gear up for, one small event as far as 4 people. And then again, we've got the report of the 2 convoys of at least 5 MRAPs, militarized vehicles in each convoy due in. Like I say, I have not personally seen them, but I have seen the law enforcement preparing for them. As far as tomorrow's rally, yeah, I think they're concerned about how many people might be coming into town. I think it's a large concern for law enforcement.
Have you had any reports from outside sources? Groups coming in. Do you guys have any sort of estimated head count as to how many people you think may show up? We know that when we do these call-ups, a lot of times people say they're coming, they just don't make it there for whatever reason, and oftentimes it's a lot smaller than you would initially expect. But I don't know. This one, it's just everyone's so ramped up. We might see some real numbers. What have you heard? What are your thoughts on that?
I haven't actually heard any numbers. I've seen an awful lot of activity on social media for people that want to be here. You would probably be better at guessing on call outs like this than I would, but I'm expecting probably bigger turnout than we had at the rolling rally at the minimum.
Sure. And how many people would you say have showed up so far this weekend between locals and non-locals for these rallies? How many people do you think altogether in and out over the weekend do you think have been there?
Well over 100.
Okay.
I would say there was well over 100 at the rolling rally. There was a couple of dozen at Friday's rally. I've seen a lot of activity around town today, even though it was supposed to be a quiet down day. I've seen a lot of vehicles running around town, running out to the airport, running out to the scene where Lavoie was shot. There's just a lot of activity that is not normal in this town on a quiet day. Hold on 1 second, please.
Sure thing. All right, folks. We're also going to try to I just made contact with BJ Soper of the PPN and Idaho 3%. He's hopefully going to be joining us in the second hour to give us an update. He's the one who put out the call to action on behalf of the PPN. I've got a call in to Joseph Rice, too. I haven't heard anything back from him. So hopefully BJ will be able to join us and give us an update as to what they're hearing and what they're doing. I know that they had, for the initial get-together they were going to have in the county over with the sheriff that's a constitutional sheriff that where Ammon and everyone was going when they were stopped on that infamous night, that they had about 400 people that were showing up to that. So
and I would like to remind you, when Chris Ann Hall was here, they had about 400 people at her events as well.
Right. So we know there's a good constitutional base in that area able to get out to these things. So we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. I know weather oftentimes will play a part in things. What is the weather like there right now in Burns?
It's gorgeous. It was about 26 degrees this morning when we were running around, but the sun was just shining really bright, and it was beautiful.
Okay, I think we got Hawk coming on. He wants to, before Sherry leaves, he wants to jump in, I think, ask a question. Sherry, go ahead, Hawk. Are you there?
Yeah. Hey, Sherry, call. Okay. Deb doesn't have time right now for an update. She wants to go ahead and try to get something arranged for an interview tonight, if you don't mind. What happened is there was some kind of a memorial, I guess we didn't hear about today. I guess we should have went to it, but she had to go that. And then the other time you called, she was taking a nap.
Okay. There is another memorial planned here for the next Friday.
Right. I don't. I'm not sure we can keep you out there that long. It's expensive.
No, I want to let everybody know about it. It's a couple of local residents. They know that Lavoie is laid to rest on Friday, and they want to show some solidarity with the family and let them know that they don't believe that Lavoie died in vain. So they're holding a memorial here in Burns. They're going to meet across from the Safeway, and they're all going to travel up to the site where he died and have their service up there with prayers, hymns, speakers, whatever. I don't know the entire plan, but they wanted to make sure that the word did get out on that.
All right, great. Okay, well, I'm going to go off mic now. So just when you get off the call, just go ahead and give Deb a call. She's getting ready to go to a meeting, so got a kind of a time crunch going on.
Okay. Well, we appreciate it, and I'll let you guys get to it. Sherry, thanks for jumping in and joining us. Thanks for the work you're doing there. We appreciate all of it. Hey, have you been to the actual location that the shooting happened? Can you tell us, was there cell phone service in that area? Because I seem to remember, I think it was very close to where I had a blowout going there with my car, and I could get no cell phone service. It's very hard to get anyone on ham radio within.
I was there, yes, and I could not get any service. I was going to Skype the scene for Hawk, but I could not get through it all. I did do some about a 6-minute video that the service here in Burns has been such where I have not even been able to get that uploaded. I tried it in like 3 different locations.
We're going to have to send you out a hotspot. I think I've got an extra one around here that I can ship out to you with a
with that, sorry. Yeah. But yeah, there's absolutely no service at that spot. Not too far in front of and not too far behind, I was able to at least text. But at that spot, there was absolutely nothing. And actually, yeah, we've had a lot of people going through that site right now, so it's been trampled down quite a bit. But you can tell the site itself is not as big, not as large as the, FBI videos might lead you to think it is. It's actually a very small spot. They've done a nice cross and flags and flowers and such there that we'll be uploading some pictures on for everybody. But it's a small spot, and there are enough trees around that people can hide. So, other than that, I'm not sure what you want me to share about it.
All right. Well, now that's all I was wondering is if it was one of those, because I'm sure that's part of the reason they picked it was so that there would be they couldn't do a call out to help. People wouldn't know until after the fact.
Absolutely. And there was a serious drop off on the right. So if somebody was in the way and Lavoie was trying to avoid hurting anybody, he would definitely have gone into the snow. But he had enough warning, though, that I suspect he may have been trying to get around the roadblock, because I believe he would have had enough warning to slow down and come to a stop if he had intended so. So I do wonder whether or not he may have been trying to get around the roadblock.
I believe he was. I think some of the what I have heard he had mentioned. We're gonna go to this meeting, and he took off running, and he thought he was gonna be able to get around that, and that's my impression. Again, that's hearsay. I don't know that for certain, but according to my sources, which were in the vehicle, I believe that's the case.
I believe he just wanted to get across the county line where he can have Sheriff Palmer interpret for him, if or however that's done. I do think my speculation is that was probably his intent.
Gotcha. All right, Sherry. Well, we appreciate the update, and folks, we're gonna go to a clip I think here real quick. I gotta use the little boys' room real quick, and we're gonna go to another clip, and we'll be right back with you. David, let me know when you have that ready, and we'll go from there. Thanks so much, Sherry. We'll check back with you. I'm gonna start getting your articles up onto the Oath Keepers website, so folks, you can see Sherry's articles. It'll be hopefully a daily update from her at oathkeepers.org. And thanks again, Sherry. We'll talk with you soon. David's going to fill in with a clip here, so I'll be right back.
Not a problem. Have a good day.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. No president should fear public scrutiny of his program, for from that scrutiny comes understanding, and from that understanding comes support or opposition, and both are necessary. I am not asking your newspapers to support an administration, but I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people, for I have complete confidence in the response and dedication of our citizens whenever they are fully informed. I not only could not stifle controversy among your readers, I welcome it. This administration intends to be candid about its errors. For as a wise man once said, an error doesn't become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. We intend to accept full responsibility for our errors, and we expect you to point them out when we miss them. Without debate, without criticism, no administration and no country can succeed, and no republic can survive. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. And that is why our press was protected by the First Amendment, the only business in America specifically protected by the Constitution, not primarily to amuse and entertain, not to emphasize the trivial and the sentimental, not to simply give the public what it wants, but to inform, to arouse, to reflect, to state our dangers and our opportunities, to indicate our crises and our choices, to lead, mold, educate, and sometimes even anger public opinion. This means greater coverage and analysis of international news, for it is no longer far away and foreign, but close at hand and local. It means greater attention to improved understanding of the news, as well as improved transmission. And it means, finally, that government at all levels must meet its obligation to provide you with the fullest possible information outside the narrowest limits of national security. And so it is to the printing press, to the recorder of man's deeds, the keeper of his conscience, the courier of his news, that we look for strength and assistance, confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
All right, I think that's the end there. Thanks for putting that going, David. Let's see here. Yeah, I guess it is real long. We were thinking of trying to play some of Shauna Cox's interview. Maybe we can just get to, I don't know if they've got any sort of timestamps where they've shown that it's where you can bookmark more important parts of it. Not that all of it isn't important. I know she's also done a show with Dave Hodges. And then also I'm looking at one from the freecapitalist.com. So I think Hawk is going to set that up for us. And then we will, it looks like Hawk's going to wilt down to about 13 minutes. So we're going to let him work on that and go from there. And go ahead, David. I can cover, no problem. So we'll go ahead and go to that next. Then we're going to bring on Jordan Page. We got Sam Culper coming up. Hopefully, BJ Soper is going to be joining us as well. I've sent out a Facebook to him. He said he would, but I know things can get real crazy. We'll see if he'll take that and go from there. And if it's just a quick one, I'm going to actually text him right now. Bear with us, folks. All right. Let me see what's going on here. All right. All right, Hawk's ready to go with that. Go ahead, Hawk. Let's go ahead and I'll warn you guys, folks, the audio isn't that great, but this is live radio, so we're doing the best we can. But go ahead and Hawk and cue that up when you're ready. Again, folks, this is going to be Shauna Cox's release. She is one of the other people that was in the vehicle, so it's another very important testimony.
But I didn't have time and didn't want to take any extra time to edit the audio or anything like that. So you'll hear her audio is pretty low, so you want to turn up your volume. I'll get it as high as I can here for you so you can hear it. And then when it's done, we'll come back here to the live Periscope broadcast.
All right. And we'll wait for that to start coming in, then we'll go from there.
I missed your call.
All right.
Well, I was trying to check you back.
Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how good it is to just know you're out.
Sounds like we're getting chucked a couple. Okay, it's freezing, so stand by with us, folks. We're going to try to get this going. Otherwise, we will keep moving with other stuff if we're not able to get it going, but we'll give it another shot.
They're not telling the truth as you're watching it. Because what happened was that I was going to go home. And then one of my friends who was supposed to go do the video couldn't go, and I couldn't leave the little girl, and I went to take pictures of them. That's why I went.
Right.
So we were set up. They had an ambush set up for us. Absolutely. And they set it in the place, the most perfect place. I was on the phone and texting right before that area, and it was the only place they had absolutely no cell service.
Right. They had clearly been planning this, and they clearly also had somebody inside because they knew your guys' plans down to the T.
Oh, they did because it was that Mark. Mark did it. I believe it was Mark.
Well, and
he's only been there for a couple of days. Tell me how come he's out and nobody else is. And he was in the van with us, and we got pulled over. He's the one that was pushing us all to go together at the same time. We were saying no, we had to send other people ahead, and then us, and then the next ones, and whatever. And so we were kind of in that together. So they knew. They knew. And so when we came up, we came through that. We came first, and we noticed the people there, okay?
And I was in the back with Victoria and Ryan Bundy.
Right.
And Ryan Payne was in the front, and LaVoy was driving in that one. And then Mark was driving the one with Ammon and Buddha.
Right.
And so as we came through that, we noticed the vehicles. And they said, wow, did you see all those vehicles? And I could see them out the side corner, you know, because I'm in the back seat and we got the camera show on, so I can't see a whole bunch. But I saw the vehicles.
Right.
And then they could see them gaining up on us, and then we looked back and Jeep was stopping. You know, because they flipped their lights on, and the boy says, "Works out. We're going to beat the sheriff." You know, so he's heading out, and Brian Payne's telling him, "No, dude, you need to slow down." You know, he said, "Slow down. They're gonna, you know, they're gaining on us, and you better just slow down." So finally, he talks the boy into slowing down, kind of pulling over. Okay, but
did LaVoy when LaVoy said he was going to go meet the sheriff? You mean the sheriff of Grant County, or is that what at that meeting? Okay.
Grant County, that was the meeting. Okay.
Okay.
So he reaches out. So Ryan Payne, you know, they pull up kind of behind us, and Ryan Payne rolls down his window, and he puts both his hands out the window, and they shoot at him. And they hit the mirror fail. I thought they hit his wrist, okay, because he has that bracelet thing on. And I thought they hit him and jerked his hands back in, and oh my God, because he had his hand out, but he just went. It was not good.
Wow.
And so then finally, the boy's going to take off, and Ryan says, no, and so he jumped out of the car. Well, Victoria says, I'm not getting out. And I'm going, I'm not getting out, they're shooting at us.
Why did Ryan jump out if they were shooting at him?
Well, I don't know, because I guess he wanted him to, because he said they mean business or something, you know, and that's why I got out.
Right.
And then they took him immediately and arrested him, took him out, arrested him. Yeah.
Wow.
And so then, what says that? They said something about let the women out, and that's why he's stalling. He says, you guys can get out if you want to. Well, you know, couldn't really, the door was locked, but I could have made him, except for Victoria said, I'm not getting out, and I'm not about to leave her, you know.
Right.
My mother instincts kick in.
Well, and she didn't want to get.
She's 18 years old, this paranoid.
She's not wanting to get out because she was afraid?
Oh, yeah. And so she said, I'm not getting out. So he said, and so he just said he's going to get us, so we slid down to the floor. I said, how far do you think you can make it, LaVoy, without them shooting out your tires? And he was yelling at them at that time, too, by the way. He was yelling at us, we're going to see the sheriff, we're going to see the sheriff. And so when we got down there, and we were down low, then they're yelling, video this, so my video came on. And that's when we start, all I know is that he gets to the roadblock, and he tries to go around it. I remember we're hunkering down.
Do you know he was trying to go around it? See what?
No problem. We'll set it up for later. I just hadn't heard it yet because it just came out, and I actually tried to take a day off yesterday since I really haven't had one since the beginning of the year since all this kicked off. So all right, let's you know what? Let's go ahead. I've got a message in the BJ. I haven't heard back. So why don't we go to Jordan Page now? Jordan Page again is you've probably seen if you're in the Liberty Loops. Jordan Page is one of the top musicians in the Liberty movement. Plays a lot. He used to be like the staple musician for the Ron Paul campaign, but just does stuff everywhere. He's a good friend of mine, good neighbor of mine. Our families, share holidays together. We did Thanksgiving with his family and my family together this year. We're going to be going down to LaVoy's funeral this week together. So let's go ahead and get him on. We're going to talk about the new song he just wrote about LaVoy and his inspiration there, and go from there. So, and then we're going to try to get BJ on and Sam Culper, and I'm going to end off the show with telling you guys some inside information about how we were able to, the night of that attack on LaVoy, how we were able to get 5 vehicles of women and children out of there, and I honestly believe we saved lives. I'll be talking about that, kind of telling you guys that story. We had told New York Times and Reuters about it, but I think when it doesn't fit the narrative that we're a bunch of crazy right-wing wackos, they don't publish it. So we'll see if it comes out. It might still come out. But I think it's a story that needs to be told. There's some pretty key players in there, and I think it's an important story to tell. Because it is, if there is a silver lining at all to this, that story is it. Because I honestly believe we were able to save some lives. So, all right, let's go ahead and see if we can't get Jordan Page on. I'm going to try add him to the call now, and we'll go from there. All right, looks like he may actually be on Skype. Let me see if I can get him added via Skype. Otherwise, I'll try calling his phone. Bear with us, folks. So he's phone roulette here, live radio.
Hello,
Jordan, how you doing, my brother?
who's this?
This is Jason Van Tatum.
Oh.
We're live on the air at the Patriot Report.
Oh, hey, buddy, how you doing? Sorry, I didn't recognize the number when it came in.
Oh, that's okay. It's my Skype number. So,
Gotcha.
are you able to join us for a little bit?
I am. Yes.
Okay, Jordan. I want you to. We were talking the night this all happened, and up through late in the night. And that night you were inspired to write a new song. I'm hoping we can play it, and let's talk about it a little bit first. Tell us about your experience the night Lavoie was shot and killed, and your thoughts on what happened, and tell us about it.
Well, my wife and I were following the story pretty closely, to the minute, and trying to get accurate information from the ground as best we could to keep people informed about what was going on. And we got the word that he'd been shot with his hands raised, and it was just a mix of anger and disgust and frustration, and mostly anger, I think. I think a lot of people just identified with this person, this just down to earth, straight shooting, straight talk, person who loved this country and loved his family and was just a gentle soul who wasn't afraid to take a stand against what he felt were unjust. And I talk and post about police
called here. He feels like he's been left behind. Was arrested in a situation like this. Tell me where you're. But I'm telling you right now, it's not that I don't care about what happens to them up there in that refuge. I care a lot. But there's very little I can do. I've seen the live feed that's coming out of there. And I worry about them. And I've talked to people who've talked to them. But they made their choice. Some came down, some didn't. Hello. Okay, Giselle, can I talk to you in just a few minutes? I'll call you back. Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. The person who was calling me was not giving up. Okay, so, what am I supposed to do? I've talked to people, I've asked them, what's going to happen to these guys? And everybody's frustrated, Everybody's frustrated. The people of the town are frustrated. They're going to have a rally tomorrow. And they're going to be asking the FBI to leave. And wouldn't that fix things? But short of them leaving, there's really not much anybody can do about the situation they've gotten themselves into up there. Yes, they're frightened and they're cold. They tell me they're not hungry and they're not thirsty. They were part of it. But there's nobody left that was in that group that can come and save them. And I don't know. What am I supposed to do? What's anybody supposed to do? I'm going to post the conversation that David Fry had with his best friend. He says it's the last time anyone will hear from him. I'm going to post it in its entirety, and I will let you guys decide. You can decide. Since all of you are so judgmental on the outside, then you can judge for yourself. You can all sit back and say you would have done it a different way. But it's going to mean very little to me because you're not here. You never came here. No matter how many times we begged people to come here, they did not come. We called for a peaceful gathering, a buffer, a show of support, so that the FBI would think twice about murdering a man in cold blood on a mountain pass. But you're all too busy. You're all too busy judging everybody else and telling everybody else how you would have done it. You're all too busy calling Pete Santilli an FBI agent, or calling Blaine Cooper an FBI agent, or Ryan Payne an FBI informant. And now you pretend like you care for the last 4 up there? Are you serious? You don't care. The only thing you care about is getting a dig in on me. I cannot take on the FBI all by myself. I'm down to very little equipment, and I'm doing my best. I should have said something about them at the rally yesterday, but it wasn't my rally. But I still should have. And they should have too. We'll fix that tomorrow. But the FBI is not listening to us. They never have. Not from the moment we got here until the moment we leave out of here tomorrow. They are not listening. They do not negotiate. That's quite obvious. David Fry and the people that are left up there had a choice to make. And they made their choice. If anyone tries to go through those barricades, they will be slaughtered. I invite Sherry Roberts to come here and give it a try. I invite Vinnie Eastwood and Suzanne Posel to come here and give it a try. While you guys are all out there busy, doing your busy work, and telling the world lies, exaggerated, not only lies, Kenny, it goes way beyond lies. It's deceitful, it's petty, and it's dangerous. This is what we've put 5 years of our life into? So, I will put up what he says is his last statement. And I want you all to know, those of you that are attacking Pete, everybody has something in their closet. Everybody does. And when things settle down, we'll just find out what those some things are. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't go there. Maybe I shouldn't be like you. After all, you have nothing that I want. There's nothing about you that I admire. None of you. So I'll put it up here in a few minutes or later, whenever I feel like it, because I'm really tired. 2 hours of sleep, an hour and a half sleep, something like that. I don't know. I don't even remember anymore. I don't even remember what day it is most of the time. So, you guys can all just sit here in your comfy chairs, in your warm places, and judge me, and judge Pete, and judge those 4 boys up on the mountain. Well, 3 boys and a girl. You can judge the Pacific Patriot Network, the Idaho 3%ers. But we were handed a shitty deal. Me and Pete, the Idaho 3%ers, the Pacific Patriot Network. We love those people up there. We loved them. We supported their message. But I think we all made it clear from the very beginning that we did not support how they did it and what they did. But their message was a great one. It's a big dream. But I think Chris Ann Hall was right. We're not ready. They've made our slavery way too easy. Way too comfortable. David Fry said to me, "May the chains rest lightly." May my chains rest lightly. He was right. We've done them a disservice. But those chains bind us right now. It does everybody. And those of you who aren't willing to stand up, and risk having the shackles put on you for what you believe in, then I don't think you really have all that much to say about the rest of us. We'll continue to cover the 4 people that are left up there. We'll continue to pray for them. I can only apologize to my listeners for not taking it more seriously. I was just really, really concerned. And had to be about the things that I needed to get done, that I had to get done. Yes, I'm consumed about what's going on in my personal life right now. But that doesn't mean that I don't care. All right. I know most of you are going to be just nasty anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Some of you people make me sick. I can't even process the ugliness I've seen from the American people during this whole thing. I I can't even process it. I do know one thing. David Fry trusted me enough to call me and talk to me and ask me to put out his last message. And that's what I'm going to do. So pray for them. Pray for us all. Pray for this country. And pray that because you protested the government, and you stood up for people that you care about. So I'll be posting a little bit later, and you guys can hear for yourself. Because at the end of the day, all of you people, all you nasty people, don't have anything else to do. Nothing. You're nothing. For all those of you who have supported us and care about us, and care about me and Pete and Kenny and Ben, we've been through the ringer. We really have. It's still dangerous here. 3 more MRAPs. We're 3 more MRAPs were brought here today, and they doubled the size of law enforcement on the ground because they're having a rally tomorrow. It's still a very dangerous situation for everybody. They're going to ask that the FBI leave. If the FBI leaves, then the people up on the refuge are safe. So they are doing something. They're trying. I know people who have stayed awake for 3 days in a row trying to talk to those young men and women. And they will not listen. They say they're not coming down, that they are going to die there. They'd rather die than go to prison and be raped and tortured by the United States government. That is their choice. Some people chose to fight another day. And some people chose to fight it in court. At the end of the day, they are all patriots. And if you weren't here, then you can't call yourself anything. Bless those who prayed for us, supported us, stood by us.
We still need your help.
You'll never know how much we appreciate it. Okay, so that's really all I have to say. You know, I'm just so disgusted right now with the American people. And I don't want to lump everybody into the same category either, because there's some good people out there. And I've met them. I've met them here in Burns. I've spoken with them over the phone. There's some good journalists out there who wouldn't dream of attacking us. But there are those. And those will be the ones who bring this country down. Because you have no backbone. You have none. All you know how to do is sit behind your computer and turn on your microphone and complain about what everybody else is doing. All right, guys. The next thing I post will be the conversation between David Fry and his friend.
Used to get some reception out there, yeah.
All right, well, let's go for it.
Is Jason on?
Jason's on the main on the main station, Studio A and B. So people can still tune in over there at freedomslips.com and listen to the rest of the show. We really don't have anything in the way of video over on that show anyway. So it's just Jason talking at the time.
I get it. I will get back to you if I have something to give you. How's that?
All right. I heard two SUVs blew the. Oh man, that is some beautiful footage. You must be right next to the cell tower.
Once you get away from the airport, you're fine.
Yeah, we noticed that, don't we?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll just stay with you for a little while. Like I said, people can go over to freedomslips.com if they want to listen to the rest of the show. Over there with Jason, we got through most of the meat of that show at this point, and we're also recording it, which I can pop in there later. So.
Well, before I turn up, hey, let me cut this off. I have to double check something real quick.
Okay.
We're expecting a conference call, and I want to make sure we have time to get back to it. So I almost forgot about that. So let me get back to you in just a moment.
All right, no problem.
All right, bye.
He disappear under the snow, and he lowers his arm, and that's not to fall over. And I also want to point this out: in Iraq or Afghanistan, the rules of engagement. If there's a soldier who sees a local put his hands down or reaches towards his waist, or and he shoots and fires and kills that guy, there's a very good chance that he's going to be going to receive some kind of UCMJ punishment. And so the question is, why does law enforcement continually get off on the I felt threatened, so I had to shoot him excuse? Because soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan, in many cases, can't say that. I just, I'm not anti-law enforcement, but we expect the police to police themselves, and in many cases that does not happen. you know, you hear about police brutality, police shootings, they go on all the time. These officers, you know, I just read an article the other day, the 2 officers that shot the vehicle up in, during the, what was his name? The guy that went up in the mountains and hid in the cabin, you know, they fired on a vehicle, a truck that they suspected that he was driving, wounded a 70-something-year-old citizen, and nothing's happened to them. So why is that? If I did that, I'd be in prison right now. So, and it really comes down to professionalism. You know, are these, I don't know, I don't want to go on a huge charade. Let me just keep this about Lavoy Finicum. But for right now, you know, we know that Lavoy took his life in his own hands when he got out of the vehicle. But he should not have been killed. And the whole police checkpoint / ambush was extremely unnecessary. The reason why they did that, of course, as many people have said, is exactly because they're going to a county to spread the message of telling the feds to shove off because they're just taking away freedom. They're taking away constitutional rights. I mean, we see it all the time, especially with the Fourth Amendment. But
every day.
I digress. Yeah, that's right.
Let me ask you this. We're hearing a lot of reports that there's a lot more MRAPs in the area. I know BJ Soper just posted a challenge for the person who can photograph the most militarized vehicles in Burns County. But I've had reports that they've got a jamming tower, 4 command center trucks, 8 more hardcover tents, 5 400-gallon propane tanks. It just seems like, and that's from people that have just drive by the airport now. Are you hearing reports of them ramping up even more? How do you think they're going to continue to do so with the protesters coming in, the call to peaceful action by the PPN? Do you think they're scared of these protesters coming in and trying to kick them out of the county? What are your thoughts as to what's going to be happening in Burns in the near future?
You know, if they were serious about dealing with the protests and dealing with the very angry Americans there right now, then they would be calling for a full investigation. They would hold a press conference. They would come out and they'd say, you know, we're going to investigate the shooting. We're going to take it frame by frame, play by play, and you know, even if they were just, you know, if they were just to come out and say, you know, if it turns out that this was an unlawful killing or a murder, then this individual will be prosecuted. But they just don't do that to their own in those cases. But I think that would go a long way, because what there's a trust gap here where more and more, because of all these things, you know, the bad apples aren't being plucked from the tree by the caretakers of the tree like they should be. The bad apples are let to fall and rot and then, you know, cause problems for everyone else. So if they wanted to close the trust gap there, then they could take certain steps, but they're not going to, because that's not what they're interested in. They're interested in, you know, Mal said, political power goes out of the barrel of a gun, and that's exactly what law enforcement is, unfortunately, for the American public. You know, if you don't agree with how the government looks at things, and, you know, and it really doesn't matter what party's in charge. If you don't toe the government line, then law enforcement is there on your heels. And I think it's frightening, frankly, that Americans have gotten to this point, but it's been at this point for a long time.
It really has. And I don't know how we're going to really get those back right now. It seems when we push back, people get killed. We just got to keep moving forward, keep uniting together, getting this information out, keep educating people as to the abuses that are happening regularly, daily, and trying to organize as best we can. So, Sam, I want to thank you for taking the time to come on. I know you've been busy all day, and we'll let you get back to what you're doing. So, again, thanks for coming on. Is there anything you'd like to add before you go? Again, folks, this is the editor of Forward Observer Magazine, also author of SHTF Intelligence, a new book that just was released this last year. So, Sam, finish up with anything you'd like to add on.
Yeah, you know, I'd just like to say that, sorry that I kind of seagulled you there, Jason. I just came in and crapped all over the place.
No, that's why I want you coming on. I want your intel. I gave you a very large dose of a very hot opinion, but
really the question now is, how do we achieve an honorable peace? And, or if we can achieve an honorable peace. And, if justice prevails in this situation through the Justice Department, then, I think a wrong will have been righted. But if that does not happen, Thomas Jefferson said that, well, let me preface this. A lot of people are calling for violent action and, and I think right now kind of some rash and potentially extremely foolish decisions, or at least opinions. But Thomas Jefferson said that the success of a war very rarely or almost never pays for your losses. And so really the question is, can we avoid some kind of, can we achieve an honorable peace? And if we can't, then what kind of success can we achieve to cover our losses? Or is that possible? And I think that should be kind of at the forefront of everyone's mind when they answer the question, what do I do next, or what do we do next?
Well, absolutely. All right, Sam, thanks so much for coming on and checking in with us. We'll talk with you again soon. And thanks for everything you do.
All right, sure. Thank you, Jason. Have a good evening.
All right, folks, that was Sam Culper. Now, I'm not sure if the phone lines are connected up to where we can answer them from the call-in lines from Revolution Radio, but I've got my own call-in line here that we certainly can connect, or we can reconnect with David if the lines are connecting to him. David's producing the show here. But let's go ahead and we'll do some calls. The number I know you can get on is my own call-in line for the show here, which is 406-565-4940. Again, that's 406-565-4940. And we'll talk about what you want to talk about here. Let's keep it on topic with what's happening in Burns and Lavoie and everything else. So if you've got some questions pertaining to anything we've talked about today, or want to just go a different direction in that, we'll do that. So Hawk, I have the server, I believe, for both rooms, and and I think Hawk's going to get it set up so that the phone lines can do it. I'll also take questions from the chat room. I'm in there under Jason V. If you're listening live and don't know where the chat room is, it is at freedomslips.com. I want to pay some bills here too. I want to encourage everyone. We went last couple weeks. We haven't done any commercial advertising during this period of time. I got to tell you that Hawk has really put his money where his mouth is. He's helping to co-finance Sherry going out to location and these different things. So please, and the call-in line here is 310-421-4053. That's 310-421-4053. Please support Revolution Radio, and that's easy to do. I know times are tough for everybody, but we can all pinch in and do our part and vote with our dollar. So go to freedomslips.com, click on the donate button, and give what you can. You're getting information here at Revolution Radio you don't get anywhere else. We've got connections into the people on the ground all over and around this situation. We've through my contacts, me being the media director of Oath Keepers and part of the Liberty Movement now for several years, we're able to give you the inside scoop on much unlike any other outlet there is. So please do your part. I also I've got several show sponsors I want to talk about. Humana Foods is the only storable food company that donated to Bundy Ranch. We actually just sent some food off to Burns, to the PPN. Help send some food earlier as well. So, and we actually have a way you can actually send food directly through a donate button. There's a new website that we put together. It also goes to every purchase you make goes to help fund Oath Keepers. So you're helping to support your family by getting in non-GMO organic storable foods, good for 25 years plus. And I got to tell you, it's some of the best out there. Go to Oath Preppers, OathPreppers.com, oathpreppers.com. You're going to get the biggest discounts out there, And then if you as you're checking out, put in the notes that you heard it from Jason directly, you're going to get an extra 5% off. So you're going to get some huge discounts. I mean, that's 25% off, folks, from retail price. So go check that out. Again, they are one of the few companies that I'm only dealing with companies that actually support the Patriot movement here, folks. Another company, as I was going out to Oregon the very first time, the owner of this company met me on the way in the middle of the night in Oregon to make sure I had some level 4 body armor, and this is Brian of Katie Armor. And you know, these guys, when we had I think I've told you guys a story before on my other radio show. We went out to Gilbert, West Virginia, and were deputized, and calling in. Yeah, if you know how to do that there, David.
Like I was saying, folks, if you do call in, we're not going to display your phone numbers. If you're calling from an unknown phone number, we can't add you to the call. Sorry. Just one of those producing type things. Sorry, happens. But we're not going to crank call you or anything like that. In fact, as soon as we get done with the phone calls, we delete those numbers. We don't want them displayed for anybody else, for that matter.
Yeah. Okay, let me see what I can do here. Let's see here. Calls. Receive normally. I'm on a Mac, so it's a little different. I've got incoming calls received normally. Not seeing what you're saying. Let me maybe under advanced here. Only I'm on the real computer. That's the problem with that statement there. All right. Well, we'll try it again, folks. All right. Well, anything you want to add, Hawk? What are your thoughts on tonight's show? Anything you want to talk about? Oh, here we go. We got one we can add now. Caller, you're live on the air. Go ahead and give us your first name, where you're calling from, and what's your question?
Hey, my name's Lewis. I'm from Texas, and I've just been watching this whole thing, watching the thing with the boy Finicum, and seeing his family. And I gotta say, it's really hurting me right now. And this whole thing is just, I just don't understand why they can't just let these people go. I don't want to see, I don't want to see Americans die for believing that, we're not following the Constitution, and I'm just scared. That's mainly why I'm calling in.
It's strange times we're living in, and yeah, but we can't give in to that fear. I think, if anything, we need to find the resolve to, next time there's an operation in your area, I can tell you we'll be standing something up in Texas fairly soon. We've been talking about it for about a year now, there on the border. But get involved, whether it's 3% or a local neighborhood community watch, whatever it may be. Find where you fit in best and contribute, whether it's Oath Keepers, 3%ers, you name it. And you may need to organize something on your own in your own local area, but we've got to start thinking of this as go time, folks. It's time for us to get our commo put together, whether that's ham radios. I sit here, sometimes you'll hear radio coming on. I'll show this to our live streaming. This is my little handheld 5-watt ham radio that's going up to about a 30-foot tower outside my cabin here, and we've got the entire valley done with that. But getting prepared, I know it helps me, and then going out and being a part of these. So that definitely helps. And we're living in very scary times, but we can't succumb to that. I mean, the revolution was scary for those Americans that were there and then, and anything worth doing is not going to be easy. It's going to put us outside of our comfort levels. So we've got to take our country back. We got to try to exhaust every peaceful means we possibly can. But we've got to keep pushing forward, and our founding fathers, they gamed all this out. They knew that we were going to come in on this. So, So unfortunately, Hawk, I'm not going to have much time. We got my mother-in-law's coming into town and so I've got to get going right here at the top of the hour, but you guys can certainly keep going. So, I appreciate you guys listening. I know we've had quite an audience. The first showing of this show last week, and I'm assuming it's growing. So, thank you for calling, callers. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I just wish more American people knew why we were doing this and knew how far we really have gotten away from the Constitution. And I just see all these people saying mean things about Lavoie and all these occupiers, and they're representing them very badly, and it's really hurting my view of the American people, and it's really upsetting me in a lot of ways. So, but
You've got to go out and prove them wrong.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you listening in, and do your part to help spread the word of liberty and truth. So, thanks for calling in, caller.
Thank you.
All right, folks. We had my buddy Crash, who's part of some of the intelligence networks that I'm tapped into. He runs one of the bigger ones that I get a lot of my really good intel from. Try calling. So I'm going to see if I can add Crash to this real quick. Crash, if you're listening, I'm going to try to just add you straight up. I'll call you here. You'll be live on the air, though. So hold on just a second, Crash. Here we go. We've got about 5 minutes left.
Hey, this is Crash.
Crash, hey, it's Jason. You're live on the air. Did you try calling in?
Yeah, I did. How you doing, Jason?
I'm doing all right. Hey, you got about 5 minutes. What did you want to add to the end of the show here?
Sorry, I called in kind of late, so I'm not sure everything y'all have already talked about. But man, it's been a hell of a week. I woke up this morning. I probably had 5 hours of sleep all week, doing all the analysis on the video, and our team made the enhanced video and all of that. And I woke up this morning, and one of the things I think that really troubled me the most was the FBI has a press conference, and they showed this video, and they really think that this video that they're showing is going to exonerate them. And when you watch the video, even without watching it 1,000 or so times like I have, even without watching the enhanced video, you look at the video and you look at what happened, and they think that that's okay. They think that what they did is okay. And even without a detailed analysis, you can look at the video and see that what happened there is not okay. What happened there is not justifiable. And I think that part of it probably bothered me the most this morning.
Absolutely, sir. I was talking to the mute button there. And we've got it. People are just so programmed now that, they've been told and beat over the head so many times that, you've got to listen to state government, to local government, to these lawless, agencies, whatever it may be, and that their word is final. Folks, that's not the case. We've got a very definitive law, and it fits into a small little book. I've got mine right over here. Where is it? It'll fit in your breast pocket. It's somewhere on my table here. It's about like that. And it's the Constitution. It's very specific as to what it does. So, anyway,
Well, I can give you a couple of interesting things. I think that I even updated my own analysis on. A couple of interesting things I haven't heard too many people talk about. Don't know if y'all talked about it yet or not. And I'm not really sure how much of a difference it makes. But but we've determined through the video also that the man in the woods that comes up behind Lavoie actually had a 40 millimeter cannon, basically a hand cannon, and actually hit Lavoie in the head with a 40 millimeter rubber bullet.
I was
And
wondering what that
from that-
was, because it didn't look like a standard handgun or even a shotgun the way it was fired. It looked funny.
Yeah, he's very awkward, and from the very beginning, that's why some people thought, well, is he holding a long gun? Well, if he is, he's doing it real awkward with one hand. And then his proximity to Lavoie is interesting. If he's shooting him with a handgun, he's not going to run in that close to Lavoie in the line of fire to shoot him with a handgun. So if you look at it, and I've actually, I'll put up the weapon really that we think was used. And you can also see there's one frame in the slow motion version where you can see an object hit Lavoie in the head right before he goes down. And obviously from that distance, to have a projectile show up, it has to be fairly good size.
Right.
At first, I thought maybe he was running in that close to shoot him with a taser. But if you look at the weapon, it doesn't match up with a taser. And then when you see the projectile actually hit Lavoie's head, that really makes the difference.
Yeah, it does. All right. Well, I appreciate the intelligence crash. And again, folks that don't know, I get a lot of my information that goes into a lot of different things from one of the groups that Crash runs. I'll leave it at that. But I definitely want to thank you for what you're doing. And I get a lot of my great intel, which goes on to national leadership from you guys. And just want to say thanks for having me in that loop. And, I know it's a two-way thing, but definitely appreciate having you guys as a resource to call upon when need. Now, I do want to address something, folks. Before we cut out here, we got about 2 minutes left. A lot of people think because Oath Keepers doesn't come out with a statement right away or whatnot, that we really haven't had much to do with things. And what I need to tell you folks is, understand we're a very large national organization that's run by a board of directors and leadership on a national level. And that we've got to, as an organization, we've got an obligation to get all of the correct information we possibly can, and really have it analyzed by some of the top intelligence analysts and that we have contact with, and understand these are folks that, like Sam Culper, who have devoted their whole life to analyzing intelligence, people who have done it for the military, for the police, and we can't just get out there with an emotional response. As much as we may want to, trust me, out of anyone in the world, I probably wanted to come out with an emotional response immediately, but I couldn't, because I am, while I don't speak for Oath Keepers, sometimes I do message for them, so I've got to watch what my personal statements are. So that's why I've been quiet on Facebook for the last week. Now this will come out, and understand we were doing things behind the scenes that no one knows about, that we literally we're working behind the scenes to, in my opinion, save 5 carloads worth of women, children, and men that were there, and that will come out. And yes, we were working with Matt Shea, state representative, whatnot. So I just wanted to end off with that. Let you guys know there's so much going on behind the scenes. I literally haven't, I've been going nonstop since Tuesday night. I took part of yesterday off. That's the first break I've had, but literally since beginning of the year. And understand it's not just me, it is a whole crew of people that are doing that. So please be patient. Know that we've got systems in place we've got to follow when it comes to a national organization and coming out with statements and other things too. So anyway, thank you for your patience, and thank you for joining me again on your Sunday evening. I'll be doing this every Sunday evening from 4 to 6 Mountain. This is the Patriot Report with Jason Van Tatenhove. Thanks to all my guests and the people who've contributed, and we'll talk with you next weekend.
Hi, everybody. It's me.
All right, so there you go. Yeah, it was kind of funny as soon as I put the Oath Keepers badge up, the chat room started going on about Oath Keepers. There's this show I kind of like to watch. It's just a sitcom every now and again, and there was this it's like you gotta tell everybody everything, and sometimes the smart move is not to tell everybody everything you know. I know for a fact there have been a lot of Oath Keepers out there, and I don't speak for the Oath Keepers when I say this, but they were busy just keeping an eye on stuff. I don't think any of them had time to autograph. Never mind. I'll just leave that out because I don't want to attach my personal opinions to Jason's show. But that's just kind of the deal. We had somebody headed out to. Let me make a call real quick. Let's see. Yeah, we're going to give Sherry a call. I know she was going to go to the refuge, and she turned around, and I got the opinion it was kind of loaded up with things that could possibly make it dangerous. So let's just find out real quick. Hey, Sherry. Yeah, we're done with the other show. I know you decided not to go out to the refuge. Are you there?
Yeah, try that again.
Oh, I said I know you were thinking about going out to the refuge, but you changed your mind. Is things looking more dangerous, or?
There's something, just a weird feeling in this town. It's almost deserted right now.
Oh, really?
And that includes, we went past a bunch of the hotels and stuff.
Right.
Where we knew that there were a lot of official vehicles.
Right.
And they're not showing either.
What about press and stuff like that? Where the hell is everybody?
I don't know. We got a tip that there was something happening, but we've been all over this town and can't find it.
Well, the tip I got where something was happening was actually at the first checkpoint. All the press is gathering out at the first checkpoint headed towards the refuge. I think 10 miles out of town or something like that. All the press is gathering out there, and apparently a lot of protesters are gathering out there. It is the message that I got.
Okay. Yeah. Let me call you right back.
All right, sorry, this got boring real quick. Just hold on. I'm on standby. She's going to call me back.
They pull up kind of behind us, and Ryan Payne rolls down his window, and he puts both his hands out the window, and they shoot at him. And they hit the mirror bell. I thought they hit his wrist, okay, because he has that bracelet thing on. And I thought they hit him and jerked his hands back in, and oh my God, because he had his hand out, but he just went. It was not good.
Wow.
And so then finally, the word is going to take off, and Ryan says, no. And so he jumped out of the car. Well, Victoria says, I'm not getting out. And I'm going, I'm not getting out. They're shooting at us.
Why did Ryan jump out if they were shooting at him?
Well, I don't know, because I guess he wanted him to, because he said they mean business or something, and that's why I got out.
Right.
And then they took him immediately and arrested him, and took him out, arrested him. Yeah.
Wow.
And so then, Lord said that, they said something about let the women out, and that's why he's stalling. He says, you guys can get out if you want to. Well, you couldn't really, the door was locked, but I mean, he goes, go ahead and shoot me. And then he jumps out of the car, and he's got both his hands. And then we can hear all the shots are going off. And they're shooting, not just him, they're shooting our windows out. They're shooting everything. We can't get out of the vehicle. Everything's whizzing, okay? We can't get out. There are lasers all over us. Ryan gets hit in the shoulder. We have lasers all over on the mirrors, on the glass, on our knees, and we are just cowering down as low as we can get. And I got her head shoved down as low as I can, and Ryan's down to the floor. And we're trying to keep down as low as we can. And the bullets don't quit; they just keep going. And they're both screaming, "They killed the boy! They killed the boy! They watched him get shot." Okay. And then you'll hear us. We're just screaming, stop, stop. you know, and she's yelling, I'm an EMT, I can help him, I can help him. She's screaming, stop, stop, and she's trying to get over to the window, but the bullets keep coming. I'm right by that passenger door, and the glass is up, and they keep hitting that window. And we are praying, her and I are just praying out loud, okay? And as hard as we can, and the bullets are bouncing off this window. They didn't break that window, they were breaking all the other windows. They didn't break that window.
That's weird.
And they're shooting in gas, bomb things. So they're gassing us. And so I had that down jacket on, and her and I had our nose in the jacket, in my jacket, and I'm just trying to keep her down, you know?
Yeah.
And then finally, because they weren't letting up, that's when I started screaming to stop. So then they finally must have heard her because they stopped. And we'd been there for, 5-10 minutes, you know? And still, after he was already dead. And they were still shooting. They planned to kill us all. There's evidence. So finally they said, and then they get on the bullhorn and sent the male out, which was Ryan. And he got out, and of course they got him, maybe walked backwards and took him. And then she gets out. And then they came, and then I had to leave the camera and my phone because I had to get my hands up and climb out. And they put us on the ground and put handcuffs on us. And then they continued to shoot the truck. They said, is there anybody else in the truck? As we're walking away from them, I said, no, there's nobody in there. I said, absolutely nobody is still in the truck. Okay, we get away from it, and they just open fire and keep blowing holes in it. And they broke the window where I was sitting.
Weird.
Yeah, and it was evident that they had every intention of killing us. They don't want us to live.
Wow.
It was crazy.
Did,
And we said, you murdered him in cold blood. When we get there, see, as I watched that video, FBI video, I can see what he was doing. He comes out of the truck. He has his hands up. My guess is they shot him in the leg, okay? Because you can hear the shooting. They shoot him in the leg. Or I don't even know how many times they shot him, but I know I'm almost positive he had bulletproof vest on, okay? And the big one, but he's stumbling through the snow, and they shoot him, and he turns back like he's coming back to the truck.
Yeah.
And the one that finishes him off is a long rifle over to the side, the sniper. He's not 50 feet from him.
Yeah.
And blows him away, and then so he falls backwards into the snow. He does not have a gun in his hand. He is dead. When he gets out, his left hand is still laid out. His right hand is halfway to his chest, and he, like it was up. But he has no weapon in his hand. He never unholstered his gun. He knew, he just kept saying, hey, go ahead and shoot me, go ahead and shoot me. And they did. They just lambasted him. And even after he was dead, they shot him. It was a nightmare. And I said to the girl, to Victoria, and we said, you guys murdered him. You murdered him in cold blood. You're a bunch of murderers, killers,
do you believe?
Why did you do that? I didn't do it. Yeah, sure you did. We could see all the guys standing behind the tree. Some of them had those little binocular things on their hats,
Yeah.
They were a bunch of snipers. They were just killers. It was unreal. And so then she said, I said to her, you just witnessed something you'll never forget for the rest of your life. And whoever gets out of this, if you get out of this, you are to tell everybody you see. She said, I will. I said, tell them the truth. Tell them what really happened.
Are you sure? I mean, do you know? When the FBI said that there was a gun, they said there was a gun in Lavoie's inside coat pocket. Do you know if that's true or not?
Have a gun. I saw him laying on the ground. He never reached for his inside pocket. Nothing. I had a pistol strapped to his hip. Why in the hell would he reach inside for a gun?
You mean when they shot him, he had that pistol that he normally carries? Because I heard.
It was on his hip. He wasn't wearing anyway. He did not have a gun. He never had one in his hand.
Huh.
Yeah, right. Why would he unholster one and go shooting at him?
People have said.
He was gonna shoot him. Why didn't he get the gun? Why didn't he get the gun out before he got out?
Right. That's what I wondered.
Right.
I'm not. I'm not.
See them all. There's bunches of them up there, all behind the trees there. Snipers.
Did he say anything to you before he got out? Did he say anything to you girls before he jumped out?
No, he was yelling at them.
And what was he yelling?
See the sheriff, okay, he said, just shoot me. That's all he said.
Because he.
And they did.
He
was yelling at him. And he had his hands up and he was yelling at him.
It sounds.
And they did.
It sounds to me like he saw that it was obvious they were out for blood, and he was trying to get away so they could get it over with, maybe to protect you guys. I mean, that's speculation, but that's what it sounded like.
I don't know. Maybe, and that maybe was his thinking. I don't know. But he was damn determined that we were going to get to the sheriff, and when he saw it wasn't going to happen, maybe that's what I don't know. I can't tell you what he was thinking.
Wow.
But it was horrific.
Now, after that happened, did you get a chance to talk to anybody? I mean, that Mark fellow says that he talked to you and that you told him.
We did, because here's what happened. They put us in the van. They went out and picked up everybody. So we had all of us were in the van. We put in first. And then they picked up the other guys as we went down the road. The neighbor stopped and put him in the van. Mark was sitting in front of us. He was a jackass. Let me tell you something. There's this poor girl who just saw a murder in front of her face. We were sitting in the back of that truck, in the back of that van, and we were singing hymns. I'm trying to keep her calm down, okay? And we are singing hymns, and as loud as we can, and praying. And I said, all right.
It's okay.
Anyway, so we pick up Mark. And he starts yelling at her, he shut her mouth. And we all turned on him and said, knock it off. She's a young girl, you know. I said, she has to deal with this. You knock it off.
Right.
Because he kept just coming down on her. And then they take us, and he looks back and he says, I hope my Jeep is still there. We looked back and I said, yeah, your Jeep's there. He's been more than willing to explain his Jeep cost $60,000, blah, blah, blah.
Lavoie's dead, and he's talking about good thing his Jeep is still there.
Right. And we had told him what happened. We were telling him what happened. He wasn't there. He didn't see it. They didn't have crap. They didn't even know. We went around the bend before they saw. So he doesn't even know what he's talking about. So we go, and I did tell him what happened. We told him what happened. But, you know, he wasn't there. He didn't see it.
Right.
So then we get down to, then we all get in the vehicle and we take off. And then, we did take off. We were there for a long time. Hours. They left us there for hours, and they brought in all these guys. It was getting dark now, and I'm sure they were trying to figure out what the hell they were going to charge us with now, because they didn't know they had nothing to charge us on.
39 marker.
Yeah,
and this.
I kept saying, are we under arrest? And they said, no, you're just detained. We're just detained. We're not under arrest, we're just detained. And so we're sitting there for hours.
Jeez.
And then they finally get us in the thing. And they sent the ambulance.
All right, everybody stand by. I got something that I don't know if this is new or not. I'm going to run it up. I got the information. I looked at I paged through it a little bit just to make sure I wasn't getting rickrolled, which has happened more than once already. So give me a second. I'm going to run this up and gotta find a spot in the video where actual real information is going on, which seems I'm guilty of it myself too. Tendency to
I'll leave this off and let me go into the Oregon standoff.
You go to do something and then get distracted by your own feelings and thoughts. Yeah. And this comes from Mr. Catty, MRCATI. Bits of this video are really messed up. I can't even understand. So you're just going to have to. A second here. I'm kind of new to this video stuff. I do radio. Video stuff is a little new, a little out of my field, so I'm learning as I go. I'm getting a little better, a lot better. I'm not making the really dumb mistakes. I'm still learning this new software, so sometimes I go looking to find the right things. So let me set this all up. Seriously. All right, let's start this and see what's going on here.
Your National Wildlife Refuge is located on a ley line. Now, there are 3 ley lines here. This light blue one, this yellow one, and what I did is I accentuated this yellow one here to show that it goes right over the wildlife refuge. Now, why? Well, first of all, I'm getting ready to discuss some things that are like out there in the X-Files. Some lines, I believe, or some global planetary highway of energy.
I'm going to skip some of this
with the JFK assassination. That the final left turn on Elm Street, the final moments of JFK's life, were all. And as I looked, and the final left, and this is where you see an agent basically throw himself in front of the vehicle. Now, if Lavoy Finicum had actually wanted to kill him, he would have. He wouldn't have stopped. He wouldn't have been concerned that this agent threw himself in front of the vehicle. But Lavoy Finicum still diverted the vehicle to the left. Now, things are happening quick in this video, so I noted, once again, something to note, that at the 9:23, 9:24 timestamp is when Lavoy Finicum gets out of the vehicle with his hands in the air, clearly in the air. Now, he walks, takes a few steps, and this is where the images will be more explanatory, but I need to go down this timeline to explain some things that I'm going to cover in more detail when I do the images. At approximately the 9:28, 9:29 time frame, I believe, and I'm going to show, that I believe he was shot for the first time because Lavoy Finicum at this time juncture is facing the street, the road, and there's a sniper there, an agent with a rifle that's pointed at him while he's facing the road. Now, I believe he gets shot for the first time, and I believe this based on the actual surveillance video that shows not only the gunman, the sniper, the agent, shooting the rifle, but Lavoy Finicum responding to the impact of the shot that hits him on the left-hand side. Could have been a glancing blow, a side shot, but okay. He responds by lifting his left arm up. Now, it's done. You see, the timing of this, if you're getting shot, you're going to feel it, and you're going to move your hand up to where you think you were impacted, which he did. And because of the kinetic energy of the shot hitting him, he responds, he reflexes with his arm, his left arm, which raises up. He turns to the left, and as he continues to turn to the left from the impact of this shot, which is when the sniper that comes off out of the wood line at close range puts him down. Now, he gets shot for the second time at the 9:32, and he hits the ground at 9:33. Now, I found this to be, numbers-wise, to be once again very revealing. Now, as I studied the video, I guess unlike these other people who have already reviewed this video, given their reports, and only have said basically what everybody already knows, didn't really report on anything because, see, they're too busy to slow down to take the time, because it takes time to do what I did. And if they don't want to do that, but they want to get paid, I say the hell with them. That's why I don't watch anything of Alex Jones, and I'll pay attention to David Knight, because he seems to give some pretty decent reports. But his report on this FBI surveillance video was less than thorough. Oh, it covered the basics, but it didn't cover any of the areas that a big station like, Alex Jones and his people should have covered, because they should have been the first to be pointing out what I'm pointing out to you. And I'm going to point some things out to you that everyone missed. Now, we're going to see it at approximately the 9:39, which is only milliseconds after getting shot and falling to the ground. We can see the right arm of Lavoy Finicum moving outward from his body. It goes outward, okay? Now, that movement to me indicated he was still alive. And the first shot and the second shot were not to the head. This is something I'm going to show you, that the first shot is to the side, which he responds to.
I'm here. Sorry about that.
The second shot, as he turns around, once again, is to the front. Now.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
right
I
after
can hear you.
He gets shot and falls on the ground, and his body arm moves.
Oh, is it a laptop?
This is the time frame that all of the shots are being
I've
fired.
seen them, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it does have a mic.
Explosions, the concussion grenades and things are going off, and there's I
don't think so.
Bullets are flying all over. And I noticed that while all that's going on, there are snipers
we're off,
that have put their red dot lasers.
Can you guys hear us?
On Lavoy Finicum's head. Not just one, but more than one, and as many. I saw as many as 3. But they're distinctly there, and so I'm asking myself,
Toasted by chance?
why, if there's a gunfire going on and these are snipers, shouldn't they be trained on the vehicles with their weapons, scoping out the passengers?
Okay,
why do they have their
guns
guns and their red dot lasers on Lavoy Finicum? Because you see, I don't think he had been shot in the head up to this point.
You didn't have what?
During the commotion, during all the shooting, somebody puts a bullet in Lavoy Finicum's head.
It seemed like
because
we had a mod go rogue.
Approximately 15:12, Ammon Bundy can be seen stepping out of the vehicle and directly observing Lavoy Finicum's body, because he has to walk by it. He goes to the rear of the vehicle and has to go by it, but you can clearly see him looking at the body. This is when he would have seen him shot in the face. Because of the snow, the depth, the way he fell, it would give the appearance perhaps that they think he was on his knees, but he really wasn't. But okay. Now, at approximately 21:16 into this video surveillance, we can see law enforcement over the body remove what appears to be a steel chest plate that was removed from whatever Lavoy Finicum was wearing. And the agent throws it down on the ground, and this is seen, and I'm going to show it to you.
The only reason I asked
he was wearing some type of body armor. Now, because the first 2 shots
because I didn't remember
were to the chest area, I don't believe he was mortally killed until the headshot. But that headshot came during the commotion and all the other firing. Now, later, we see lots of men surrounding the body, acting like they're confused or concerned. And that's where I'll leave this off, and let me go into the next item.
Mods can make mods?
Okay, ladies and
I don't know
gentlemen.
if they can hear me or not.
In this image, we can see the timestamp of 9:28. And this is where I can clearly see that Lavoy Finicum is standing more or less facing towards the road, and we see this.
That's crazy, guys. I'm talking to Mike
clearly
Connolly.
Pointed towards it.
So bear with
me. They're looking at each other. In this image, this is at the 9:29, which is only 1 second later. I believe the gunman, the shooter, has shot.
Yes, actually, I have military experience. That gunman has shot. I'm going to add to his narrative right here because, as I have said before, firing stance is leg out, lean forward. Go back and look at the full video, the one at freedomslips.com/drone footage, so you can see the way more detailed video. You will see that. But I'm adding to his narrative here because
Hey,
it's
Toasted,
important.
by the way, if
When
you
the
hear
leg
me,
goes out and they lean
no,
forward, that's when
I
they
couldn't
fire.
remember making you a mod. I thought
And we
maybe
can see the
Michael
body
Connell you over the YouTube. So
reflexing
I'm
to
trying
the
to figure
shot.
out what roles can do what on what and all that good stuff. So
In this
I was
image
just
at the
letting you know,
932
Toasted.
timestamp, we can see the gunman, the sniper, stepping
Okay,
out
if
of the wood
his
line.
report.
Again, leg forward.
I don't know. I don't
Lean in.
know what you mean.
And
what
because
report,
he is in stride,
Diane, you mean
at this
defend your
932,
bases last?
as soon as he
Is that the one
he
that's
puts
up?
him down,
Did she go ahead and post that? I seen one up.
because you can see this within that 1 second, the difference in where he is. But
Yeah, I agree,
Lavoie
Razzie. It is a
is
it
already,
is a
I
miracle.
believe,
Yeah.
just being impacted with the bullet at this point. This is 933.
Wait, you can
where
still
he hits
hear?
the ground. Now this is clear, obviously, and if you
In
watch
your
the video,
headphones. Well, on
you will
your
be able to
speakers.
see.
Yeah,
what
but
I'm
you have
talking
the
about.
page
Now,
up,
in this,
right?
in this image
Or are you
here, this
hearing
is
it
the
for sure through
13
Skype?
minute, 1318 time stamp.
Okay,
And I really wanted to point
I'll
out
get that up
because
in just a moment,
they're
guys.
in the
Toasted
video,
said
and I'm
he's
going to show
waiting.
better
Okay.
images, but
All right, let me
this is
finish
where I
this.
began to notice
Let me
that there were
finish
red
this
dots
conversation
on
with Mr.
Lavoie
Connolly, and I'll be
Finnecum's,
back with you guys.
head. And
It
that-
won't take long.
because I watched the video and knew that his right arm had thrown out under his own volition. He had to still be alive. But anyway, this is what caught my attention, and so I kept looking. I noticed, and once again, all I had to do was stop the video surveillance, do a screen capture, and I could see distinctly the red dot laser that's on Lavoie Finnecum's head. In this image, we can see the red dot laser at the 1342 timestamp, because we're moving along here. There's one red dot laser that's in the snow, but there is another one that's on his head. I'm not sure if we can see it, but there it is. Now, here's the 1345 timestamp, and once again, that's a red dot, or a combination of red dot lasers on his head, on that side, his left side. Now, this is the 1355.
No, Toasted. Don't worry about it, man.
Once
I was
again,
I was
whether
just trying to
this is,
figure out what
whether he's been shot
what
at
the
this
different
point,
roles
and
on
we see
YouTube do.
the
So-
elements of brain splatter.
That's all. That's
which
all.
means he
No
would have
big
been
deal.
shot more than likely somewhere in the ear canal, probably, what they call a soft entry point. Anyway, I still see distinctly red dot lasers here on his head. Now, in this image, this is 1512, where Ammon Bundy is getting out of the vehicle. Now, this is after all the shooting, after everything that's transpired with regard to Lavoie Finnecum. He steps out of the vehicle, he throws what appears to be a gun on the ground in the snow, and starts to walk towards the rear of the vehicle. But he clearly has a view of Lavoie Finnecum. In this image, once again, because this drone was moving around and the image changed from time to time, it did obscure the key elements at various times. And I mention that because I didn't see when Lavoie Finnecum received the exact headshot, but it's within a time frame because, like I said, he wasn't headshot in the first two shots. And with all the attention with red dot lasers pinpointed towards his head, I believe that headshot came during the commotion. In this image, now this is the 2116 timestamp, and this agent with his hand, this is actually the agent and his hand is in motion in the video. He throws this breastplate, this steel chest plate, into the snow. and he throws it there, and of course it's, everyone can see it, and that's what you would wear if it's sold. People can buy these and make them or put them into your own vests.
All right, a little bit of my own commentary here. He's doing a great job at this. I still think that's where they tossed his hat off his head.
For protection for those kinds of shots that would go for most likely the heart shot or the chest shot, the mid chest shots. And so he was wearing this in the front because Lavoy Finicum in this video, you can see that he's on his back when they remove this particular breastplate and throw it into the snow. Now, this is the 2139 marker, and this is where, if you observe the actual video surveillance, you can see that there's a lot of focus and commotion going on with regard to the body, and I'm sure they're taking precautions, and there are people that are wanting to observe the body and things of that nature, but there was more going on here that I felt just didn't seem right. So when I used the word they were acting confused, I think you'd have to watch this yourself and make your own judgment call.
And messing up a crime scene.
As if, there might have been some confusion going on here. Who knows? But okay. In this final image, this is where more or less of course it's at the 2256, which is where I left this off so I could complete this video. But I'm really watched and observed. I took primarily a lot of these images to be able to study the vehicles, and I would say that the vehicles the windshield has bullet holes, there are windshields on the sides that are blown out, and so I have no doubt that they put quite a few rounds into that vehicle. And one has to ask, why? I mean, if you're going to, first of all, no one can make an escape. They're in the snow is up to the windows, the doors. Okay, Lavoy Finicum was lucky to be able to get out his side, but he did, okay, because the vehicle swerved that way, created that little cavity that allowed him to open that door. But okay, studying these images, I believe, is important and key. But let me come into the final chart. Okay, final talking point. What Ammon Bundy saw when he stepped out of the vehicle with regard to Lavoy Finicum. When we say, can we trust what somebody saw? Well, he saw what he saw, but he didn't see it all. So he only can see what he sees before him. Not fully. Now, he's processed what he sees before him, and he thinks of it one way. Now that I've shown you what I've shown you, with this emphasis on the red dot lasers to the head, to me raises more questions than this video surveillance satisfies. It also says something else to me with regard to the conspiracy that I believe Lavoy Finicum was a part of. The fact that the first two shots that I showed you were not to the head, and that he was still alive, and then that there was a pretty good attention and focus for more than one sniper to be placing their red dot lasers on his head. I've showed you that. To answer why, I don't have those answers. I can only speculate as to why. But it's suspicious at best. But it also then tells me something else. Because as part of this conspiracy, Blaine Cooper, of course, has disappeared from the refuge and now is in some other state. Apparently he's been blogging and posting remarks and liking videos on YouTube. Now, I really don't know what's going on with Blaine Cooper, but I didn't trust him from the get-go. And all I can say now that he has, for some reason, been able to, especially since they have felony arrest warrants for him, how could he get by the road stops? I'm curious. And then I got to thinking, perhaps with some false identification, such a thing could occur. But then I had to ask myself, what type of person would have false identification and be smart enough to know that you're going to need it in order to make your escape from the compound at a later date? But bear in mind, the reason I believe Lavoy Finicum was killed involves Blaine Cooper in some way or another. The artifacts, Blaine Cooper, Lavoy Finicum, is what began this sequence of events that led to this act of, now I firmly believe, yes I do, I believe that Lavoy Finicum was double-crossed, shot twice into a steel chest plate, and even if he was slightly injured on the side, it wouldn't have been a mortal wound. Now, whether he was wearing a steel protective vest, because that's what all people do these days to be stylish, I don't know. It's not what I do, but doesn't mean other people wouldn't do it, just, to kind of feel more safe. But anyway, steel chest plate. And the fact that I believe the final coup de grace was a headshot says something else to me with regard to this ritual, because that's what I believe it is. I believe that Lavoy Finicum was ritually sacrificed as a mistake, because in certain groups, being the weak link threatens everyone. And so your death is required, whether you agree with it or not. And so, if indeed this was a setup, and Lavoy Finicum from the conspiratorial side was in fact playing along thinking he was going to be making an exit, well, he did. He made the permanent one, not the one that he might have been expecting. And so that means a double cross. And that double cross came with, I believe, after being on the ground, he moves his hands, his right arm, and watch that video and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. He was still alive. And whether they put him down by shooting him in the head later, among certain types, that would be considered merciful. But there was no danger to Lavoy Finicum. His hands were empty. And if they shot him because he supposedly tried to run over that agent, well, just remember, that agent threw himself out in front of the vehicle, and Lavoy Finicum still diverted the vehicle to avoid hitting him. Now, they can play these little silly games with the rules, and say that they may have been justified in shooting him because he attempted the murder of a law enforcement agent. And that's how they would want to see it, so they can just whitewash it all away. But I've shown you enough to be able to begin asking questions, the serious questions, because I knew the number of gunshots was a factor that we now know they shot quite a few bullets into that vehicle. Why? It's like there's no effort to really arrest anybody peacefully. Let's kill everybody and then we can just put the bodies in body bags because that's the easy way. Gives everybody a chance to, get some fire time and maybe get some. Because that's the mentality I'm seeing in terms of federal law enforcement. And whether this was a combined multitask force with different, law enforcement groups is still something we need to learn. Who was in charge of these snipers? What are the rules of engagement? And because, like I said, I still believe somebody had to give the orders to shoot to kill. And there was no reason to. So if they're going to justify it away because of this agent that threw himself in front of the vehicle, that's pretty damn chicken shit to me. Because there's, too many things. Why would you continue to shoot a vehicle? They didn't receive any shots from anybody that I know of. I mean, you didn't have people stepping out of vehicles with guns, trying to die in a glory, in glory in a blaze of gunfire. No, that wasn't happening. But the reasons why people do things these days still eludes me. But I've been able to conclude one small thing, is that they showed us this video not to satisfy answers or elements of the truth, although it does in many ways. I think they showed us this video to more or less reinforce in our psyche that there isn't a damn thing we can do. They're going to do what they want and call it whatever they want, whenever they want. And if we don't like it, step up and see if they don't blow your brains out. Because that's the mentality we're seeing. And it's a shame, that a lot of these people were deceived into coming to Oregon, but I knew from the beginning it was a setup, like many others. It's just, I see the setup from a much deeper point of view and different perspective. And everyone's entitled to their opinions and their different perspectives. And I try to listen to as many as I can, because you never know, you can sometimes learn something from people you least expect it from. Now, I'm not the most eloquent speaker. I have difficulty talking sometimes. You know, I've suffered some brain trauma. I am a disabled veteran, and I really don't like to talk about it. But I have, at times, my brain synapses, you know, I'm thinking too far ahead, and I'm not talking like I'm hearing. And so it causes me problems. And I try not to apologize for it, because it doesn't make me stupid. And I can still see very clearly what the hell is going on before me. I may have a little difficulty in articulating it, like all the smooth, buttery talkers on YouTube, but that's okay. With me, you know, what you see is what you get. And I hope I've shown you something in a way that, well, these other people didn't. And I still think, you know, there's much more to be learned through the analysis of this video. And I'm just, you know, I'm moving on, because I know it to be what it is. It was the ritual sacrifice of an insider in something that
All right. Anyway, that was all opinion and stuff. That's fine. You can go over to their channel. I listed the source of that in our description box, which you can go find. I need a second. I had something I needed to let everybody see, and it literally has disappeared from every link I had showing that it disappeared from every link I had showing that the Jeep at the first stop had you know, it had its windows blown out, and I don't know where the hell it went. I posted it to several people. It's gone on absolutely every post I had. Wait, maybe this is it. Maybe I found one that's left. Hold on a second. Let's see. Is this it?
The showdown came on.
All right. Here it is. Give me a second. The audio in this means nothing, so you know, ignore the audio, because it's the pictures we're getting ready to see. So let me square this up. Yeah, I run radio. This whole freaking video game is really not my forte. Sorry. You know, at least I'm man enough to admit that. You know, people want to talk crap in the YouTube chat room. I'm really considering just turning that damn thing off. You know, if you really, you know, if you want to chat, go over to freedomslips.com new chat, and you can make all the comments you want. And if you want to act like a jerk off, we can control that. All right, so the audio on this is really kind of inconsequential. I'm going to stop the video at a certain point here, not very far in, and what you're going to see that the back of Mark McConnell's Jeep, his windows have been blown out. So here we go. Off we go.
On a snowy stretch of highway in south central Oregon, police closed it off as the FBI moved in. 5 of those
right there. See it right there? That right there, 100%. 100% verifies that they began shooting, shot at those vehicles immediately. You know, they drove into the kill box, and then they had a second kill box set up the road, in which they finished off Lavoie. I heard Ryan Payne jumped out of the vehicle, and you know, this is just me hearing things and questioning things. But in the Shona Shauna Cox description, and you can go back and listen to it to yourself and make your own decision, of course. But in the Shauna Cox description, it sounded like she almost said, well, they wanted him to jump out. But anyway, regardless, that right there is 100% proof that they started shooting at those trucks at the first stop. Because you can see the back windows of that vehicle are shot out. And I'm still trying to figure out why that vehicle is sideways in the middle of the road. You know, did they slam on the brakes and turn sideways? Did they try to take off? You know, I talked to Sheriff Denny Pyman the other night. He said everybody has a decision to make in these situations. It's defend yourself or flee. So I'll play the rest. I'll play the rest of this. The actual BBC determination of this means nothing, and the audio on this video means nothing. It's just what we're seeing, and the whole FBI. You know, the FBI did that press conference the other day, and I have a feeling that is why all the new military buildup at the airport is going on. Oh, and by the way, we're going to stop this live stream pretty soon in case we get something new going on, actually live from Oregon. I don't know what's going on out there. It's just been chaos, and we get stood up by people that are supposed to be interviewed constantly. It's like everybody is standing us up. But anyway, I'm going to run the rest of this. I'll leave the audio in, I guess, but the audio means nothing. So here you go.
5 of those leading the protest were arrested when their cars were stopped, but only after shots were fired, leaving one of them injured. Another.
All right, give me a second. Let's go back. All right, we see helmet cams. We're going to see helmet cams for sure. Now, of course, we're going to see night vision flopovers, but there's also helmet cams that are very clearly on there. So FOIA requests need to be filed.
Only after shots were fired, leaving one of them injured. Another protester was killed. 3 other people were arrested in separate locations.
Why are you here? What's important for you?
What's important for me is my family, is my kids.
This is the man who died.
All right, so the rest of that is just propaganda stuff. All right, that's all I have to offer for now. We will be back if we got something. We're still working on it. I will talk to you later. Thank you much. We're going to buffer this out, let it go into archive, and then if something new comes up, we will re-live stream. Thank you very much. Good night.
Alrighty, everybody. Sorry about the silence. I was trying to get Michael walk through on the conference stuff. So I know you've had some silence there. I apologize for that. We were trying to pay attention to chat as that was going on. I see that it would appear that Deb said something about not releasing that information. Okay, we do have the call lines open. So Mike is actually going to take your calls, and then as soon as I've still got to finish up tea and stuff, but I'll be joining in with him just momentarily. In the description, you will see the call-in number, and I'm going to put it in the chat here, and I'm also going to be looking for appropriate videos to watch along with the calls. So. All right, so everyone's ready. I just put the number, the call-in number in chat, and call away.
Hey everyone, I'm writing up a little message right now for the code and the phone number.
I need to set your volume too.
Anyone out there, can you guys hear me? Just say Angela somewhere, so yeah.
Yep, they can hear you. I show you going out.
Okay, cool.
And I'm looking up related videos real quick to play. I saw Dallas was in here actually, and Dallas had a video the other day, and I had it up to play it, and then I guess all kinds of other stuff was going on, and I didn't get a chance to do that, and I thought I had him subbed. Okay, give me a second and I'll bring up Dallas's video. I swore I had him subbed. Obviously I didn't.
So I guess you have to go by Mike, and I have to go by Mike. Do we have that clear?
However, we'll get it straightened out somehow.
You know what's funny? I noticed Hagman and Hagman do a Watchman report.
Did what?
Hagman and Hagman do that little Watchman report.
Oh yeah.
And then here we're the Watchmen, and we're also named Mike and Mike.
Yeah, so you'll have to clarify which one. I go by Mike. Your normal host, I go by Mike, and he goes by Michael. That way.
Hey, Scott's in the chat from Pete. That's awesome. Welcome.
Is that the Scott from Pete's, or is that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there he is. I seen you a little bit later.
Awesome.
How you doing, Scott?
We've had Robin and we've had Scott and Diane. It's great. And this is funny, guys. That's how Mike and I actually originally got in contact, was via Pete's show.
Yep, sure was.
Ah.
When I click that link, Eric, I show that information's not available right now. So.
Having celebrities like you, Scott, might bring some of the trolls, so be prepared.
You're lining them up, man. Go ahead. Just announce their area code first before you unmute them to let them know that they're the ones. And if they don't pick up on that, just tell them that they will come. When they hear unmuted, that means they're up. So you can go ahead and hang your cell phone up out of the system now, so the music won't be.
Okay. We got a 210 area. Yeah, we do. 210 area code. I'm about to unmute you. I believe you're on.
This is Bill from Texas.
Hey, Bill from Texas. How you doing?
Pretty good. I've been following the situation the whole time. I've actually been calling in to the Pete Santilli's conference call as well, from 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. I stay there. I keep the conversation alive. I'm just, no words can describe that I feel right now towards the situation, and somebody had to die over it. God bless him. Rest his soul.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
is. You can't say words. It's made us all speechless, man.
so true. So true. I just wanted to say I have been following this situation for the past 2 weeks solid. I've been keeping an eye on it in and out before that, and I started feeling that things were going to go south very fast. And I listened to that patriotic track this morning, Proud to be an American. I got very emotional. I am proud to be American, but I don't like my government. It just brings tears to my eyes what this country has become. It's hard to take, but I'm here along the way, watching, sharing, keeping everybody informed that I can keep informed. But with that, I withdraw my time, and thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bill. I agree with everything. It takes all of us getting together and watching every second that happens and sharing all this information so we can put the pieces together. And sadly, we have to do and cover the best we can things like this when it's someone losing their life, when it's a family losing their father. But it's what we got to do. Like you said, we saw this coming to some people. Hopefully it doesn't get worse, but well, to that I don't even want to make a comment on. But things are pretty serious, guys.
Yes, they are.
Thank you so much. Anything else you want to say, man?
No, I withdraw my time. Thank you.
All right, man. Have a good one.
You too. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Thanks again. That was Bill from Texas. I know someone named Bill on the chat. I think the last name starts with an L, Ludlow or something. But if that's you out there, that's awesome. If not, regardless. Next one would be 325 area code. I'm gonna unmute you. Anyone hear the unmute symbol or the sign? Hello? 325 area code. I'm going to mute you, and I'm going to unmute you again. Hello, 325 area code, or anyone. Anyone on the chat complaining?
Yeah, had you on mute.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you pretty well.
Sorry about that. I had you on mute.
No, don't worry. I got cut off a Pete's chat one time because they called the wrong area code, and I was yelling, and they couldn't hear me. It was terrible. Well,
Okay.
but go ahead.
Well, I just called for two reasons, really. I guess just give you a thanks, for what you guys are doing, and to see if this was real, if this was live, So, I mean, that's it. I got nothing to say. Thanks a lot, guys.
I really appreciate that, man. I really do. That's some of the fuel that keeps us going.
Well, there's a lot of us out here just watching and trying to figure it out. So, thanks for doing your part.
Yeah, and vice versa, brother.
Thank you.
All right. I believe that's the okay, guys. It's the only phone call we have right now. Anyone else want to call in? That is 605-562-3140. Your call-in code is. Give me a second.
Remember, it's a participant line.
Yes, I know. I know. It's something 143. It's 643-165.
We could get you in on this conference call, babe.
That is one more time, guys. 605-562-3140. And your code is 643-165 pound number. So, anyone else want to call? Hey, I still have our last guy, our buddy, still on the control panel. Do I go ahead and drop him?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because I don't know if some people might be listening via phone or whatever.
And the music might start. If it does, I'll cut the sound out from this until somebody else calls in. I'll be watching it.
Well, in that case, should I just not cut it?
You could
just leave it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
He cut himself, so.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't hear the music calling back though, so you ought to be good.
Good.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and mute mine on the thing here, and I'm on the phone with Jen real quick.
Oh, okay.
All right. So.
All right.
Yep.
Everyone, I have my attention on the live chat, so let me get caught up, see what we're talking about. So many things to talk about. Someone said that Blaine Cooper is in a different state, with a different militia. Can someone give me some more information on that? Oh my God, it's going so fast. Just want some information about Anna. This is Michael Connolly. Me. I'm gonna. Let me make a little. Let me type it in. My computer is very hot. I have one of those all-in-one Sony computers they made a few years ago, and it's very, very, very slow. But I can still see what you guys are saying. I just can't exactly type as fast as I'd like to right now. But I'm the moderator, Mike Connolly, not Callahan. Thank you, Carl, for putting it back up.
You do have a call waiting, Mike. Didn't know if you seen it.
We have a call from 818 area code. I'm gonna take you off from mute.
Hi,
818 area
Mona
code.
from Glendale.
Hey, say it again.
Mona from Glendale.
How you doing?
Fine, but I think you're probably not going to want to hear from me. I understand you don't like trolls, and I don't consider myself a troll, but there seems to be a problem with anyone who doesn't agree with the basic interpretation of that video that the FBI put out, when they killed Lavoie. And I honestly think it was a pretty good job of getting rid of the leadership which I don't even agree that they should have done what they did. I don't think they needed to arrest those guys. But once you took the position that, like the FBI did, that they were going to arrest them, I think they did a good job of doing it with almost no loss of life, considering the situation they were looking at.
I guess a lot of people are upset exactly how the man was able to walk out, hands up, and then you have the whole controversy back and forth with him reaching. Was it a wound? Was it a... And so that's where people are going very extremist all the way to not caring. And I would not consider you a troll in any way.
Oh, well, that's a relief. I agree. I think that even if... I agree that he went out with his hands up. But I think that once he broke free from being... from the stop, which was lawful, both his car and the Jeep were stopped, and they both slowed down and stopped. And then, I guess I can never remember this name. Is it Ryan? No. Anyway, one of them jumped out of the car. Remember, and he turned himself in, and they had that heated discussion between Lavoie and this other guy. So obviously, the other guy who gave himself up didn't think that Lavoie should be running off. But Lavoie took it upon himself to run off, and then remember, Shauna said, "Well, how far do you think you're going to get, Lavoie? They're going to shoot out your wheels." So she didn't agree that they should run off. And what I'm thinking is that once you run off from a lawful stop like that, you become a fleeing felon, and according to the law, the cops have the right to use lethal force against you at that point. So then, adding to the fact that he was a fleeing felon and then went around the barricade, he was a dead man at that point, and it doesn't matter if his hands were up or what. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're not the only one that I've heard. Neighbors of mine are on the same opinion. It's It's a sticky situation. When that video came out and I saw it, my heart sank for multiple reasons because I knew it was not good. I knew that it's beyond a doubt that they can claim lethal force, especially when he nearly hit the cop who jumped in front of the car, which I believe he jumped accidentally in front because he thought the vehicle was going to hit the roadblock and hit him. And I think it was.
Yeah, that too. But I'm just concerned because I think what we should be focusing on is the real thing that we're trying to accomplish here is to bring the BLM under control. That's why Ammon did what he did, and as he said, we've done stage one, let's go on and fight this out in court. I want to do that because I don't want the BLM to continue burning people's houses down and taking water away from people and starving them out. This is what I want addressed. So I'm just a little concerned that we're making a martyr out of Lavoie when what we should be doing is plowing forward with our focus and demanding an investigation into the BLM.
Well, even if people proclaim him as a martyr, as long as we can channel this energy to actually do that change to the BLM and not just let this get worse into some kind of separate issue with the government as a whole, you know what I mean?
No, would you explain what you mean? Because I think you're making an important point. You're saying it's
hopefully
important that
the death of him does not get blown out of proportion into a whole battle between militias and federal government. Hopefully by his death, what he wanted the most, we can stay on subject of trying to get the BLM under control.
Well, that's very well said. That's a very good way to channel all of this love for Lavoie. That's right.
That's really what he would want to see right now. So that's what we need to remember.
Don't let him die in vain. Very good.
Do not let him die in vain.
Absolutely, that's a very good way to deal with that.
Yeah, no, I understand your what's the word I want to use? Caution.
No,
caution
my
because
concern.
Go ahead.
My concern is your concern, but you've taken it one step further. You've come up to the solution of my concern. You're saying yes, I understand that you're worried about losing sight of the BLM, but that doesn't mean we have to upset the Lavoie mourners. We can actually channel their mourning energy in a way that pushes us forward.
And hopefully we can do that as much as we can. But many of these, groups, organizations, whether it's media, journalism, or whatever, are taking the extremist sides on both ends here.
Well, I don't think we're going to get. And do you think there's any chance? I don't even think this is going to hit the media. The major media is going to continue.
No, I believe on the internet it has. I've seen it on CNN and Fox, but on the internet, I have not actually seen any videos of them covering it in a story. But they may have.
Well, that will be great.
I have personally not seen anything.
Yeah, it's not on the major media. I have a friend who doesn't know anything about what I'm talking about because he watches he just has a television set.
And that's how you really know that there's some gold in the story, in the sense that if they could use it to their complete advantage to demonize us, they would. So there has to be something in the story that is true, that if they put light on it, they try to expose it at the nation level, they're going to end up getting bit back for it,
Right, and I think you bring up another important point. We got to keep trying to push this into the major media.
Yes, and I'll tell you, we just my dog's deciding to bark.
Well, say hello to your dog. Hello, doggy.
I got a German Shepherd and a little rat terrier, guys. Those are my other two co-hosts. Hey, Samantha. Go outside. I'm so sorry. Let me go let my dogs outside.
That's okay. I love dogs.
This as tragic as it happened, this event has made Watchman News soar as an organization here. We were just a few people. Mike doing it completely by himself with Jennifer. And I just talked to him a few months ago via Pete Santilli's show, and when this happened, he just was being on point so much with live stream that now we have all you guys calling in. We can share opinions, and I'm just awestruck.
Yeah, it is. Me too. I'm awestruck with the technology. Is that what you're talking about?
That as well, how easy it is too. How easy it was to do this.
Yeah, it's wonderful. So, but anyway, I was saying that my friend he doesn't have access to the internet. He never heard anything about this. And when I tell him the facts, he goes crazy. He's so upset about the story. So
Well,
if we could get this out, the whole America is going to go crazy like we have. They are not going to like this.
that's what made me surprised that they released the video so readily. But
Yeah,
I do believe that I guess because of him fleeing, they don't think it's going to come back to bite them.
well, I think that again, I feel that the video actually exonerates the cops because you see him you see him fleeing the stop, and you see him attempting to go through the blockade, and most people would accept the fact that it was okay to shoot him, because I think he was trying to escape through the forest. Actually, I don't think he was thinking.
He was walking down the hill more. He
I
was
thought.
walking down more of the hill. But I do when I watched the video and watched him walk out. I know there's thick snow. He could have maybe tripped a little bit and his hands came down, but his hands came down enough times to cause a lot of question. And I did not doubt in any way. The moment he walked out of the car, I had no doubt where he's about to get shot. I had no doubt.
Yeah. Now, do you know that Victoria has said that both of the other men in the car had sidearms at the time? She made that clear. We don't. Shauna said, I don't know why they think he would go to the inside of his jacket when he had a sidearm. That's not the word she used, but when he had and then the guy who was talking to her said, "Oh, you mean he did have a gun?" And then she said, "Oh no, he didn't have a gun." But I heard Lavoy.
The point is, I guess, you got to take what you need and leave the rest behind. And eventually we're going to get to the bottom of this.
Absolutely.
But in the same breath,
What are the facts, information, questions you want answered as soon as possible?
me?
Yes.
I want to see, I don't trust an autopsy, but I need, I need to see a lot more. They need to come out with a lot more on the vehicle, how it was blocked. That looked funny. There was a lot of funny business, but are you talking about the LM?
No. I'm talking about this specific. You can that too, but this specific incident with Lavoie.
We just need to settle down and look at the facts, and I think it needs to work. It needs to be a big attention grabber, and it needs to stay with it so it can play out in the courts. There's very valid points, but once again, we get back to the corruption of the courts, and I think that's where people get frustrated. We never seem to get justice with the courts, all the way to the Supreme Court.
Oh God, it's and this situation all by itself has proven how hard it is to even get in contact and get fast due process in these kind of cases. They put it on the lowest expediency.
It's not a game either, and Pete Santelli, he got what he got. He's a very different person when he's talking to you directly. He's a very emotional person. Could he be fed? Yeah, he could be fed. He smelled that way to me from the beginning, but I don't freaking know. But I didn't, when I had a hair go up right away with Pete Santilli, and then I saw with my personal relationship with him how he reacted, and I had a radio show myself. You don't react like that to your listeners. You don't do that. I mean, you can if you want. It's a free world, but that's, he kicked everybody out that had any kind of a differing opinion than him. And, all the time he would sit there and talk about he's got the best constitutional lawyers and, pretty much everyone else is an asshole because they don't. Where's his good constitutional buddies now? Where are they all? He's got a public defender, right?
Yeah, this is that's who I'm looking forward the most to hear from is Pete. The moment he gets his hand on a camera.
Well, let me tell you, I hope to God he's a real just passionate, good guy. I really do.
And I do. I second that.
But I have a lot of questions, and he's got a dirty history behind him. And when you're in the public view and the public eye, you got to come clean like that. You know what I mean? There's just too much garbage back there. And I'm not saying we don't all have our garbage. I'm just saying things that make you go, Now, don't let me take up any more of your time. That's all I had to say. We're going to get through this, and it's going to be what it's going to be. And we could see right now all over the world, Europe is going to burn up this year, and then it's coming home here. So,
Yeah, I agree, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All I can say.
All right, you have a great evening.
All right, you too. Thank you so much for calling in.
All righty.
All right, bye-bye. All right, Nick, that was that phone call was great. Again, we have to remind we cannot let his death just blow us off and get more divided. We need to make sure we stay at the task at hand. Next phone caller is from 714 area code. Let me unmute you. You're unmuted. 714 area code. Hello?
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi. I'm well, thanks. What I'd like to say is I have a passport that's been updated. My new passport no longer has the Constitution, the quotes of the Constitution on it. It also does not have the government for the people, of the people, and by the people. That's no longer on it. And a couple callers ago, or both the callers ahead We are never going to get the BLM straightened out unless we adhere to the Constitution. So far, there's been no justice for the Hammonds. The assassination of Lavoie, there was a roadblock, and Shauna has said they started shooting at the first roadblock. I can't believe people are casting stones at what someone would do under that condition. They were fighting for our freedom, and they were fighting through peace. Say, oh, they were carrying guns. They were carrying guns. As far as I know, in Oregon, you can carry a gun. Maybe they should listen to Chris Ann Hall or Gavin Seam, S-E-I-M, about liberty, because that's what this is about. And I don't think it's an accident that these things are out of my passport now. I don't think it's an accident that you can't go to the beach right here locally, 7 minutes away, without a Black Hawk helicopter flying over your head, without, these new cops they have on their ATVs with fully loaded, to go have a beach picnic. What is this about? When is America going to wake up? Unless we get the Constitution straightened out, we're not getting BLM straightened out. Unless we get people like Grassley and Ward, people like that
this is
out
the
of
direction
office.
we need to build in.
Exactly. I mean, and just how people can be so callous. Oh, I think he was going to make a run for it through the forest. Okay, through 2 feet of snow, he's going to run through the forest with men having him standing there. He was a family man. He did not want to die.
People look at others now as just a pure statistic. They don't have any idea to have any empathy and put yourself in their shoes.
Exactly, and it's so disgusting to me. I mean, he was a family man, and I think they shot him in the face because if you look on his Facebook, he was questioning Obama about why are you laughing about Americans being held up with machine guns, something to this order. I'm not doing it verbatim, but why are you laughing at Americans being held up at gunpoint at the Bundy Ranch? Why is that so funny? Because he did laugh, and he has made jokes about, I have Predator drones.
And it stems back to the point that you made that the Constitution is no longer the Constitution has been separated from the collective unconscious. It's been separated from the hive mind. We no longer think about it and go right to it. It's something that people use when they want it, and they disregard it when they don't want it.
Yeah, and until we get that straightened out, we don't have a chance. And I hope the people in Burns, the ones that have their jobs with BLM, I hope they realize, the Clinton Foundation and all this other stuff and what they really want to do with the land. I mean, Lavoie Finicum showed how they have these tracking devices on right by his ranch. They don't want us on the land. They don't want us to be free. And when I saw that in my passport, my heart sunk. And so I don't know, when you're sitting there and you're ambushed and you're at a ambush and there's a blind corner and you're being shot at. And Shauna says someone had their hands out and their head out, and he still shot at them. And he said, I'm trying to get to the sheriff. I want to get to the sheriff. Okay? No one should say what a person should do under that circumstances until they are in that circumstance. And to see the lack of empathy. Oh, he was a felon. He was a felon. Oh, okay, so now no due process, just like the Hammonds?
Well, I've heard that from people. I've heard that from people face to face, saying that that they would do the same thing, and they think that cops did a perfect job, and it's written, and that's what you're allowed to do, and that's not what you're allowed to do.
Yeah.
It's just simply not. You have to have a firearm, and it's not what he did. When you have your hands out, you would detain him. And why do we give them tasers if they don't even use it anymore?
Exactly. No, exactly. And they want to shut him up. The whole showing of this video is to show Americans, look what's going to happen to you if you try to speak out for liberty. Look what's going to happen to you, you constitutionalist.
And we cannot let Lavoie be a martyr in that sense, but be an inspiration, not a sign for everyone else.
Yeah, so I hope people get educated on this. And I mean, I recently I met a family who live here. They're American citizens, and they're also Israeli citizens, and they were supposed to just go on vacation to Israel. Well, after what's going on with our country, and their parents lived through Nazi Germany, they're not bringing their kids back to the United States. I mean, people that have lived through Nazi Germany know what this is like. And this is where it starts, like in Burns. You can't even have a peaceful protest. Now, ranchers are now the new terrorists. It's bad. Ranchers are the
Sovereign
new terrorists.
citizens. Sovereign citizens, the number one domestic terrorist threat.
Yeah, so I just say, for me, pray. And I recently also saw this thing about a scientist. You can look it up on it's initial C Irvana, Ervana, C Irvana YouTube channel. The scientist is now saying, we have discovered entities now. We've discovered entities in this antimatter, and through this Santilli telescope. That's right, a Santilli telescope, and they're spying on the military complex. They're spying on citizens. And what is this about? This guy is from Harvard. You can look it up. They came up with it this week, and I mean. It's just
I'll look into
the evil
that.
that's going
I'll
on.
look into that and throw it up on the Facebook. And when all this settles down, when we get back to normal episodes, we'll go back into those subjects because we love those kind of subjects. As much as this is important, we hate to have to do these kind of things over someone's body. But this is what it is.
I just know how the occult, is deeply entrenched in this whole system, and this whole thing that went on this week is part of the occult, and it's part of evil.
Yes.
What's going on in Burns is evil. What these guys did to Lavoie, that's evil.
Yes. And that said, I do have to move on to some other callers, but when we get back and settle down to normal episodes, I have done a lot. I loved, if you guys know Hour of the Time and Bill Cooper, rest his soul. I would love to redraft and do a lot on the mystery schools and the occult side, Mystery Babylon and all that, so people can have a fresh understanding of how it's still present in our society right now, and if not more so.
Yeah, it is. Okay, God bless.
Thank you so much for everything. Those are amazing points. We need to, once everything settles down, we need to come back to some of these important parts.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. It's from the same area code. Actually, before I go into this, I see a few people in the chat. Revolution Radio's on here. Thank you so much for joining. We were streaming you earlier. I'm pretty sure you know that. That was awesome. They got a lot of information we didn't have. Did I just drop something? I hope I did not drop someone on accident. If I did, call back. Otherwise, go into 712 area code. Again, let me unmute you. You're unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Okay. First of all, I wanted to say hi to everyone on the chat, and my name's Patrick, also known as Jimmy Crack Corn on the chat. I wanted to say thanks to Mike and Jen, because they're freaking awesome, and thanks to you for letting us call in and everything.
I appreciate it.
My first thing I got to say is in response to what Luna had to say. I didn't feel like Lavoie was a felon playing, obviously, because in this country there is such thing as the last caller said due process. And he's not a felon. And then the main problem I have with everything that went down is there's absolutely, it seems like, no thought of even using non-lethal weapons in any of these situations recently. I mean, when I was growing up and a teenager, I was told if you mess with the cops, you get shot with a beanbag. You know?
Yeah.
Not get murdered. I mean, they got beanbags, they got rubber bullets, they got the VMAD system for crowd control on YouTube, the vehicle mounted activated denial system, you know, where they can control entire crowds of people with the microwaves in it. I can't remember what it does, but it just does something with your head that makes it so hot or something that you have to run away from it. Anyways, I just was wondering what your guys' thoughts on this were about the, like, only resorting to using lethal force. I mean, we got tranquilizers that will take down an elephant. Why aren't we shooting bullets at people?
That's part of the message, as one of the callers said, that they're trying to put out. It's a sign for everyone else. This is what happens to you if you try and stand for your rights like that.
I mean, they could have tasered him. I would just see so many other options than to just gun him down.
Go ahead, babe.
But I don't know. That's about all I wanted to say. And I also wanted to put out there, too, that, you know, a lot of people think the police are out there to help us, but, I mean, basically, unless you're getting robbed or raped or murdered in your house, that's about the only way they're going to help you. Otherwise, they're here to simply enforce the law. That's why they're called law enforcement officers. They are here to protect and serve the law, not the people. And that's the problem with America today. It's the police, it's the FBI, it's not our military. Half our military is shipped out of our country, you know. I don't think if the National Guard was taking care of this situation, they would have treated it completely different, in my opinion.
Hey, Jimmy,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Hey, okay, no, just making sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just reading some of the live chats right now and seeing everyone's here. I think, just looking through it right now. You have any, what do you want to see? What question do you want answered first? What pieces of evidence do you want to see first?
I would like to see, you know, like body cameras from the cops. Of course, definitely dash cams from all the vehicles. I'm sure that will definitely tell the truth. I mean, like I said, the girls said they were being shot right from the beginning, shot at. I mean, anyone in that situation, you can say what you would do all you want, but, I mean, instantly fight or flight kicks in, you know?
Exactly.
It's human nature.
Oh, well, it's definitely sticky. Definitely sticky. You have any other points you want to make, brother?
Hey.
No.
Oh, I was just gonna say, hang up or hang on. Don't hang up yet, Jimmy.
Okay.
Jen's gonna call in so
Jimmy,
she can
stay
talk to
on
you.
with us. You there, Jimmy?
I'm here.
Okay, cool. All right. So, do we know of anyone else who's gone live stream from Oregon in the last little bit?
Are there people still at the refuge? I keep getting conflicting answers.
I've heard conflicting things, 3 or 4, but for all I know, there are still people there. It is not over yet.
Yeah.
Last thing that we got. Last thing. Did you watch what Deb said, or listen to that?
We're dealing with truthfully, we all know. I mean, I could go right now and in a month build a drone that could carry a smoke grenade or something. We know that the FBI, military, and police got way better ways of taking care of this. They obviously know every move. If there's people on the refugee jet, they know every step they take. I mean, I really wish these guys would just turn themselves in. I don't know. I wouldn't want a felony either, that's for sure. I mean, because once you get a felony, you're like a prisoner of America for life. You can't get passports, nothing, you know.
Yeah, we can only hope it ends peaceful. If you pray, then pray that it ends peaceful. We don't need any more bloodshed.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Jen's gonna call in a moment and say hi.
Okay.
Okay, you guys can let me go. Now I'm taking up time.
Oh, she was gonna say hi to you, Jimmy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she'll pop on. We'll see her on the board here any second, I'm sure.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our names have already started causing issue on the chat.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure.
It'll take some
Scott
time.
there still on the chat? Scott, is he still there?
Who?
Which Scott?
Is he still on the chat? Shayla?
Yeah, I saw.
I know you got a lot of haters on our chat, brother, but you're welcome, man.
Yeah.
You're always welcome here.
Yep, just ignore the haters. The haters ran off Chris Ann Hall one day. She came, and they ran her off. Yeah, it's sometimes the trolls get a little unbearable. And some of them aren't trolls. Some of them, are people that just have their own opinion, and, not everybody's a troll that has their own opinion.
Yeah, as you saw some of the callers, I don't know if you were listening, but it's a good example of how we don't demonize you like others just because you have a different opinion.
Huh. I wonder why the system, Revolution said the system's not letting him call in. Hang on, I'm going to try it from my phone, my home phone. Hang
This
on.
service is provided in high definition by freeconferencecallhd.com.
There about how it could be related to the Freemasons and some sacrifice.
I believe
that
the
makes it a
assertion.
little too far-fetched for me, but
I believe the assertion. I don't know about any of the claims he put. It kind of got me a little tired. I will say that. But it is something you always have to look into the cult whenever things like this happen, because it definitely does have some examples in history where it was ritualistic in nature.
that's true. But for me, it kind of turns it into like a double conspiracy. Like we're already
and it makes it so much more
we're already
complicated.
considered conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, I
And that
agree
just kind of
totally.
throws another whole spin on the whole deal.
Hey, Mike. Is Mike still with us? You hear me?
Yeah, I'm trying to call in, but it won't let me call in either.
Honest? We got a good few callers. 6 phone callers. Thank you so much for calling in. Please be patient while we're trying to get everything together, but we will get to everyone. At least I will if I have to.
Yeah, go ahead. It's having issues. Go ahead and work through your callers, and I'll reset the control panel. It must be.
Okay, is Jimmy staying with us?
No, I can leave. I'm good. You can move on to someone else, man. Let's hear whatever everybody else has got to say.
Okay, well, Jen was just trying to say hi, Jimmy.
Yeah, tell her I said hi.
Okay, will do. She's babysitting right now, so.
All right, everyone in the chat, and y'all have a good night, and I appreciate you giving me the time to, well, at least listen to what I got to say. So.
We appreciate you, brother. Thanks for calling in. We'll see you on the chat.
Peace.
All right, brother.
And Rev, real quick, Rev, are you jiggling chainsaws? Are you on the Skype that I have for you? Is that the Skype you'd call in on? There's a delay, so go ahead and take the next call, Michael. And if that's the right one, then I'll put him in a bit. So.
Okay. We got all right, 180 area code. I'm about to unmute you. 180 area code.
So I'm on now?
Yes, you are on. How you doing?
I'm fine. I'm everyone's most hated and loved and whatever you want to call me. I'm Rage Wolf. Hi, I'm on the chat. I've been on the chat for about 5 days now. No sleep. Rage Wolf.
Oh
Rage.
my God! Hell yeah! It's so great to talk to you. How you doing?
I'm on this side of the dirt. Really couldn't complain. And even if I could, who would listen? Especially not our government. But the problem is one of the things is like, my question is why hasn't anyone reached out to these people? Like, they technically could maybe call the reservation up, the local chief there, and see about seeking asylum and getting out of there peacefully. I don't think they're open to the opportunity. And hopefully, maybe if they're listening out there, I'm going to tell you to surrender, please, because if I don't, they will come and hit me with a warrant for sedition. And 2, please seek asylum at the reservation. 2, why has no one drawn attention to the whole fact that Hillary Clinton is involved in this and her sales of uranium and gold, of treason, high treason, upon the Constitution and the people it represents, have caused this issue? It just sickens me to the fact that she is too big to fail, because her last name is Clinton and she has so much money that she can just walk all over the people. Why aren't there calls on the street that tar and feather a person of this sort? Not her, but someone of this sort. There used to be a time we would run people like this out on a rail. It really confuses me why our constitutional rights are being defiled, other than the Rothschild agenda, the Agenda 21 agenda to totally depopulate the world to 1 billion by year 2030. We are currently at 9 billion. Where do the rest of us go? That's a long story, and conspiracies. Another thing is I always hear someone talk about Freemasons. Freemasons aren't bad people. They're good, God-fearing people. Another thing is they created this country. Why would they destroy what they created? And note that the money that we carry in our pocket is full of Masonic symbols, but it is not ours anymore. It is owned by the Rothschild Bank, the Federal Reserve, which are known Luciferians, I guess that's how you pronounce it, which worship, the big bad guy, quote unquote. And they're just taking the Skull and Bones organization. They are just taking these symbols to trick people, to make them think that the Freemasons, who have been fighting the Luciferians for, I don't know, the past 2-3 centuries, to make them think that they're horrible people. And I just think that's horrible. And why does it matter that this man who, on the Lavoie, God bless him, and I hope that his spirit is at peace with our great creator, our God, our grandfather creator, that his family is just at peace, because they should know he died a hero. He died protecting women. He gave the ultimate sacrifice. I don't care who you are, how you put it. He got out of that truck. He did not come out guns ablazing. He didn't try to hit a man with his truck. He tried to avoid it completely, and he died because they were trying to shoot him. They were trying to light up the truck. So he got out and sacrificed himself. And yes, he might have screamed, if you're going to shoot me, just shoot me. I guess, if you come at me, I'm going to tell you to come at me. It's just going to be that way. And I'm proud that, I've watched this chat room for 24 hours straight for the
Your
past 5
conference
days.
recording has stopped.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, that was me. I was just changing that option. Sorry about that.
I've watched this chat room for the past 5 days, 24 hours straight, no sleep, and I've seen it gone from a couple subscriptions to what is now 2,027 as of my age right now. We have 220 people watching. We have had moments of total crazy chaos where they would call what we call quote unquote mod fights, mod civil wars to, where we actually were making progress and in a natural, not a natural, but a healthy debate of stating of facts and reason and logic. And that's why I think we have such a good thing going here, is because we do use facts and logic here to fight the trolls, as they're called. The trolls come out and they're using unrational, emotional responses, and you hit them with a logical truth. They can't fight that. Duh. So I think our mods, hi Clovis, hi Bella, hi Jimmy, hi a couple of you people that I just don't remember. Mike, hi Mr. Watchman. Thank you for giving us all the opportunity to see the truth in the light, because the one candle of truth shines bright in the room of darkness, especially in these dark times where truth and knowledge are so villainized that if you speak truth and they look at you like you're a horrible person. So if you can get it out there, the truth out there any way you can, God bless you, sir. This is the greatest thing ever. That's really all I really had to say. Thank you for letting me take up your time, y'all. Actually, at one time, this is a true story, in the United States, it was punishable by hanging to own a metal shovel. And it actually was. The king ruled that owning a metal shovel in the colonies was a hangable offense, because it was a weapon and a way of disposing the evidence. So, yeah. So let's remember that as they go to reach for our guns. And don't forget the Second Amendment right covers all arms, not just firearms. It covers all arms. I'm from Charleston, South Carolina. They still have laws on the books where you're still allowed to carry swords in scabbards with peace ties on the street. Not a problem. I mean, it's weird there. They have their very 10th Amendment there. It's very constitutional in South Carolina. It's kind of weird. I'm in Charlotte right now. Long story, and I have a broken leg, so I really can't get out there to Oregon to cheer on and fight. But I think this should go peacefully, because Thomas Jefferson, who wrote the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, was a lawyer, and he did it the legal way through an affidavit to the king stating a list of facts, undeniable truths, like we hold these truths to be self-evident. There's a reason it's written that way. And then he has grievances and a declaration of separation from the king. That made it legal. Yes, at that point we were actually technically in a state of open rebellion, but it was a legal rebellion. Nowadays that's a major thing, because Obama, with his new act, can declare martial law anywhere he wants to in the name of terrorism. If you don't do something legally, you are a terrorist, and he will drone you. Note here, they are flying drones to find these people. They are harassing the last 4 that are on the refuge with drones. It's a travesty. It's a way overstep of his constitutional authority. I think it is wrong, and God help him when his time comes, because he swore an oath to uphold and protect the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic, and the laws and the citizens it represents. So help him God. This is a real thing. It is on his soul. But other than that, people, y'all keep totting away. Keep it civil. Don't be screaming at the mods. I know they're only human. I am only human. I am not perfect in any ways. But I would like to tell you this, that I may not agree with what you have to say, but I would fight and die to defend your right to say it. Who else in this world would say the same for me? Other than that, man, you have a good day, and God bless.
Thank you so much, brother. I love you so much for calling, and almost everything you said, I think the Watchman News as a whole could basically agree on that. And for you to spend that much time given to the show, that fuels us more, and I just can't even say how much
The
that
truth
means a lot.
fuels me.
Yeah.
The truth is fueling me. I mean, it's the truth. I mean, you can't lie with the truth. It is evident. like I said, in the hours of darkness, it is the one candle. And when we all get the candle of truth lit together, your flashlight is so many hundred candlelight. Your spotlight is 10,000 candlelight. I mean, one candle is great. One bee sting hurts. Get a million of them together and see what happens. One voice is loud. You ever been in an auditorium with 20,000 students? I went to Stratford High School in Charleston, South Carolina, and let me tell you, we had 40,000 students my freshman year. That was just the freshman class. We had them all in the auditorium. You couldn't hear anything. Someone 2 feet in front of you, man.
That's crazy.
But like I said, you get us all speaking the truth. You get us all raising our voice, all in unison. United we stand, divided we shall fall, because a house divided cannot stand. Remember that Thomas Jefferson, the man who wrote the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, once said that when injustice becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. And it is our duty as citizens to remain vigilant, or we shall not be free.
Amen, brother.
Anyways, God bless, and y'all have a wonderful night. I'll be in the chat.
All right, man. Look forward to see you.
Peace.
All right. How you going? Be one with your spirit. God, he's I've been talking to him for a few days, and that was Rage Wolf. He's yeah, he's a great guy. He's one of those people you meet on the internet, and it restores some of your faith in humanity amongst all the nonsense you find on the internet.
Okay.
All right, next. Go ahead.
Hey, Mike, we're going to go ahead and add Revolution Radio to this call, too. I'm sure you could, if he wants to talk by himself, that's cool. Otherwise, if he wants to hang around and talk to callers, too, that's fine as well. So here he is right here.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, there we go. I got cut off. I called your number. Saying that because it's not boots. She's probably wearing sneakers. But anyway, so we have all these people that are out there right now, Oath Keepers, PPN, 3%ers, all these people are out there right now. We're all seeing this stuff going down. So the aggressive posture of law enforcement and FBI is ramping up. And I mean, it is ramping up huge in expectation for tomorrow's protest.
Now, is there going to be a large amount of people there, or because I'm kind of lost on what's all going on, to be honest.
Well, they had a pre-protest yesterday. yesterday and just kind of a driving protest, a parade yesterday.
Yeah, and I caught that, and I
we
thought
went
they.
out to the Rite Aid where they were set. You can go back and look at our videos, and I think you're linking that in your description box. You can go look at our videos, and there are over 100 people that were actually just there, and we interviewed several. We interviewed a whole bunch of people going through there. I mean, we're just interviewing everybody. We're not making opinions or decisions. We're just letting people say what they want to say. And it really looks like the community is really sick of not us and our people, but all of the law enforcement and FBI turning their town into a militarized camp.
Well, I know I heard earlier, and I think I heard, Deb said something when she was up live earlier that somebody's asking the FBI to leave. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, there is a protest. We couldn't get to it because media and protesters were out at the first checkpoint headed out to the Malheur National Refuge, and a couple of SUVs blew through without stopping at the checkpoint. And then after that, media and protesters started gathering up out there. Now, of course, I don't know which way these SUVs sped through the checkpoint without being stopped. They could have been going towards the refuge or away from the refuge. I don't know. We've not been able to verify and have heard nothing else. But everybody was collecting up there, and then, once we found out, we sent Sherry there, and or tried to send Sherry there, and she said, she got down a couple miles down the road and said, hell with this, because it's just loaded up. It's just loaded up like crazy with, state police and sheriffs and stuff like that.
Wow. I know, I just have this feeling it's about to be interesting, and I haven't really kept up on social media at all. I haven't had the time to. So I know there seems to be a national outrage about what's going on. Are they expecting people from all over the nation to be there tomorrow, or what?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but people are rolling in. You cannot even get a hotel room there right now. And all the campgrounds are full. Everything is full. Anybody that wants to go there at this point needs to take camping gear.
Wow.
That's just how it is. Because every motel within 100 miles is completely full.
Wow. So it sounds like there is going to be a fair turnout.
Yeah, I think last night you were taking some downtime and didn't catch it, but I tried to warn you guys when we're getting ready to go live, and and you can watch the title on our YouTube channel when we're getting ready to go live. This is Oregon Live. This is us doing one of our regular shows. It usually says it. But if we're actually in Oregon getting ready to go live with video, I try to tell everybody, and I think you were taking some downtime, which I understand. I wish I could take some downtime. I've been up 15 hours a day dealing with this every day for the last 28 days.
I actually did catch you last night, and I had put you and Deb both on the screen.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I talked to Deb earlier. We're trying to get an actual interview with her, but she is just worn out and burned out, I think. And, and I called and I felt bad because I woke her up. You could tell, you can tell when you wake somebody up. They try to sound like they're awake, but it's like, so hopefully we can get that done. We're going to Grant County. If we don't get stood up yet again to talk with Sheriff Palmer, because he stood us up yesterday. we're going to go up there Monday and try to get an interview with him because he is taking a shellacking like you won't believe because it just looks like he set them up. Because that's where they were headed when all this went down. And I also, if you go back and look at one of our videos, the FBI narrative and press conference is falling apart, and now they're trying to protect that, but that's not possible. It's all falling apart. This is all looking just like it went at Waco. Everybody made, the government and the mass media made so many mistakes that they can't even cover it up now. They said there were no shots at the initial stop. Well, if you go look at the video before this, you'll see a point in which, excuse me, you'll see a point in which there's a BBC release, and I think it was KOIN footage that shows that the Jeep itself, at the first stop, had the back window shot out.
Right.
And and I circled that, and that's probably why LaVoy took off in the first place. If you're getting shot at, natural reaction is to run like hell. And he thought he had safety ahead, not knowing that they had a roadblock up there. And KOIN was also at the other roadblock, and they took pictures. So they have already told the media. They had already told the media that this was going down. This was all planned. The drone was in place, or whatever it was. Everybody wants to argue with me about whether it's a drone or a spotter plane. But, it really doesn't matter. Whatever was in place was already there. The roadblock was already there. The media, the local media had already been informed. They were already there. The only thing that screwed up the narrative was the fact that somebody on a desolate road that hardly anyone travels wandered up on the scene right when this went down. They were headed from one place to another, and they reported. The FBI says 6 shots were fired. Well, this person that wandered up on the scene said yes, 6 shots were fired. And that was not at the end. That was not the part of the video that everybody has seen where LaVoy went down. We're talking about at the very first stop. They shot 6 times when Ryan Payne stuck his arms and head out the window. So we know that's where the first 6 shots came, and that's when people, and I did the video the other night where I talked to Sheriff Denny Pyman, who is 25 years law enforcement, CSI, all that kind of stuff, and I talked to him, and he explained. He said, LaVoy made a choice. Defend himself, which means come out guns blazing, or flee. And LaVoy chose to flee, hoping that there was safety ahead. But there was no safety ahead because they had the roadblock set up, and if you look very closely, go to here. I'm going to try to say this so everybody can understand. Go to freedomslips.com/drone footage. Forget all that YouTube footage you see because YouTube is not allowing that footage to be uploaded in the full definition that they released it. I have tried again and again, and it just is not going to happen. So if you go up and get that footage, you'll see a way more detailed view of this. So anyway, he was trying to flee and trying to get to the sheriff of the next county where he thought he had safety, but he had no safety. And if you look very carefully at the footage, at the link I just sent you, it's a .mov file in their file. There's only 2 files there, the criminal complaint and the movie. So, just go in there. There's only 2 things you can get. And he thought he had safety to get to that sheriff up there, but he did not. And if you look very carefully at that footage, you see no footprints in the snow coming up off of the road before all this goes down. So they were obviously airdropped into that position, and there are pictures of Blackhawks back at the airport the next day. They're not there now, but they were there. So anyway, I don't even know if I'm still on this call.
You are.
Okay.
We got you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Oh God, yeah. We got everything pretty much clear. At least I did.
All right, cool. Yeah, I didn't mean to dominate your call. I just wanted to make sure all this was understood.
Oh no. That's exactly the point. That's very important. If you want, are you busy? Do you want to stay on? Are you trying to get off?
Yeah, no, I can stick with you. We're still waiting on a bunch of stuff to happen. That everybody keeps standing us up on our interviews. So,
Have you, Revolution? Have you seen the video that Oddbods has done?
you know what? I've been looking at videos all day.
I hear you.
But I can only get through so many at a time.
Well, I'm putting it in the chat room now. And I just put it in the chat room. Oddbod's video. He took your from your high resolution, and he just does an awesome job zooming down and in on Lavoie. And it's amazing just how good and how clear and steady he keeps that camera, and you can get a real good understanding of what's going on.
Okay, that's awesome. I just, it's like people were trying to get this off the FBI site, and when I went to take it off the FBI site, it took me 37 hours to get the freaking video. So they're either throttling their site or they're just slowing it down. But every time I uploaded this video, it's not 1080p on my end. I think it's 480, maybe 760. But whenever I upload it, YouTube just automatically cuts this down to 280 or 360. So you don't have any detail. You got, it looks like one of those thriller movies where you can kind of see what's going on, but you can't. And I keep telling everybody, don't look for muzzle flashes. Language.
Oh, I'm Herc-X. I've not said anything in chat ever, so I just kind of, I guess, watch and listen and learn. So
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
all I have to say.
I
All I have to
appreciate it.
say. I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents and thanks for the show.
Oh, no, thank you for listening. Thank you for the support.
All right, you guys have a good evening.
All right, man. All right. Sorry, guys. This has been kind of hectic with all the windows around, and I have not even been watching the chat or really seeing what's been going on, but now I'm focused in on it. And we've gotten the callers down just to a few now, thankfully. Next one's been holding for over a half hour. I'm so sorry. Area code's 503. I'm going to unmute you. Can you hear us?
Thank you. Thank you.
We are here.
Man, I'm glad to be here.
You
hey,
have arrived.
Am I live?
You are live and arrived.
Okay. Red Radio, he already has an outlet to express his opinion. So I didn't appreciate hearing Rev Radio for 20 minutes because I can hear him somewhere else. But, I know you guys are, this is kind of all new and stuff like that. But, well, thanks for having me. And I'm in Oregon. And I just think people really need to look at the facts in this situation. Like, if Lavoie was a black man, oh my God. Yep, that's a good kill. That's a clean kill. Big? Are you there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I hear you. Everyone can hear
Yeah. That is what law enforcement people are trained to do. Arrest people when they have a warrant, and then if people flee in a 2,000-pound bullet, essentially, then police are trained to take them down, to keep them from putting any other people at risk, law enforcement included. Like, go and look at Supreme Court decisions about use of force, and it's about the officer on the ground at the time. And yeah, it was definitely a setup, definitely a funnel, a kill funnel even, because those guys were armed to the teeth. And law enforcement doesn't like it when people flee from the law and they're armed to the teeth. If this would have been in Detroit, I guarantee you 75% of these people would be like, yep, looks good, looks like a clean kill to me. Do you disagree?
I also bet we wouldn't hear of it either.
If it was in Detroit?
If it was because of the how often certain things like this, similar situations happen, not with the whole standoff.
Oh, I know. Cops kill people all the time. It is in their training. If you even just look at a cop wrong with your hands anywhere but way up in the air, they will shoot you. I know that. I've had many situations. I've had cops pull guns on me at least twice. And you know what? I comply because I will handle it in court, And, constitutionally, we have separations of government. The Supreme Court, that's constitutional. Federal courts, they are constitutional. People pick and choose what they want to believe in the Constitution. This whole argument about the federal government cannot own land. You know what? Go and look at constitutional law for the past 200 years, and you will find that constitutional courts have found that, yes, the federal government can own land. They're not supposed to hold it. They're supposed to kind of dispose of it. But even when they're supposed to dispose of land, they can't just give it to a state. That's not constitutional. If you look at it constitutionally, which people love, they love that goddamn Constitution. When you look at the Constitution, the states cannot, or the federal government cannot give that land to the states or the county or the people, whoever they are. The federal government can dispose of land, but that would put it up for auction. And you know who's going to buy that land? It's going to be people that are going to mine the hell out of it and timber everything. I live in Oregon. I have driven to the coast so many times and just seen every nice tree just clear cut. The place is a disaster area. Your whole trip down to the coast is a disaster area because Weyerhaeuser, the biggest landowner in Oregon, Weyerhaeuser owns more land, or they own more leases to land than the federal government. Well, you know, they buy the leases from the feds, but Weyerhaeuser has chopped this whole place down. And I'm so glad that there are smart people protecting what we have left. I'm so glad there are smart people protecting burrowing owls. You ever seen a burrowing owl? I haven't, but they're out there, and they're being protected. Same with herrings. You know, that land is Teddy Roosevelt, you know, 100 years ago, declared that place a sanctuary, something beautiful to be protected. And I do not care about your cows. Get a feedlot and feed your cows in a feedlot, because it takes 90 acres to feed 2 cows up there. That land is garbage. That's why it's called burns, because it burns all the time. Man, ask me a question.
Do you feel that is more of a socialist style state than a republic, if we did that?
Socialist? If we protected lands for the future? Do you know what's going to happen to this place if we don't protect
why
land?
can't... No, it's definitely not against management. I don't want to go out there and be beer cans and everything cut down. That's absolutely true. But why is it we have to have the federal government be the ones that completely do it? Why can't the state government be allowed to be able to run it by themselves, as they do their own roads, as they do their own water?
Yeah, you know, the thing is, we've been doing this like people when those brave patriots bulldozed a new road on that refuge and took down a fence to do it. They were bulldozing through like protected Paiute Indian land, but they didn't have the knowledge to know that. And the BLM responded, or it was not BLM, but Forest. I don't know, the other agency. They came out and said, if we wanted a road right there, we would have plowed one 100 years ago, because they have been managing that land for that long. And, you know, I really wish there was some way to, like, get a consensus in Burns about how people feel. Like a true consensus, not this like, oh, look at all those supporters. And the supporters are yelling, go home, you know.
Is that really not possible? Is that really not possible if we could somehow try to get an honest consensus, almost like a petition-style consensus?
You know, I'd love to see it, but I know it would be distorted. It would be distorted by, you know, everybody on one side of the fence or the other, you know. You know, I'm an Oregonian. I know about Oregonians, and we do not like outsiders. We ran all the way across the country and hit the ocean to flee the federal government. This place is really like the south of the Northwest, they call it. Like, we are extremely independent people. And, you know, I saw this guy last night. It was on Rev Radio's stream. He was the guy in the yellow shirt that was pissed off that people were honking horns during his dinner. He ran out of his house without a jacket to come out and say, go home, go home. And I saw a bunch of people saying, Fed shield, Fed shield. Yeah, a Fed would have put on a jacket, you know. This was just some regular guy that lives there salty lake will still be here, you know. And also, that's another thing, and people that know me know that I've been hammering on this. This is a Mormon holy war. If you look at Lavoie, if you look at the Bundys, and look at the things they believe in Skousen. They believe in the guy that Skousen believed in. And they are all like apocalyptic Mormon fringe. 2 weeks ago, I think, the Mormon Church came out and said, we do not support this, because the Mormon Church understood what those guys were doing. They're supporting some kind of white horse prophecy where, you know, there's a global war, and the Mormons have America as a safe haven. And like, if you read Skousen's bullshit, you'll see that Skousen even says, like, the Mormons will, you know, there will be no need for democracy anymore, because you know, Mormon patriots will be in control of the government, and so we won't even need democracy anymore. And if you look at what look at every one of those pocket constitutions, every one of those pocket constitutions that they pull out, look at the photo, and I guarantee it is printed by this group. If you got
wind this back
1 second.
style so we can get this whole.
Yeah, I don't know. I got a lot to say, obviously, but it angers me. And also, go to BurnsAlertNet.com, because that is where all the information is. I know everybody hates the mainstream media, but the Oregonian and Oregon Public Broadcasting, chock full of very useful information. And those people, you know, you call them the mainstream media, you know, they're actually journalists that, like, want to protect their reputation for their whole life. And so they tend to tell the truth because they don't want to be called a liar. They don't want to be called out. So a lot of the time, the real news is actually at the Oregonian or PBS or OPB. Okay, well, anyway, the Mormon group that Lavoie and the Bundys are all a part of, it's called the National Center for Constitutional Studies. Look it up. The National Center for Constitutional Studies is just a Mormon fringe group, and they're privatization people. You know, everybody on here, I bet, complains about corporations all the time. You know what? Corporations want to privatize all that land and mine the hell out of it and cut all the timber down because, you know, anyway. But yeah, National Center for Constitutional Studies, Skousen, that whole fringe element in the Mormon Church. Look at them. Any questions?
No, actually, no comment either. Do you have any other points you want to make, though?
Oh, yeah, I think I made my point. I can't think of anything else to say other than, hey, you're really winning hearts and minds by misspelling, you know, the right to bear arms. I saw that on some retard's truck from that rolling noise-making machine last night. That's a real good way to, like, further the liberty movement by angering everybody in the community by driving around and honking your horns. I mean, but you know, I couldn't think of a better way to just ruin the liberty movement. They're brilliant at it.
I don't
They're
mean
so.
Yeah. I don't.
I could not think. And like choosing P. Santilli as your, like, media outlet. Oh my God, I can't think of a worse way to present your ideals. Just absolute. You know, I'm not calling the guy a shill or anything, or a Fed agent or anything like that. I honestly think they're just, what do they call them, like useful idiots. But
I would disagree with the
I
statement that I would disagree with that we use his show or anyone else with the basis of our ideals.
no, not this show. No, not this show. The Watchmen, I think, has been great. I love it here. I got kicked like 6 times from Santilli's chat, and finally found a safe haven.
Yeah,
At,
are you
Watchman's
watching
place.
via live? Are you watching a live chat right now?
No, not really. It distracts me.
Well, as you can imagine, some of the statements you have made, if not almost every single one, has just the live chat has been explosive now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
But
that said,
and the thing is,
I have to give you your time to talk. Those are your opinions. So.
Yeah, I've taken too much time. I was complaining about you
Well,
giving
you waited
people
a
too
long
much
time as well, so I didn't want to just scoot you to the next. But we have someone else who's waiting just 2 minutes behind you, so I'm gonna let you go.
Sure. Yep. Sounds good.
All right, man.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Oh. Okay. Sorry. I just want to say sorry. God, that was long. Let me just skip right over. I don't want to say anything because the next caller's been waiting for a long time. 210 area code unmuted.
Hey, yeah, Bill from Texas again. I just wanted to take 15 seconds. Watchman, could you take my number down and could you call me on a private line? I want to talk to you privately if you can. That's all I got to say. And I wish the chat room would calm down because this is freedom of speech, freedom of opinion. We need to respect everybody's freedom of speech. This is what this country was founded on. That's all I want to say. I want to continue to listen. Don't hang up on me, please. But I'm going to go back on mute.
Hold of you guys. You guys are doing an amazing job. But this.
Hello?
Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I thought my phone cut out. So, I know all the liberals are to their own opinion, but the problem is those guys are doing a great job over there in Oregon. Oregon is Russia. When you go leave Oregon border, you're back in America into Idaho. Now, a lot of the problem is that everybody's misjudging. Obama wants this to happen before he's out of presidency so he can take over and keep him in office. For 2, everybody's 5 steps behind him because the problem is, the federal government is the Senate, the president, Congress, all that's the bad people. They train our police. I have a friend, I'm not going to repeat who it is, but he went to a police interview. He got a job, and he was in the military, and they told him, everybody's a criminal. He stood up and says, what do you mean? Not every American citizen's a criminal. And he lost the job because he didn't agree that every citizen was a criminal. How do we respond with that? I mean, that's high corruption right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, everybody's talking all bad, and then you hear everybody saying, oh, we're going to step in. I'm sorry, man. No matter what you do, you cannot easily protest. Like, oh, here's my sign. They don't care. Look what they did to him. They don't want peaceful. They want this to happen. They need this to happen. And you could call me us for U.S. because I got the same opinion everybody else does, the monument movement. is because back east they don't have as much land as we do back west. You know, if they take all that land they have written up, did you know that kicks towns out of town? Where we live in certain towns, they're going to move us to areas where we can only live in those areas. They're going to make it where you can't camp, hunt, fish, gold mine. And then you hear everybody's like, oh, the corporations. Oh, there's nothing wrong with a corporation. A corporation is what makes America. That's what makes us great. Healthcare, no. It don't work anywhere else. It ain't going to work here in the U.S. I mean, I don't get why everybody's so like, oh, these liberals out there. It's insane. I mean, it's going to ruin this country. We're not going to be the same. We're going to be Russia, and we are on the out. You know, we are going to be a communist state. We already are almost communism. We're like
no,
maybe
but
1
we're in
point away
free
from
fall
it.
right now.
No, we already are in communism. Okay, speaking of Russia, I know a buddy that went over there and did a free job for a company, and because Russia, Oregon, fined that company $1,000 and posted them on the news for days.
That's
you know. And that guy was a good rancher, and they were taking his water from him where he could not. The guy they shot were taking his water from him where they can't do it. They're like, oh, it was a legal shootout. I don't give a damn. If you're with your people in your car, you're going to drive away when somebody's shooting at you unless you're a retard.
Yeah.
And I live real close to where that's at, and that guy that says that, there's a lot of us locals in this area that support what that guy's done. I live within 100 miles of that. And what they're doing out here is terrible. They're trying to take where you can't mine. They're taking where you can't log. They're trying to take all that. Who cares about a darn owl? What was that liberal talk about an owl? You know what? Shit happens. Stuff gets distinct. So, I mean, I'm sorry you have to listen to all these crazy rant and raves. I know you're doing a great job.
Oh, no, it's what you got. That's that one thing. I am not going to submit myself just because now that we have a voice and we can take callers and we're getting big now.
You know, and you know, I'm probably going to get the IRS calling me up for making this call.
Hopefully not. I don't know how much people around us and if we're getting big enough to start being listening, because everyone always talks like that. I don't know if we're that big yet.
But, you know, I will tell you something, though. Now people say the corporations are your enemy. The corporations are your enemy. And then people, you know how people like distribute the youth. Not the youth, distribute the wealth. I don't get that. So you're telling me, if that company distributes its wealth, how are they going to pay their employees? So it's like me, you getting paid to do this job, and you distributing your paycheck because people don't think you should have your paycheck.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's going on. See, this is just a little bit of the problem that we have going on right now. But the truth is, it's going to get a whole lot worse and a whole lot faster. This is just the beginning.
I sadly agree.
And then people out there saying, oh, it's in that last caller. I can't, and some of these other callers that call me. You know, but, you know, it ain't their fault. You know, they were raised to think a certain way. And, you know, I can't blame them for their thought process. It's good for them to have a voice. Everybody should have a voice. But no, they shouldn't be dissing that poor man that got gunned down for no reason. That's terrible. That's terrible.
It is. It absolutely is. We lost someone who did not need to be lost.
Yes, exactly. Nobody deserves to get shot.
A husband and a father and a community member.
You know, in the media and the government just twist every news report. You know, to get a real news report, we listen to you. And this YouTube video is the only one that gives the legit, news. So everybody's like, oh, the news. No. If you want to watch legit news, you tune into you guys.
I appreciate that a lot, man.
I mean, if people need to start investing, they need to start investing in you guys, because you guys don't twist the truth.
No.
You guys speak it how it is, and I like it.
And we're doing it fast enough so we don't know anything that you guys don't know. We might know things but they're unverified. The moment it's verified, It's put up on Facebook or we put it live.
Yep, exactly. And you guys do a good job.
I appreciate, man. Once again, that's part of that fuel. That's another log in the fire.
But I mean, but yeah, but seriously, when people talk about it, they just need to remember that it ain't just the ranchers. It's everything. It's your camping, your hunting, your snowmobiling, your four-wheeler riding, your dirt bike riding, your fishing. I mean, out west, we do that every day. I mean, we can't. I mean, what does it mean? Once they go after the ranchers, they're going to go after miners, loggers, you know. I was reading a thing on that.
Anyone who is in self-sufficient trade, anyone who's trying to do organic farming, self-sufficiency, sovereign living, homesteading, that's what's coming next, I believe.
You know, people don't do their research, and they start mouthing off about something without even doing research. And you know, I mean, yes, you know, for some parts you should be able to pay for stuff, but for your own land, and that's what I'm worried about, is that the law they're stating is you cannot, because you know, I bet you guys didn't read this on that law, you cannot farm, ranch, mine, or log on private or public lands. That's the law they're trying to pass, people. That's the law.
Yeah.
I mean, that's insane. Cannot mine, log, ranch, or farm on private or public land. What's your thoughts?
And that is directly, basically, from Agenda 21, the Sustainable Development, because it trumps the UN. Anything from that trumps state constitution or federal constitution of anyone who's in it.
Yeah, that's bad. I mean,
so that can be
enforced.
That can be enforced with NATO, my friend.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's insane. And see, Obama wants this to happen. That's why he signed that thing saying that he could enforce martial law. He had this planned out, just like you guys said. I mean, just look at the video. It's in the proof. They had everybody set up. I mean, everything was lined out. Everybody says he grabbed for his hip. The reason why that man grabbed for his hip, because he got shot in the hip. You know? I mean, everybody knows when that, you know, if you go hunting, you watch an animal do it. You know what I mean? You know, that was a staged hit, is what it was, and they're trying to make him into a martyr, and he should be. You know, they did a very terrible thing to that poor man, and he's a true patriot. And anybody that second guesses that shouldn't be in America. They shouldn't. They should not be allowed to be in America. They do not appreciate the Constitution. I mean, it's terrible. So sorry for talking so much, and
No,
it's
important. Sorry for waiting for so long. Well, I appreciate the call. I appreciate waiting for so long, and I agree with everything you said, man.
Now, I want to send this out to all the patriots out there. We do support you. God be with you. And the guys sitting out there, we're praying for you, and we hope you get out fine.
Absolutely.
And we hope more people show up, because we need more people to show up. We need all the people to show up tomorrow. And if you could send links on the internet, because I know a lot of people that want to show up, but we don't have the links to know when to show up and where to show up. Send us links, man. We'll show up in hundreds. Send us links. That's the only thing we need.
And if something like that were to happen, then there'd be no way it doesn't go viral.
I mean, if you could show the links on this site that you're polling live right now, show where to show up, there will be, I know of 500 people right now that will show up. So make sure you put the links on so people can show up.
One of us will definitely try and find that.
Because it took me a long time to find your number, and that's one thing I was going to ask you too. I just wanted people to realize the whole problem, the whole situation. It ain't just ranchers; it's our whole livelihood, everything about us.
Yeah,
it's what America is. America. It ain't. I don't want to live in Russia. I don't want to live in China. I don't want to live in the Middle East. It's bad enough our president right now is dressing up in Muslim clothes, going to pray for Muslims right now. And mobs. Did you see that?
No, I hadn't.
On the news? Yeah, and then you remember him bowing to the Saudi Arabian king, don't you? The
Yeah,
Muslim king?
I do remember that.
I mean, he is trying his hardest to get this country to ruin. And everybody's going to disagree with what I say. I think the only one that has a chance to win this presidency is Donald Trump, and he will be a good president. So I really think that, and because nobody else has the means or the power or the money to go against Hillary Clinton, other than Donald Trump. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but that's my thought on it. So if you just put that link out, we'll show up. I mean, I really hope that everything goes smoothly. But it'd be great if we could at least wait until he's out of presidency, or if we do, we need to realize that, hey, we can't be brothers on brothers. We got to be brothers against the real enemy, which is the Senate, the government, not our brothers or not our enemies. Do you agree?
Yeah. I agree with that last point. Yeah.
So I mean, they're our brothers. So we just got, and when they go up there, I mean, and those other guys that did that to that poor man forgot that, and they are murderers, and they need to be punished. Because have you seen that video where that Jeep glass was shot out? I mean, it's bad stuff. It's bad stuff that's going on. I'm really scared for the people. I'm really scared for the country. I'm really scared for everything. So hopefully everything goes good.
We need to confirm that back window being shot or any shots into it because we have no audio. And if we can confirm that, then that makes this whole thing just, the proof is in the pudding right there.
Yeah, but we all know. Everybody's seen the video. It's common sense. I mean, you could tell what's going on, even by the old junk video. The Stickman video you'd say about. You could even tell. I mean, they were horrible. They did an awful.
It definitely was an ambush.
Yeah, if it was an ambush, and if you watch all those other videos, you could see of Lavoie getting ambushed. A lot of those people will point it out and show that he was ambushed, and they do it in slow motion and everything. You can see the recoils and everything. And people need to research his story to know his cause and why he did what he did, and how the government took his water and everything else. So I appreciate it, and thank you for your time. And I'm probably going to get in trouble for what I said.
No, hopefully
all
not.
right,
Thank you for your time, and hopefully not. And we'll see you. We'll see you on the chat, or thanks for listening as well.
All right, thank you. Bye.
All right, man. Bye. All right, let me drop that. All right, thankfully we're down to, I believe, next caller is Clovis. Thank you for waiting so much. My computer, as I said, I have an all-in-one, one of those Sony Vizio or Vio, however you pronounce it, computers, and it gets very hot. And I'm think perfect. The live chat is going a little laggy, but I can still read everything. But there is no video, and I cannot type or read. I can't say anything quick enough. So I am reading a lot of what you guys say now. It is, Anna. It is very exhausting. But I can only imagine. I'm doing less than a fraction of a 0% of what Mike has been doing for the past month, let alone how long he's had Watchmen and other things. So hopefully I'm doing my part here. Someone left us. I'm so sorry. Well, I guess we'll just go to Clovis then at this point. So now that everything's kind of died down now, watchers have died down, the callers has died down, my computer bad thing now. I could read you guys questions faster on the live chat.
If Clovis, hey Mike.
Yeah, yeah, Mike.
I
can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was going to tell Mike if Clovis is the only one you see, you might need to refresh your chat. Either that or I need to refresh mine. So let me look. Go ahead and take the call.
Okay. Well, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. I was sitting in the room watching everyone that called you in. We're all entitled to our opinion. We're all entitled to think the way that we want to think. A lot of Oregon people, Darren Barnes, is not going to accept the fact that we lost a good man. He was murdered. Plain and simple. We sat in this chat one night till wee hours in the morning going over video after video after video. I mean, Mike, he wanted to make sure he had all aspects of this. Until I continued myself, and on my Facebook is the agent that jumped in front of Lavoie shot Lavoie first. This woman she's came through with this video, and it just blew my mind. Regardless how, when, or what has happened, he was fighting for the Constitution. And I heard one of your callers say, the Constitution, who cares? We care. That is our freedom guide. We care. That is what we live for. And we need to understand, just because we feel the way we do about Lavoie, they don't feel that way. We all need to listen to each other. We learn that way. And don't get mad because we don't agree with them. But the one word that's worse than anything is called outsider. That is like saying no one's allowed here but us. And it's sad. You know, we lost a good man. He's not going to ever go back home to his wife. He's never going to be able to pick up his grandchildren. And that's what the ones that cheer on that he's gone need to understand. Think about it. Look yourself in the mirror and say, what would happen if my wife wasn't to see me no more? Or my grandbaby couldn't get tickled by me no more? Or my dog can't get to go out in the range with me no more? These are the things we need to remember. A man died regardless how, when, or why. They murdered him. And as far as Oregon, Burns, Oregon needs to understand, we are Oregon now. We are Lavoie now. And we are not going to stop until our voices are heard. We can all go home tomorrow and forget this ever happened, which I pray we don't. But Lavoie's blood will still stain that ground. We will always have a piece of Lavoie in that ground. So Oregon needs to understand, those that want us to go home and don't want us to rally, we are going to do this. We are going to make sure he gets justice for what happened to him. And we all just need to listen to each other. Don't get mad at each other for our different opinions, because a lot of us did. We had a mob fight going on because we had different opinions. But we're smart mods. We've decided to back off, breathe, take a breath, and then go back in and look at it again. And that's what everyone needs to understand. The next callers that call in, we accept your opinion. We love them. But don't get mad at us because we don't agree with you. And that's all I had to say.
Absolutely, and it's that, as a moderator, that you are speaking for the whole of us, and I agree with everything you said.
Well, I just want them to understand, they can't don't get upset because we all have different opinions. That's all.
Yeah, and as long as you are the same way with us, then we appreciate your different opinion.
That's right. So I'm done.
All right, thank you so much.
Go ahead and take the rest of your callers.
All right.
Okay, bye.
All right. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you getting other callers showing up?
Hang on just a second. Let me,
I'm playing this right now as we speak, guys. I'm also juggling.
Oh, you got another caller.
I stopped. All the balls fell over.
You got another caller.
Yeah. Okay, someone came in from 541 area code. Let me unmute you.
Hello.
Hey.
For those wanting to know where the information is about the protest tomorrow, it's at PacificPatriotsNetwork.com. It'll come up on their front page.
Oh, Pacific as in the ocean.
Yeah, I'm putting it in chat.
Pacific Patriots
Network.com.
Network.com has the information for tomorrow's protest rally event.
And I believe it said it starts at noon. Let's see. Yeah.
I saw that also on Facebook somewhere. Noon.
Yeah. Noon at the Harvey County Courthouse. And everything you need to know is right there. Come peacefully. No guns. and come to air your grievances, and that's all I called for.
Thank you so much. I will repeat that after we get off the call again, and Mike's going to put that up in the chat.
Yep,
Yeah,
already
I put
done.
it up in the chat a few times, but it's going really fast. So
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Actually, I will put that up in the banner up top so people can. I'll do that right now. I'll get that up in the banner.
Okay.
And I'll get that added in there.
All right. Awesome. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. All right. About the music, I'm playing and juggling again. Doing it. I got a unicycle.
Hang on. All right. Well, if I turn it down, I turn you down too. Hang on a second. Ow.
Sorry, guys. We have playing a concert. It's a benefit concert. News.
I think actually, somebody saved us and called in.
Okay, guys, go ahead. We only have one phone call I'm about to go to. Otherwise, it's pretty much open, so go ahead and start calling in. Unmuting now. 360 area code. What's your name?
Yeah, hey, this is Manny.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Pretty good. How are you guys doing tonight?
Pretty good after all these phone calls. It's been really nice to hear from all of you.
Yeah. I just wanted to call in and say I think what those guys are doing out there, and the ladies and whoever was supporting them, I think it's really good, and people are standing up for what's right in this country, and I haven't seen it in a long time, and that's what we're all about. That's what Americans do. And, I felt nervous calling in a little bit, but I'll say it again. I heard it from one of the first people who started this thing, Thomas Paine. He said, this is the time to try men's soul. And I think it was back in the Revolution's time. I'm not sure, but, you can't live in fear anymore, man. And I'm just sick and tired. I'm ready for change, and I thought this president was gonna do that, and that was like one of his big things, the fundamental change quote or whatever it was. But that's it, man. I just want to call in and say, hey, I support what everybody's doing, and Lavoy Finnegan, man, rest in peace. That guy, they should have a memorial for that guy, because what they did to him was wrong. And thanks. That's all I want to say.
I believe they had a little one, if I'm not mistaken. They had a cross, a wooden cross put up of somewhere. Yeah. We're gonna put the picture up on the website and the Facebook.
Yeah, but we need to do something bigger.
Much bigger, like nationwide,
yeah,
worldwide, if not.
Yeah, something at Oregon or at that refuge for Lavoy Finnegan, because all those guys that took him out, they should be going to trial for murder themselves. And I just pray that Alman Bundy and all those people that went to jail over this, I just pray that their spirits are high. And I know they're blocking them. It's what our government does, is they censor everything, man. And they censor that shit, man. And I just hope that their spirits are high, and that they know that there's people out here. There's good people in this country still, and we support them.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. So, thank you. But yeah, keep up the good fight, man.
You too, brother. Thank you. Keep watching.
God bless. Thank you.
All right, you too, brother.
Bye.
That was Manny, I believe. All right, we got another phone caller. We don't really have too many. I believe it says Fern. I don't know. Let's see. Unmute. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how you
Yeah.
doing? We can hear you perfect.
I'm doing good. How about y'all?
Pretty good, honestly, for what it's worth.
Yeah, this is Danny. Live long and prosper.
Oh.
Far South Texas.
Oh, good. How you doing?
Doing great. I just wanted to say hi to Mike and Jen. Tell them they're doing a real good job. I'm really a man of few words. And I've been on this chat with them. I think they had 34 subscribers when I joined.
Right? Thank you.
And,
Jen's babysitting
been
right
following
now.
this whole thing with them. I am glad they've let me into their home the way I feel. Been right there with them. And I appreciate everything they do. Appreciate everything everyone's doing.
Well, thank
I'm
you.
really a man of few words. I don't get on the keyboard much. My fingers hit too many keys. I've been a mechanic for over 50 years now. So
I know how that is.
yes, sir. Anyway, just wanted to say hi to y'all. Say you're doing a great job. I signed my oath in 1970, and I stand by my Constitution and my oath
Well,
until the day I die.
Thank you for serving.
Well, thank you for your service, brother.
Just want y'all to know everything is good in Texas. If you're getting tired of what's going on up there in Oregon, come down here. We don't push nobody out.
Right?
Good. Good to
Right.
hear. Good to hear that.
And if we didn't have such a good state government system, our governor is standing up for our rights. They're fighting for the land up along the Red River Valley, fighting the BLM for it. Our governor went up there and he put a flag up. Come and take it, buddy. Come and take it.
Right on. Yeah, I
That's
know
about it
they're.
for me.
I know they're fighting them there in Texas. They're fighting the BLM.
Yes, sir. They are.
That's awesome.
They're going to have a hard fight.
Yeah, that's from
Nothing
what
like what's going on up in Oregon, because our state government is standing up for us. They're doing the right things.
Well, that's good. That's what they're supposed to do. You know, the states are supposed to be pushing away. The states and counties are supposed to be, trying to keep the federal government out of things. But
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I wish Oregon had government with, you know what I'm talking about.
oh yeah,
Stood up for their rights like ours have.
Yep, for sure. They wouldn't be having this problem if they did.
This is all definitely getting out of control. I've been watching it get out of control for years and years and years. And I know it's not the right time right now. We have a man in office that could really mess things up for us bad if everything went down at this time. So just be patient, people. I've been doing a lot of research. I know what's going on. And this will all come to a head one day when it needs to.
Oh yeah.
And I just wanted to say thank you. Y'all be good. Take care.
You too.
Bye
Thank you
from
for
South
listening.
Texas. All right, thank you.
All right.
Thanks, man.
All right, the names might be wrong, and some people may not want to let their names out, so I wouldn't say the name that comes up because usually it's wrong.
Yeah, okay.
So, but you can edit it. You can go in the caller name there and edit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right, no, you're good. I've been trying to type in the live chat and tell you guys how slow it is for me to type and absolutely click enter, but I can read everything pretty much in real time. So I am seeing what's everything said.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you got another caller there too. As long as you don't hear music playing, you've got somebody there.
Yeah. Alright, that'll be a 660 area code, and we just got another one. Alright. Unmuting, and can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks for taking my call.
It's a little bit garbled. Mike, are you getting that?
Yeah, he's a little low, but he said thanks for taking his call.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Hey, I just wanted to call and thank you guys for covering Oregon. I live in Missouri, and the only thing I ever get is just maybe a 2-second clip of what's going on up there. So out here in the Midwest, we have no real clue or no real sense of what's going on. The only way I can get information is through the Watchman. And I want to say thank you. You're doing a great job.
Well,
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you. I'm actually
just for watching us and supporting.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to let you know I'm your neighbor. I'm just over in Illinois.
Nice, nice. Hey, I'd also like to see you guys do something on Agenda 21 because there is so much that correlates with Agenda 21. And if people would do the research and if they would really look into it, they would start to open their eyes and see a whole lot better.
Yep. It's actually Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 are on the homepage of the WatchmanNews.com, and I've read Agenda 21 4 times, getting ready to read it a 5th. 361 pages, I think. And then Agenda 21, I've read that about 6 or 7 times. It's a lot shorter.
Right. I just became familiar with Agenda 21, and after I read that and saw some YouTube videos on that, I'm going to be honest with you, it scared me. It is just ridiculous, and it all just plays right into what's going on in Oregon. And I'm telling you, we got to stand up now. If not in Oregon, where? That's my question. If not in Oregon, where do we stand up?
And if not now, when?
Exactly. Exactly. You know, I just wish I had enough money that I could just drop everything and do what I want to do, which is go to Oregon, but I just simply cannot do it. And I just want them to know that I am behind them, I am watching, and I think a whole lot of people are watching.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that are just kind of being quiet, but they're paying attention.
Absolutely. I am one of them. Anyways, I don't want to take up your whole time. And I wanted to say, Clovis, you're doing a great job. Thanks.
Thank you so much, man. Just hearing that makes us feel so much better.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. All right, we got 541 area code. Let me unmute you. Can you hear us?
Yes. Hello again. I called a couple callers ago, and I noticed in the chat earlier you guys had showed a back window that was shot out on a vehicle that was sideways in the road.
Yes.
In the chat, they pointed out that that was a FBI or law enforcement vehicle, and that the one driven by that Eamon Bundy was in, it was a red Jeep. And I'm in Oregon, Baker City, Oregon, about 3 hours away from Burns. So I've been following the news for most of this month. And when they released that video of what happened with Lavoie, there was a FBI narrative with it. And they said that for 4 minutes, Lavoie was sitting there in the vehicle, and the police were yelling at them to get out, and no one was getting out. So then I believe they started shooting at the vehicle. Someone inside got a cell phone picture of bullet holes in the back, but they were arrested, so that's, in lockup right now. Now this morning, Oregon Public Broadcasting said that the four at the refuge, the FBI probably, they were trying to verify it, and I just checked, and nothing's been verified yet, but probably the FBI has cut off all their phone service and their internet service. So that's why you're not hearing anything from them. They have one phone that, as of this morning, that was still receiving incoming calls, but that's it. Now, another thing the judge has said after they were first taken into the courtroom, that none of those people are going to be released from jail until those four get off the refuge. So that's going to be a problem for the ones that are supposed to be released, because the judge is not going to let them out until they fix that. Now, your last caller said they have had no news, just little snips. So if you look for the Portland TV stations, there's KOIN, KOIN.com, and they have all these reports archived from the very beginning. That's KOIN like Nancy. There's KGW.com, KGW, and then KATU. There's OregonLive.com, and I couldn't find the exact page just now, but people really should look. The very first thing I saw was Eamon Bundy on Breitbart.com explaining why he went out there and took over the refuge. And people really should listen to that before they start making all kinds of judgments about what's going on out here in Oregon. And that's BREITBART.com. I can send you guys an email or something with these links.
Thank you.
And that's all I've got.
Thank you so much, and for giving us every single source of KOIN, KATU, Oregonian, Oregon Live. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate all that.
Oregon Live is one of the best. And that's where you're going to find the story about the sheriff. What was his name there in the county? How he's the real hero of the story. That's on OregonLive.com. Alrighty then. Thanks a lot, you guys.
All right, thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, we got 312 area code. Thank you for holding. I'm gonna mute you.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing, man?
Steve. Hey, I'm already out here on the East Coast, and I just wanted to put my 2 cents in for a second.
Where you at in the
I think
East Coast?
I think the man from Texas said it best, though. I mean, if Texas is fighting the same unconstitutional behavior, and then the state's not doing it, by the Constitution, it says the right of the people to stand up. That's what they did, and they did it. Okay, from my perspective, a little heavy-handed, but I mean, you're looking at men that addressed their grievances, petitioned the government. I mean, this is the same thing we went through with Britain. I mean, let's go back in the past. I mean, if you look at our grievances through Britain, it was we addressed the grievances from different states to Britain, and the king pretty much blew them off and laughed in our face. I mean, when you address your grievances and you're getting basically thanks but no thanks, we hear you but we don't, and then you stand up for your rights constitutionally, standing, and then you're basically shot dead because of it. I mean, right there, Texas shows that the law is the law. So if a state can stand up and then another state doesn't stand up, and the militia, which is supposed to be well regulated, a militia takes a refuge to say, hey, we want our land back because it's unconstitutional, just like Texas did, but Oregon didn't, because I believe, and if you do the research, I haven't yet, but I would surmise that if you do the research and you start looking at politicians in Oregon, you'll start to realize that there's a lot of money given from these few branches of government that are taking these lands. I mean, it's always bigger than me and you. And it's always been a lot bigger than me and you. But if we sit on the couch and we keep on watching football, we're going to lose all our freedoms. Now, we can tend to agree to disagree on how we're losing them, but we know we're all losing them. So we have a moment in time to peacefully and justly stand up for our freedoms before we lose them all. And because in history, governments have never slipped forward from tyranny. Once they start rolling backwards, I mean from Rome to Germany to multiple countries. That's just to name a few big ones that went real bad. They've always slipped backwards. I mean, we're only we're too good to be Rome, or we're not as civil as Germany was before Hitler went crazy and put all his thoughts and ideas and was running it like a dictatorship. I mean, there was pretty civil people, worldly people like we were. I mean, are we not just as worldly as Rome? I mean, come on, let's wake up and smell this coffee before our senses are gone. Before we're so immune to tyranny that we decide to look the other way. I mean, where are the men at now? Like, where have we sat down on our butts so long that we forgot that we had weight between our legs? Come on, fellas. We can all disagree on how it's happening, but we can't disagree that it's happening.
Absolutely.
So how do we get back to our being able to even grow a garden in your backyard without being fined? I put a couch out on Monday in my backyard because it shouldn't be outside my house. I get fined for the couch being outside my house on a Tuesday, and trash is on a Wednesday.
That's ridiculous. Are you kidding? What?
Yeah, I mean, come on, $35.
That's ridiculous. Oh my God!
I mean, we got to be men about the situation. I mean, we got to say, okay, are our children's lives not that important that we say, okay, we'll leave them with the problem?
Oh wow!
When we decide that, and I'm not saying war. War is not. It's not something that we should even weigh right now. But let's just show what our government's really, truly capable of against its own people. Like I always said, why don't we put 3 million people sit outside the White House and see if they don't like it when we don't move. And then they will show their hand. And then we'll be just. But to sit around and do nothing is to be complicit in the crime against the humanity of our nation, regardless of which side you stand on. But it's been done to all of us. Our black brethren have not been treated any weller than us. And I speak worldly because that's how we have to speak. We had great men. Maybe they weren't great to all people, but they had great ideas. There was an Indian that died, and he has a documentary, and it's called "Welcome to the Reservation." I cannot remember his name. You got to watch that documentary. He says you have a nearly perfect documented, founding from Indian traditions and Judeo-Christian beliefs. It's nearly perfect. You have rights that we don't even have living on a plantation today. And this was made in 2000 something. And you are allowing it to slip out of your hands. Well, welcome to the reservation.
Well, yeah, man. I mean, this is you study all the different ways that they have made people into, as we always throw the word around, sheeple, and made people complacent, and made people just accept and move on. The situations like this are the evidence and the example for it.
I mean, there's plenty of other examples. How about the fact that you can take a piece of paper, fold Romney and fold Obama's name in half. Just look at the campaign contributions, and they're the same companies. Just think to yourself, my dad said nothing in life is free. Now, my dad was a great man, but he had his own issues. Ain't no one ever perfect. But he always said, ain't nothing in life for free. Who do you know? Is there anybody in the world that can walk down the street right now looking for a job, and the man goes, here's $500 and here's a job, and expect that man not to want something out of you, even if it's good work ethic for him? Come on, let's not be dumb. We sat back too long. We got too comfortable. I ain't comfortable anymore.
Neither am I. Neither are any of us. That's why we're all here.
Yeah, I mean, we can all debate on how we got to this room, but we're all here. It's like people go, oh, Alex Jones, oh, Peterson Tilly, oh, this, oh, that person, oh, this, the left, the right. Doesn't matter how you got the message. Did you receive the message? That's what you got to ask yourself. Did you learn something from this? Did you receive the message? It's like there's that one great one. I think it was a woman. I don't know if it was a woman or a man. There's a great person that wrote something about people being collected in Germany, I think it was. And she said, when they came for the writer, I didn't say anything. When they came for the other side of the political party, I didn't say anything. But it was too late when they came for me. I mean, in my eyes, if you don't like the Constitution, you're not American. It's what founded this country. It's what gave us the freedoms for me to talk my 2 cents. It's given the reason for a troll to be able to come in a lobby, whether we like it or not, to say what he wants to say. And we might think it's a troll, but he might be really feeling that way. But yet, we debate that that's not how we got here. We didn't get our freedoms from the document that gave us our freedoms. Have they drugged us that far down in multiple ways than one? That was a metaphor, drug, because we can be drugged down in multiple ways. Even pill and street pharmaceuticals and other stuff.
Pun intended,
Have
yes.
we been drugged that
This is
far
exactly
that we don't see what's in front of us? Or we ignore the fact? That's all I gotta say.
I agree, man. This shows how many people not just are unaware, but even when they are aware, they're I don't know if you want to say blind to the details and the facts right in front of you, but they just don't. They don't accept the Constitution in any way as a law anymore, or a guide of laws, or have anything to do with their life, or it's just some stuff that they heard about in school one time, and they just move on from it. They don't take it seriously. It's one thing to be on the internet with these people, but when I've talked to them face to face, I'm flabbergasted. I don't know what to say. I honestly don't know what to say.
Yeah, I can sympathize with someone that can make a couple critical points on the other side. If you want to call it the other side, I don't think either or of us are on our side. I think there's the Constitution and there's a Constitution. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, that is it. There's a Constitution, or you're in a different country.
Or you're in a third world country. I mean, that document is what made us great. And now we'll all debate whether the way we got there wasn't that great. The road was bumpy and we treated some people badly. But now that we're basically on the same foot, because it doesn't matter what color you are, they're oppressing all of us. It's like I tell people, I said, you watch TV, right? You know, there's a regulatory commission that's run by the government that allows you to view what you're watching on TV. That means everything you see, they want you to see.
Absolutely. Drugged up is the
That's
drugged
not
out.
conspiracy. That's just reality.
Yes, it is. As it was once said, you gotta let the dead bury the dead. Sometimes, I hate to say it. Eventually, you cannot waste your calories on trying to enlighten someone if they're just not gonna take it. And this show and other shows like it is
The girl
also
next door to me, listen to this, the girl next door to me has a little daughter, she goes to public school. A teacher and the nurse at the school told this little girl she has too much weight on her and she needs to lose some. And then, not only that, told her that eating meat wasn't the greatest thing in the world. Now, we all know eating meat's not the greatest thing in the world, but instilling fear in a 5-year-old not to ever eat meat again?
I mean, it's
stated. Not to mention, they are teaching our kids at 8 years old, probably sooner, I don't know for sure, but I'm sure 8, even at 13 years old, at the difficult age of 13, to start learning about sex ed, to me was around the right time. But when you're teaching it to 8-year-olds, and not just sex ed, we're going to teach them about transvestites. opposite sex relationships. Now, I have nothing against it, because I'm kind of a Bible guy. I don't judge you. I don't have to judge you. It's not my position to judge you. I don't care what you do. But let that kid make that decision when they get of the age to make them type of decisions. Now we can debate on what age that is. But let them be a person. Don't force different views on a child. Let that child develop its own views. It's like when I talk to people on the internet like this, I say, and you hear back from them, and especially when they're in the younger thing, I say, listen, I'm glad you learned everything in school. That's awesome. But the best thing you can learn is don't absorb everything to be true. Think outside the box. That's what makes adventures. We didn't just come up with electricity because no one thought outside the box.
Yeah.
Our minds are so shuttered today by sports and Miley Cyrus twerking. I don't care. Y'all can have that. That's not important to me. I don't care who won the football game. Do I like sports? Yeah, I played sports in high school. I loved it. I almost went to college to play hockey. But that don't negate the fact that you throw away your country's rights to watch a sports game or debate a sports game when you should be debating what's going on with our country. Because at least if you're talking, then it opens up people's mind to maybe run for office and change things and do things the right way. But if everybody's narrow-minded, then they'll just be narrow-minded, and the first thing they'll think of is, I got 10 bills to pay, and this guy wants to give me some money. He wants to do some lobbying for me. And let's just take this money, because I'm narrow-minded. I think about myself. We can all just keep thinking about ourselves. And this is what we'll get.
Yeah, that's pretty much what this country's become.
You know what cracks me up? And I thought about this last night. It was a deep thought that came into my mind. I said, when they came out with these tasers, they said it would stop police from having altercations where it led to death. Are they not still shooting people?
Right.
Unarmed people. I don't care if a man's running at you. You got a tool belt like Batman. Nightsticks, tasers, mace, 1,000 things you can use. You know why they pull the gun? Because the training tells them to pull the gun. The fear instilled makes them pull the gun. We have an systemic problem. Just like most countries that got too big for their britches, they bring the war home on its people. It's always happened. History is extended with countries that went out and created war in the world, and when they didn't get satisfied there, they controlled the people at home in one way or the other.
That's pretty
when
much.
A man can even walk down the street and protest his legitimate grievances without being met with shields, batons, and weapons of war, we have an issue in this country.
Right.
There's been many peaceful, what most people in mainstream media call peaceful protests, where people were met with shields and batons, and that's before and after rioting. We're not counting the rioting into that. We're talking about peaceful, hundreds of thousands of people that protested. White, black, Jew, Gentile, Christian, Muslim, it did not matter. They were out there and they were marching because they felt like they were justly done. We can debate whether they were or not in our eyes, in our narrow-minded view, We can debate that whether or not it was right or not, but thousands of people thought it was wrong. Guess what they were met with? Shields and being cornered down dark streets and being cattled up and being thrown in jail and
The conference has been
Oops,
locked.
sorry.
The conference has been unlocked.
Sorry about that. You there?
Yeah, I'm sorry for being so long, but it's just like I want to show all these small points that lead to bigger things. And you know what my view is that's going to happen out of this thing after it's all said and done?
What?
I fear for anybody that's ever put a Facebook post on Facebook that said they were a 3%er, a militia member, or an oath keeper. Because these are all radical. Well, then I have a fear that they're going to say you're all radical. And that they're going to come individually to individual houses throughout time because they do things on an incremental level so they can't be seen. And they're going to take the guns from the men and women, the only men and women out there besides the military that I believe we have good patriots in the military, people that are very constitutional out there. Besides that, that would be their biggest threat. That's just a thought. That's just an outward thought there. That's just what I fear from that. That's why I said, like, they wanted this. They wanted, they seized an, they seen an opportunity to I would say no. Has the federal government trained people to act in a much hostile way towards its citizens? I would have to say yes. Today, history is shown. That's all I got, man. I mean,
Alrighty, yeah. I mean, you made a lot of good points there.
Especially on that, this is they're going to use everything as this now as a data collection, and I feared that from the beginning that anyone who shows support to this, which is not wrong, we need to show support in some way or another, whatever you support, even if it's not this situation, any situation. But if it's a situation that it goes against their agenda, and you show open support for it, even at the point where you're willing to use your the whole entirety of the Bill of Rights and the entirety of the Constitution to defend yourself, then you're going to be listed in some way or another. And I fear that.
yeah, you'll be accounted for.
Yeah. That's their way of that's their way of filtering us down.
But they've been accounting for a long. They've been data mining for a long time. It's just out in the public now. You know, it was we're just taking your caller ID information. No, you're recording every conversation that has keywords in it.
Exactly.
That's what's going on. You say government, you say Obama, you say Hillary Clinton, even if it's just a debate with your father on the phone, they're going to click on, it's going to record. It'll track other words, and if other words don't come up, it'll shut down. Come on, let's not, listen. We're a good nation of great people. Not a great nation of good politicians.
Absolutely.
And once we realize that, then we can get some good politicians in. Some good people. See, I said one thing, this will always be true. A good man never seeks power. But a good man shouldn't sit on his ass the whole time either. Because only evil, evil, vindictive people want power. You know, they might put a rosy smile on the face of that, but deep down inside, you want power. You have money, you have cars, you have houses, you have everything else. What do you want? You want power. That's why you'll tell the American people whatever they want to hear, so you can get up in office. And then when you get up in office, you owe a lot of money to people, and you probably did some vicarious things back in the day because we all were young one time. now you owe some favors. And you're going to get them done, or, this and that's going to come out, Now, I don't think it's everybody, but I'm sure plenty of politicians have gone that way. It just, I don't know. You got them going to school, and Yale's got skeletal bones in it, openly admits they have a fraternity with skeletal bones, and what is our world coming to?
Oh, I
We're
hear
allowing
you.
this in our nation, bro.
I hear you. We do have other callers in the list. Is there any other?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, thank you for calling in.
And thank you so much. I agree on almost everything you said, man.
Yep.
All right. You have a good one.
Yeah, man. Take it easy.
Yep.
All right. I got getting really, really great phone calls tonight. Really great phone calls. And some of the things going on in the chat right now are making me laugh. I have to pull my head away from the phone. Next caller, thanks for holding, is 503 area code. Let me unmute. Unmuted. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
How you doing?
Justin, this is going to be short.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, this is going to be short and sweet. It's not going to be some long simpering, whimpering, whining, wondering how we got this way. Hard times require hard men. The voice Silicum knew this. We all need to pull our damn panties up and learn when to say no and stand. All this simpering, whimpering. By the way, I like my owls fried. I'm in Oregon, and I'll be in Burns in the morning.
Oh,
Stand
right
up,
on.
people. I'm tired of hearing the whining and crying.
Right on. I understand. That I know that definitely wasn't Lavoie's way of living life.
No, it wasn't. This man knows exactly what I'm talking about. He's a lot more elegant than me.
Right on.
That's all I've got to say. I'm in Oregon. I know the mentality of a lot of these people I hear calling from Oregon.
Uh-huh.
But that ain't me, and there's a lot of people in Oregon feel that way.
Yeah.
You guys have a good night. You're doing a good job reporting all this, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Have a good night.
You too. Thanks for calling.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good night. Okay, we got only one other caller I'm about to get. Does anyone else want to call in? Go ahead. It's getting kind of cleared up over here. So, great phone calls tonight. What do you think, Mike?
Oh, yeah.
Really, really good. My dogs, since I'm sitting down somewhat close to the ground, and I don't know how much you can hear in the background. My dogs will not leave me alone. Not leave me alone. Like, I can't sit here. My elbow keeps being moved up by someone's snout so I can pet them. So, we got all that going on. Let me unmute 325 area code. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. How you doing, man?
This is Cowboy in Texas.
How you doing, Cowboy?
I'm doing great. There really are some great calls tonight. It's humbling to be able to speak to you guys, and I just want to say the last caller that said we need to be bigger men. I think he's right. I think caller before that had a lot of great points. I want to bring up the judge not thing. I think a lot of us get that confused with a better word, and that would be rebuke. And if we love our brothers and sisters, then we do rebuke them. I would consider judgment to be like an executioner almost, like a guy in a robe does today. So it's important that we challenge those that do wrong, and that's not judgment, folks. And that's what I think about that. Also, there's some interesting news in France. Apparently thousands, or maybe just 1,000, that's unconfirmed, protested in the rain in Paris today against state of emergency that's going to continue to the end of February as it is. and they want to extend it. And these are basically like emergency powers, like in Star Wars. It's ridiculous the wording that they use. And it's almost martial law. They can do searches without warrants. They've lost any liberty during this time, and it's dangerous in France. Liberty-minded people in France are up in arms. What do you guys think about what's going on in the rest of the world?
It's absolutely mind-boggling everything that's going on, and then just taking into consideration that we have to rely on pretty much mainstream media for most of what goes on outside of this country, and I mean I've been watching everything from what's going on in Syria. There's still stuff going on in the Ukraine. There's stuff going on in Africa. It's just insane.
I agree.
I mean, and you were talking about France and those emergency powers, and that just automatically, when you say that, it makes my mind go directly towards this new bill that Obama's supposed to sign, or it's in Congress anyway. I don't know exactly where it's at in Congress, but the one about the what is it?
It's a war powers bill. I think it has to do with deployment on U.S. soil or something like that.
That's part of it, yeah.
And that came out.
War powers.
And it came out
goodness,
just around
that's
the time.
terrible.
It came out just around the time of the Lavoie shooting.
Yep.
Isn't that interesting? That's a good point to bring up. What are we missing?
Very interesting, huh? Oh, terrible.
What were you saying, Cowboy?
I was saying, guys, there's so much going on. And when people call in, there's just so much to talk about. It's hard to focus on anything in particular, and that's got both good and bad things, right? And I think what we're doing here tonight is really the future of media. I think we can see that television news is dying, and no one trusts that anymore. And we're going to reach out to our fellow man, and we should be thankful we have this medium at this time. I think that's important to say.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it seems to be where it's going. I mean, I've been doing this for a little over a year and a half, I guess, and just since this business going on in Oregon, it's just exploded, and I think it's because, everywhere else you might, if you're lucky, see 20 seconds or something of news about what's really going on, and then they'll spend 7 minutes on the Kardashians or whatever,
Yes, sir. I think if we have enemies, I think we all agree we have enemies, right?
Oh, yeah.
Whatever viewpoint of who that is or what that is, they're many steps ahead of us at this point. And we've got to catch up somehow and try to see things in a bigger perspective, I think. And how do we start that?
Well, it's got to be grassroots. It's got to be, we have to start small and work our way big. It's proven over and over. It's got to do that. But here's the whole thing. I don't know if you knew about Occupy Wall Street when it was going on, but it started as a grassroots movement and just exploded. And that is the ideal, they had the perfect plan. They really did. The problem is, and I don't know any way around this, the problem is the mainstream media will twist it and make them look bad. No matter what kind of movement comes forward, no matter how good the intentions, mainstream media will hijack the message. And the only way to get around that would be to have a large group of people from the beginning. And like I told them during Occupy Wall Street, because I covered it and watched that too years ago, and like I told them, you have to, in your name, Occupy Wall Street, okay, that's fine. But you have to put in your name exactly what it is that you stand up for. And I understand they stood up for, to start, for Wall Street to take accountability and whatnot. But I think if somebody started a movement and within that name they had Constitution, I think they'd have the best shot that anybody's had yet.
Well, that's interesting. I know a little bit about it, but the not near as much as you. So
Yeah,
I can't comment on.
I just sat at home and watched live streams of it pretty much all my waking hours. In fact, I didn't sleep very much because it was interesting when it started out. It was a really good movement, but it got co-opted just like most of the others do.
Right. You know, I'm aware of the general story, but I can't say I know too much more than that.
A lot of people, and that's where most of the people are, because they really didn't, unless you watched the live streams, unless you watched alternative media, and even some alternative media, like Alex Jones, for instance, was putting it down, because they got spun off as a left-wing group, and originally they absolutely were not left-wing, just like the Tea Party originally wasn't right-wing.
Okay.
See, that's how they keep us divided. They've split us up into two parties. You've got the right and the left.
You're right. There's I think there's a lot of reasons for that, but
it's like this, okay? If it would have been any other guy, what's that?
We've seen a lot of good things go bad, so we've got to do better, I guess. We've got to find a way to overcome that.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, okay.
No doubt, though.
Lavoie has been attached to a right-wing kind of thought, okay? And that's why you hear all the left-wing thinking people just like dismissing it or coming up with reasons why he deserved it or, just absolute craziness. And we need to stop worrying about this left or this right paradigm and remember that we're human beings first.
You're right about that.
Do
you think we're ever going to get answers? Do you think we're ever going to see a dash cam video? I know that was answered or asked earlier, but what do we really know other than I personally don't think Lavoie was a stupid man, and these details are very important about him leaving the gun back there. Did he even have a gun or not? Is that even settled?
Oddbods, the gentleman that's been doing the wonderful close-up videos, I just watched just earlier while another caller was talking, the last caller as a matter of fact, I watched the latest one that Oddbods had put up, and, I would say, in my opinion, from the look of it, it looked like the first time that they stopped. I would have to agree, it looks like his hand got shot while his hand was sticking out the window.
Shot at
yes.
Right away. And that's the theory I heard that stuck with me, that he sacrificed himself, ran away from the car to save the other people, and we'll never know what his true intentions were. So it's speculation, and that's sad, and God bless him, and pray for his family, but he went into this knowing, like the man said, he came in here with big boy pants, and he knew what was at stake. And that's important to consider. I think he was killed personally. I think he was murdered. I think, but what I think doesn't matter, and I might be wrong because I can't see clearly, like you say. But I don't think he was a dishonorable man or a stupid man, and that's critical here.
Oh yeah.
In my opinion.
Oh yeah, I think all of it's critical. I think the whole situation is, and just the fact that this wasn't his first bout with the BLM. He had been dealing with the BLM for a while, and he had been trying to help other ranchers that were having problems with the BLM. I think he's been a thorn in their side for some time.
Correct.
Yeah, I think they.
Well.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just don't know what to say about that at this point. We can speculate. What's it going to take, or what are we going to be able to ever get a fit from anyone? We're never going to see a dash cam video if they're never going to, in my opinion, put themselves in a position to prosecute themselves. I guess. I don't know how to put that, but it doesn't seem like something that they would ever do. if they were in the wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. And my only, I've beat myself up trying to think of solutions, and not just this. I've been at this for a long time. And the only thing I can ever come up with as to try to turn this country around is one of two things. Either everybody go to Washington, D.C., and that's not very possible because there's a lot of people that have responsibilities that they have to deal with, and that's understandable. But I do think that we could possibly all pick a weekend that we could all go to our own state capitals. But this is the thing. It can't be just over gun rights. It can't be just over property rights. It can't be just over whatever. It needs to be all of us together in one place, and we have to forget about the right-left paradigm. We have to forget it, and we have to stand up for each other as Americans, regardless of the views.
I think you're absolutely right, and I think what we're doing here today, anybody that's in the chat room, anybody that's calling in, has the desire and the time to go into their city council and do the exact same thing. There's absolutely no reason why you can't do it. And that should be also the future of media, is locally, and that's where we are going to make a difference. And that's the only starting place that's going to work.
And
we're far behind time, man. That I want to say one last thing about that. I mentioned the guys in robes and law degrees. We also have judicial corruption in this country, and we have bad cops. We have good cops too. And you guys, there's almost like a civil war within every police station to be good or bad. Every cop makes this decision. We have friends. We have patriots in all things. Police, sheriffs. It's important we keep the balance of power. We're losing all that, though. And what do we do about the judicial corruption that never gets mentioned? It's like the cops are the fall guys for everybody, and that's unacceptable. What about their superiors? We don't get mad at the grunt. You get mad at their superiors, the brass that made that decision, right?
Yep.
Where do we start to address this issue? Is we have vast judicial corruption. And that's my last point, and I'll get off the line, sir.
All right. Well, I kind of thought of an idea while you were talking, and maybe I'll get busy on it. What I might just do is on the WatchmanNews.com, what I might do is open up a forum right on the site, and then start it out with all 50 states and every county in every state. And then people can go in there and add a new form, so to speak, as to their town. And maybe people can start talking. Maybe we can start organizing something, not just in one location, but in all of our towns, counties, and states.
That's a great idea.
Yes, sir. I like it.
Okay, well, I will definitely get busy on that.
Well, God bless you guys. I appreciate the time. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for calling. And God bless you for sure.
Okay, we got someone, I think, calling back.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone, it's getting kind of clear again, so you want to go ahead and call in. Mike, you have any, I did get that video you sent me from Oddbods. It hit me when he put it up. Do you have any new live feeds that have come out, or anything new information you want to switch to in a little bit?
Let me take a quick look to see. There wasn't anything live the last I looked, but I'm looking again, and don't see anything live.
Okay, let me open this call real quick. Unmuting. Can you hear us? 503 area code.
Yep, I can.
How you doing?
How y'all doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing good. I'm right up here a little bit north of Burns, Flossel, Oregon.
Right?
Flossel. And we can feel it all the way up here. I'm pretty sure that the federal government is getting pretty worried about this right now.
I would say so. With what I've heard and seen of reports of the vehicles and the manpower, and it sounds like it's getting pretty serious.
I don't know how they got all that land, but it's pretty clear to me that we're going to get it all back now.
It's weird because I haven't had time the last 2 days. I really haven't had a chance to really try to dig for information. That's why I was asking Revolution Radio earlier when he had called in what he knew about the people coming there, and because I haven't had a chance to really look around on social media or anything else, but it seems to me like they're preparing for a lot of people.
What?
Well, it seems like
I didn't.
Oh, go ahead.
I didn't understand half what you said.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know the computer too well.
Oh, okay. Do I sound a little better now?
Or no, I just didn't know the words you were saying.
Oh, okay. I was just saying it sounds to me with all the vehicles that I hear being reported, all the extra manpower that I hear being reported, like that they're really gearing up for something, I guess, tomorrow at this rally. I don't.
Yeah, you know what they're saying down in called Halfway, Oregon.
Uh-huh.
Down in Halfway, they're what do they call them, oath keepers.
Yeah.
The oath keepers are going to be down in Halfway next weekend, and I know people down in Halfway, and they're really excited about it.
Really?
Like they're really got the backs of those guys coming down there.
Wow.
Going down there. Yeah, in Halfway.
Wow. So
did you see that?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, they're going to be in Halfway next weekend. The oath keepers, and then the what do they call them? 3%.
Yeah, the Idaho 3%ers.
Yeah, they're all going to be down in Halfway because a rancher down there said they could stay down there.
Oh, wow.
And so they're going to be in Halfway next weekend, and I know 3 or 4 people down in Halfway, and they're all really excited about it.
Wow. Wow, that's
they're really looking forward to everybody driving around honking the horn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because the folk I talked to down in Halfway they was watching what happened in Burns last night with that rolling protests.
Uh-huh.
And they're really looking forward to that happening to them. There's only maybe 200 vehicles down in Halfway, and so even if all the people in Halfway honked their horns at the same time, it wouldn't be very loud. So all the guys coming down Halfway with their trucks to add extra horns,
uh-huh,
they're looking forward to that. Uh-huh.
Wow. Now see, that's a new form of protesting for me. I hadn't seen that before until last night.
Yeah, we all like that. I mean, who doesn't? Especially at night.
Yeah, it's
yeah. So yeah, I really think that what they say, the federal government owned 70% of the land out here in the west, this side of the Rocky.
I think. See, I've heard the figure I heard was like a third of the land in the United States. I'm not sure. I know a majority of that is out west. So that's the figures I know of.
Yeah, everybody out here, I think, is feeling pretty confident that after this event, and burns, all that land going to be given back to us, and to us, the people. Like, they're going to look back at those old documents and find the old families that used to own it and give it back to the heirs, they say. Heirs, is that right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
They're going to give it all that land back to the heirs of the people that owned it. And then we can mine it and cut down all the trees and, make some money on this,
Yeah, I don't know. I'd heard something said on when Deb was talking, Deborah Jordan, when she was talking, when she was up live.
Oh, yeah, with that Italian fella.
Yeah, but Deb Jordan, the one that's with him, yeah, she went up earlier and talked for a little
that
while.
Italian fella that's in the jail, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
That guy.
But I know
we all love him here. We all love him in Fossil and Condon and the Dalles, Hood River. Everybody loved that guy.
Yeah,
Santillan?
Santilli.
Yeah, that's the one. Yep, they all love him. We all love him. You could not find a better person to represent the movement than P. Santilli.
Well,
he's educated, eloquent, clean-shaven mostly. We don't like the beard. Well, we like beards, but as long as they're clean. And then they gave him that cowboy hat, and when he was wearing those sunglasses, he looked just like that Petty NASCAR driver. Richard Petty. He looked just like Richard Petty, and everybody loved that.
Yeah, he definitely. I know. There's a group of people that don't care for his style of reporting, or But like I tell everybody, that's why he goes by the Pete Santilli Show.
Who doesn't like him?
Oh, there's different people that that complain about him, or don't like the way he does the news, or But like I tell everybody, he's the Pete Santilli Show. It's
Sure, you gotta make money. When we get all this land back, everybody's gonna be rich.
Oh,
that's a good thing.
I can imagine
that's the way it
it'll
should
boom.
be.
I can imagine it will boom. The businesses and the ranchers and the loggers and the miners. I imagine they will prosper very well.
Yeah, a bunch of people that didn't even know that their ancestors owned half the West are going to be really surprised, because they're going to be getting a call, and a federal man is going to be apologizing to them and saying, guess what? You own half the West now. And there's going to be people, rags to riches, baby, like they say.
Yep.
Rags to riches.
No doubt.
Well, like I said, everybody in Fossil, and come, when everybody comes through, come to Fossil, because we got fossil beds, and there's dinosaurs in there, but you can't take them, but you can look at them.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
And they're pretty cool, yeah, we got that. And then Condon, it's Condon, and then there's the Mormon cave, and everybody knows about that. You heard about that Mormon cave?
Yeah, I've seen.
Masons, yeah.
Yeah,
Mason, Mormon, all the same thing, really. But,
yeah, I've seen it.
But yeah, that Mason cave, it's got that big old, sickle, no, not the sickle and hammer, that's the Russians. It's got the, compass, right?
Right.
Is that the Mason? Yeah, they got the compass thing right at the top of the cave, and then you go down in there, and they got bleachers in there, so they can sit down on those bleachers and have pagan rituals.
Right.
That's where they make all the plans in Hardy County, down in that cave. All the plans about giving the country to I don't know. Globalists, I guess.
Right?
Jews. Definitely Jews.
I hear you there. All right.
I know.
Oh, I was going to say we got another caller in the line. Or did you have anything else, or?
Suck her right in the pussy.
Right on.
All right, thank.
Sorry, we had to drop that, but I'll tell you what, he he got a good one in the end there. Hey there, Mike.
Yeah, someone's very rudely calling me on the phone right now.
Oh, alrighty. I'll take this.
I'm gonna say your name and social security number live on the air so everyone can control you.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and take this next call.
Okay, man, go ahead.
Alrighty, caller, how you doing?
Hello?
Yes, sir. You're live on the
Hello?
air.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You're
Is that
live on
me?
the air. Yep.
Oh, yeah, well, I just wanted to say, following it's on YouTube, and great show and everything. I learned about this from the Don Geronimo show. Have you heard of that?
No, I haven't.
There's Don Geronimo and Mark Phantom Lowe.
Okay.
They do a podcast out of California, podgod.com.
Okay.
They're really backing up the whole thing there.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Well,
So anybody, go ahead.
oh, did you give it a web address?
Yeah, it's dongeronimopodcast.com or pod-god.com.
Oh, okay.
And they're totally behind the whole thing.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, Don is a big fan. Of course, Mark Phantom Lowe is a big fan as well. He's talking about it all the time. Don's telling him to shut up a lot about it. He just blathers on it a little bit too much. He tells him to shut up.
Right on. Yeah. I can.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say
Go ahead.
I can put their link in chat here for their show.
Oh yeah, please. They're totally behind everything.
Yep, I just I put your link in the chat, or their link. I don't know if you're associated with them or not, but I put the link in the chat.
I'm just a listener.
Oh, right on. Yeah, we'll have to check that out for sure.
Could you give Don and Phantom a shout out?
Yeah, definitely. Don and Phantom, right?
Yeah, Don Geronimo and Mark Phantom Lowe, Lowe Lowe.
Okay, Don Geronimo and Mark Phantom Lowe. Thanks for
right, great.
for covering this stuff.
I messed that up a little bit. Could you do that again?
Oh, I just said thanks for covering this stuff.
Well, I mean, could you say their names again? Don Geronimo and Mark Phantom Lowe.
Yeah, Don Geronimo and Mark Phantom Lowe.
Well, I mean, could you do the whole? Could you do the whole thing, like their names, and then say, like.
Right on. Don Geronimo and Mark Phantom Lowe. Thanks for covering this stuff.
Right. Could you say like your name or something so they know who they're talking? Who's talking about them?
Yeah, I'll try that. This is the Watchman News. I want to thank John Geronimo and Mike Phantom Lowe for covering this stuff going on in Oregon.
That's Mark Phantom Lowe. Could you start that over?
Oh man.
They're really behind you everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're big time. It would mean a lot to them.
Okay. This is this is the Watchman News. We thank Don Geronimo and Mark Phantom Lowe for covering everything going on in Burns.
All right, that's great. Yeah, and I'm sorry about that last guy, the fucker right in the pussy guy. That was really bad.
Right on.
All right, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Was that just a nonchalant, sideways way of saying that as well?
Uh-huh. I think so.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh my gosh. All right. Let's go ahead and take this one. All right, 208. You're on the air. What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to. I guess I had a little kid in about the gentleman just called in there from Oregon about taking over some of the BLM ground, and reading an article here last week on Oregon, and I don't have all the details there. Maybe not Oregon, Utah. Maybe somebody could call in or something, or offer more information on it. But how the governor is taking the legal actions to take over the BLM ground in their state. The biggest problem is I think that is funding. Obviously, you'd know it'd be millions and millions of dollars to go through the court systems, and they're looking for other states to come on with this. So I think there's a lot of potential here in the future.
Right. I agree. Yeah.
I just wanted to... Go ahead.
Oh, no. I just said I agree.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw that in. You know, there's some hope through all of this.
Well, that's good.
So that's all I had.
Okay, well, thank you for calling.
All right, thank you.
All right, bye-bye. All right, we have somebody from the 301. Go ahead. Hello?
301 area code. It's showing unmuted for me.
Yeah, I unmuted it.
Let me mute it and unmute it.
Am I unmuted now?
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm 724 though.
Oh, okay.
That happens a lot with this software.
Yeah, that happened.
All
Sorry
right.
about that.
Well, all right, cool. I jumped in place though. Sorry, dude. I'm gonna take over unless you guys switch me out.
Well, you're good.
Alrighty, man. It's
You're actually the only
Resi
guy we
Beans.
have right now.
What's that?
You're actually the only guy we have right now.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah, I might sound like a troll with some of the shit that I'll say, but definitely not. So the other ones have been pretty lighthearted, entertaining. But yeah, you guys are doing absolutely great. Been switched to Oregon time for the last month and a half. So only got banned once. Appreciate that, you guys. And your mods are doing a great job. What's up, Anna? But yeah, much better that Scott guy. I hope he's listening. Scott, you're worse than the code dicks that I'm dealing with. We got all these, like in I'm from Pennsylvania, so you got to have your car inspected, registered to the state. Basically, it just means they can come and take it whenever they want. And yeah, license plate, all that jabber. Or else your neighbors, they'll be dicks and they'll call cops on you.
Right on. I had a neighbor like that.
I put a big ass flag on that because they said they were going to give me a $1,000 fine and send me to jail if I don't pay that. So put a big ass flag on it, and I told him it's a movable generator. And he's like, I've never heard that before. So gonna let him inside and see my fucking bunker I'm digging out. But I thought that might be a step over the line.
Right on.
But no, man, keep up the good work. I don't know how in the world you find time to stay active in the chat and still find the stuff that's coming out within minutes as soon as it comes out. But a lot of props to the positive people in the chat that are here for the truth as well. So.
Well, a lot of them are the reasons why we can do that. They flood us with good information, and we just report on it.
Right on. Yeah, did you guys see the, I don't know if you touched base on it today, Democrats in the Oregon Congress or something, they're trying to pass this thing to where it's like a pre-shooter. Basically, they're like profiling for people that might go off like this. And they're saying that there's going to be some constitutional restrictions in the way. I don't have the link or anything, but sketchy stuff. So
Yeah.
there's going to be a whole bunch of what I'll just call libtards out voicing their opinion to try to restrict as much gun stuff as possible.
Oh, I'm sure.
We need the people that stand for the Constitution to show it. Call their Congress people, get out. The boots on the ground people that get it done. So we know all these trolls have all the time in the world in the chat room. One day they're going to vote. You think Trump's going to be a gamble, and it might look like it's worth taking now, but it's going to get a lot worse coming up. Look at Bernie. I'm not trying to downplay anybody that likes Bernie, but might be fun for a few years, but we're going to really regret it.
Oh, I hear you.
So
I hear you there. Yeah.
Heck yeah, man. Hey, you guys take care, be safe, and just stay strong for the truth as always.
Right on. You
God
take
bless
care.
you guys.
All right. You have a good one. Thanks for calling.
Later, man.
What's that?
How much you're watching the chat. It's hilarious.
Right on. I don't.
Rage
doubt-
Wolf, I need to say to Rage Wolf, you need to be our spokesperson as far as coming up with slogans. It's hilarious.
Right on. Alrighty. We got another one down there. I'll unmute him. I think I may know who this is. And then I went ahead and locked the conference because Jenna be coming home soon, and I need to get her dinner ready and stuff. So without further ado, 260. There you go. You're on the air.
Yo.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
Oh, not much. How you been?
Oh, all right, dude. I get anxiety watching your chat room, so I got to bone out of there and watch on full screen sometimes,
Right?
But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of wanted people to know, if they're paying attention in here, that I grew up in the system, and you can wave any piece of paper you want and stand, stomp your foot all you want to, but like you had a caller come in earlier tonight and say, the police are trained this way. They bring tanks to people's houses in the city I live in for one person. So the fact that there's 4 people sitting in there and they're letting it go on is exactly what's going on. So there's a lot of other stuff going on, and this is kind of just, to me, it's just like a cloud over everything else. I have family in LA, and there's like tons of people that can't get government assistance for housing right now.
Right.
And in Flint, Michigan, they're making stands as well. And, this is like 4 guys sitting in a nature preserve somewhere. They're allowing it to go on at this point. I don't think that either way, it's not really going to make any difference how it pans out. Everybody knows that they're getting screwed, and if you've ever been in the system, you already know that, you're screwed from the beginning.
Right.
So, and the system makes the laws, and you think that, we're taking it to court. Well, all the laws that you're using, and they're all built up to just trample the Constitution. That's like irrelevant at this point with where we're at with everything.
Uh-huh.
It's going to take a lot of people to stand, and a lot of, like, there's a rumor going around that there's a judge that put a class action against the Bar Association for violating the Constitution for so many years, and it's a $270 billion suit against the Bar Association. And that's who we hire to defend us every day. So, I mean, it's just a big corrupt system, and we're stuck in it. And, I hear a lot, and a lot of people want to do something, but it's going to take 1 million people to put their foot down.
Wow.
So, I had to get that out, man. I just see a lot of, and I've stood in a lot of courtrooms for 20 years. I've been standing in courtrooms, and I've had the best attorneys I've got 11 uncles that have got military sheriffs, and they're allowed to lie to you to get what they want, but you're not allowed to lie to them.
Right.
That's another charge. So
Well, somebody
you're
in,
damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, you're just damned.
somebody in the chat.
What's that?
Somebody in the chat mentioned, not to forget about Jade Helm.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely. I studied all that too, and you try to put as much information as together as you can just to get an idea of what's going on, but you can't figure it out. I mean, unless you're part of it, you'll never know. There's all kinds of rumors, but it's all done with our money, and we let them have power. I believe in 1800 and something, when we were in a war, we allowed them to have a little extra power, and they've never let it go, and they've been fighting to keep it and get more and more and more every day. And it's been that long since, we've actually had control of our own courts, state by state. And I go to court religiously, and I go to federal court for child support. And they told me that I gave my ex-old lady a $40,000 gift. So cut the jokes.
Right.
I don't get it, man. All the laws are set up for failure.
Oh, yeah.
And people are screaming law, and we're going to take it to court. I'm sorry, but Bundy and Santilli, they're at the mercy of the court. You can spend billions of dollars on as many attorneys as you want, but you're at the mercy of the court at that point.
Right.
And then, I mean, people, like, I'll tell you what, I'm a little, like, let's see, I'm institutionalized from growing up locked up, but I have lived in counties sort of like Burns, where I'm in the Midwest, and it's Amish when you get out in the country from where I am all the way to the upper peninsula of Michigan. It's Amish.
Right.
And they're the same way. They don't like outsiders. And, I kind of feel this is my property if you come on it,
Right.
It is what it is, like the people from Oregon should have been able to stand up and do this themselves. And that's, what I mean, the outsider thing, I took offense to that Oregonian guy or whatever saying that too, like Clovis did, but at the same time, I've been there myself. I know how those people think, and there's nothing wrong with it, because a lot of the outsiders bring the inner city crap that I deal with every day.
Right.
But
right.
it's, it is what it is, man, and like the guys that are there now, I don't know where they're from, if there's anybody there from Oregon, but if they're standing up for that land for that reason, then so be it. But otherwise, I say just stand up for your own damn property and your own rights on your own property, and just we're screwed, dude.
I hear you. Hang on.
37. I've been screwed since I was born. So.
Right. Keep talking for a minute. Let me unlock the door real quick for Jen. Go ahead and keep talking though, real quick, or just for a second while I run down and get it.
Right on. Who else is on the mic here?
You got, ironically, the other Michael.
Oh, right on. What's up, dude?
Not much. Just reading this live chat, which has been pretty funny the past about half hour.
Right on. So, you got any comments to what I was saying there, man? Do you agree? Like,
I completely agree.
Screaming, and bitching, and whining, and moaning. It's like, it ain't gonna do a fucking thing, dude. All the laws are set up, and if you're talking law, you're giving in. I mean, the laws are set up that way. So, like, it all needs to be redone, dude. From scratch.
From the ground up.
That's where I'm at with it.
From the ground up.
Because, like I said, I've hired attorneys. I've went this way, went that way, and I know judges that have slandered my buddies and got sued, and, I've know all kinds of inside and outsides of the crooked court system, and it's all the same thing. Like, when Obama became president, I remember writing them and telling them, I know about a crooked system we have in our little driver's license branch. It's called deferred program. If you get pulled over or something, and then you don't get enough. I've been pulled over 7 times for the same damn thing and just paid the $200. It's like just a fraudulent deal to scrape up money, Yeah. And it's like, if you want to go after the scum, go after the money-hungry people that we have to put our lives in their hands, And That's all it is, dude. Just money hungry, from CPS all the way to the damn city code. I mean, it's all just money hungry, same shit. And it isn't going to change unless we need a lot more people to stand up than 40,000 or how many people are woken up on this. I've been pounding it into people's heads for 4 weeks, and they're finally starting to listen. But it's been 4 weeks consistent, pounding it in their heads just to get them to listen to what's going on in Oregon. But half of them are honky this, cracker that, just because they're white and they're not in St. Louis. And, like comparing it to what's happened recently. So right off the gate, I'm getting all those racial feedbacks off of people. Anything they hear about it, it's just automatically compared to something else that's went on, and they won't even think about their rights or whatever. It's taken weeks to pound it in. So Good luck to everybody. That's the best thing you can do, is just try to pound it into their heads.
Oh, exactly. It's all you can do.
Well, yeah, I guess that's all I got for you guys, man. I just, I've been hearing all these people getting frustrated, and it's like, you say courts, but that's not the answer. The courts can't do nothing for you.
Right.
That's the point we need to address, is how much we've lost in the fight of what we can do anymore.
And the way they set up Lavoy, let me tell you, let me tell you what happened. Pete Santilli was yelling at him on that microphone or whatever, and I was surprised there that nothing happened on that bullhorn when we were cracking up watching it a few weeks ago. And then he went and asked that officer if he's ever read the Constitution, and he said no. I got anxiety chest pain over that. It's like, what are you even doing in the uniform? You have hidden interest here. You don't even know what the Constitution says, and you signed it. So I had to memorize it or whatever they have to do when they go in law enforcement. But that was pretty bad when the officer's on camera saying that he don't know what it says.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's it is sad.
That's an eye opener, dude.
Oh, it's a big one. And even myself, I preach the Constitution, but I definitely could benefit from reading it over again. It's been since high school since I just actually sat down and paid attention and read the Constitution. I mean, I had to in high school, took a test on it and all that stuff in order to graduate. And don't get me wrong, I looked through it, but about the most that I read through is say the first 10 or 12, amendments, and that's it. I don't read all the Declaration and the, you know what I mean? And I really need to.
Yeah, well, you say that, but I mean, if you're not defending yourself in court, and even at that point, I mean, if you say anything about your religion or you have faith to the judge, you might as well have stole something. That's how they treat you. If you say anything about faith or your constitutional rights, they throw the book at you. I've been there, done it recently.
Mm-hmm.
And it just it's not even right. So that's where it all starts, right there. I mean, from the feds holding these 4 guys off in this little refuge, all the way up to the big bad riots here and there. I mean, nothing's going to get changed until the court system gets changed, because everybody there's got to go to court. Sorry to say, but
right.
Like I said, I grew up in this shit, dude. They don't take no for an answer. You broke the law, and the law's the law, and it's our law. That's that.
It's a shame how
pay your dues.
It's a shame how we have to bow down just to live.
Mm-hmm.
I mean.
Yep, absolutely.
That's why when you go into court, or whether you're signing the paper for your Miranda rights, as they have people do now, that's they always say, "Do you understand?" That's how it works. It says understand, which means to stand under. So you're standing under their laws, whether they're unjust or not. You more or less you gave up all your rights the moment you sign that box saying that you understand.
Jeez.
Yeah, you pretty much waive all your constitutional rights when you agree to understand. So, but I mean, I don't know what else to do other than if somebody would.
Oh, that was my point. It's like, yeah, you say you want to go read and learn that. I mean, that's cool if you want to learn some history, but that's history.
I mean, if you cross if you cross out the word understand and mark in there comprehend, definitely let me know how that works out.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I'm just saying though, like the Constitution is history. Like that should just be in the history books. Oh, we used to have this idea. And I don't know, dude. There's a lot going on with like all this overseas stuff we're into, and every single conflict we start, that same race lives here. Right. Every single race on this planet lives here, and every time we start something, we're starting stuff here. And I don't know. Did we ever vote in Japan to go bomb? I mean, did we vote to go to Iraq? Did we vote to? It's like it's ridiculous, dude. It's not even us. They just need to go on and find a little island somewhere and let us start over.
Well, the thing is, it's crazy how they have the shell of the system in place. But, they say, oh, well, you need to contact your local representative. Well, I'll tell you what, representatives, quote unquote, don't cover us like they're supposed to. They represent their corporate interests, their banking interests, you know what I mean? They lie to us blue in the face, tell us, oh, well, we're going to deal with this, we're going to fix that, and then they do whatever they want. And then we're told,
they tweak laws for their interest.
Right. And then they tell us.
We go up there like, oh, we're law-abiding citizens. Oh, well, no shit, Sherlock.
Yep. It's like
you wouldn't be standing there.
The never-ending loop, man. You need to contact your congressman, and you go there, they send you back the automatic form letter thing that they send to everybody that talks to them. And, it's just nothing but a big shell game. That's all it is. Or they'll say, well...
See, I have a buddy... Well, I'm a mechanic like you, and in our industry, it's the highest suicidal industry there is mechanics.
Really? I didn't know that.
And I don't know why that is, but I know the way I look at things, it's like, if it's a stripped out hole, if you can't tap it and fix it, throw it away and get a new piece. And that's how I deal with everything in life, and if you can't,
if that don't
you can't
work,
handle it.
If that don't work, you can take, one of the previous callers' advice. If you can't tap it, if you can't, never mind. It was a joke.
Crickets.
Sean, did you hear that other guy? Sean?
That moment when they don't answer.
You there, buddy?
I'm still no, we just lost him.
Oh, did we?
We just lost him.
Aw, that bites. That was fun.
Sorry, Sean. We didn't mean to.
I could have meant, kiss her on the nose.
Oh my God.
Sorry, Sean. I was just trying to make a joke there.
I think you offended him. Look what you did.
I don't think I offended him. All right. I do see somebody else in the list. Let's. Oh no, I don't.
No one else.
The whole thing just went out. Huh. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and. We've been doing this for a little while, so we'll go ahead and close that out anyway.
Yep. Thanks, guys, for all the calls tonight. That was a great first time for me ever doing this. It really is more my heart to hear from all of you.
Yeah, it was, I think it was pretty good.
Yeah, I did not expect it to go that well. And then, working with Revolution Radio is really cool.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. I'm, trying to figure out how to get this Skype call out. Hang on. Oh, I already did. Okay. I just have to do their stupid survey thing Skype always gives me. Now, somebody was talking about a video that Stark Hour had posted, which is TVOI, and I did see that. And if you want, I can show that to you.
Yeah. How long?
Huh?
How long is it?
Oh, it's like 3 minutes. We can go ahead and, if you want to get off this call, we'll go ahead and do that. And
Yeah, if you want to start wrapping things up and start throwing some videos on.
okay, that's what I'll do.
That said, everyone, I appreciate it. This was really, really cool the first time, and I hope you can understand me fairly. I'll just listen to this over and see how it sounds. But yeah, thanks again. Hope to talk to you soon and see you on the live chat.
Okay, I'll see you later. Thanks, Mike.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right. All right. I just seen I didn't show any other callers, Patricia. When I clicked on the, there was somebody there, I think from like 803 or something. And when I clicked on the board to unmute them, everything just appeared. So I don't know what happened there. Were you the one that was 803? I don't know anything of Defend Your Base. I haven't heard really anything since, I guess, yesterday, actually. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. If I would even try to get back in the system, I don't think it would be in there. Oh, sorry, Rage. Like I say, that's the only number I've seen in the system. And then when I went to go click to unmute it, everything disappeared. I don't know if mine did too. WRF. Who's really? I wonder who WRF is. QRF. Well, I don't know who QRF is. I wouldn't be able to easily get back into that system. Huh. Yeah, see, I don't know, unless the system was having an issue or something, because like I said, I went to go click the board and everything disappeared. We'll take them again tomorrow. It's like midnight. Jen just got home. And there is news that we do need to kind of check out. There's something that I caught late earlier, and I kind of wanted to really see it, and that was Lavoy Finnecum's last ride. And let's see, and I wanted to check out this protester video and stuff. I don't even realize how long we were on that. Oh, okay, Sean. I don't know what happened. It's like it's like your call just dropped off. So maybe it was the system or something. Here, let me get the link for this video here. And then I don't know how many of you looked at that Oddbod's latest video, but wow, that is Jeff. Yeah, I thought I offended Sean, but okay. Yeah, the system must have errored out. What, babe? Wait, hang on. Okay. The LaVoy song? Okay, I'll do that in a moment. Let me, I'll just kiss her on the nose. I'll tell you about it after a bit. All right, let me play this one from TVOI. If you hadn't seen the Oddbods video where he showed the close up of LaVoy's hand, it really, I don't know what happened. Obviously, I wasn't there, but there was something that caused his hand to jerk a lot faster than what somebody could just make it do on its own. I mean, it looked like something hit his hand. So, I don't know. It's yeah, I hear you, Lady Zaga. I understand. It's not easy. I just, we gotta know. So, I'm not gonna play it right now. So, this is a protester, a local protester, that Lee Rice talks to a local protester. That's the name of it. It's starkhour.com's the YouTube channel, and TVOI, the Voice of Idaho, is the one that's running that channel. So here I was going to paste it in chat. Hang on, let me find the window we have open here. I've managed to get a ton of windows back open again. I just got to find the one that it's in. And I'm looking. I'm trying to find it. I've got all kinds of windows open because I've been getting a chat set up too for the moderators to help them out. And I bet this is it. Alrighty, this is TVOI. It's taking a little while. It's probably because of the 5 million windows I have open. Finally.
Okay, it's Lee Rice.
Lee,
nice to meet you, bro. Okay, so just tell me a bit briefly. You're local here, right?
Yep, I grew up in Burns. I was born in the Burns Hospital. I've lived here 90% of my life, other than leaving for work occasionally. I've lived here my entire life.
So, because what back in Idaho, right? They and actually all the mainstream media, they're trying to make it out like the locals, like they want us out of here. They don't want any help.
The locals right now are very divided, where most of the ranching community and agricultural community and farming community is we're scared. Well, I'm not scared of these people, but we're afraid that these guys are going to come in and do the same thing to any Joe Blow, just like they did to the Hammonds.
Sure.
And then the rest of them are either people that are skeptics, or they just said, oh yeah, they work for the refuge, and they say, oh yeah, these are all criminals, and they just write us off as a bunch of crazies.
Right.
I don't have a dog in this fight. My family does not have any BLM permits. We ranch our cattle on all private land, and we do hay on private property. I don't have a dog in this fight. The reason I'm here is because this is what I believe in. I believe that the FBI is trying to intimidate the American people and keep us under their thumb as their subjects. And it's BS. I'm tired of it. I want these people to go home. You don't need 100 or 100 FBI agents with M16s and sniper rifles, and you don't need all these armored vehicles for 4 guys with hunting rifles.
Yeah, thank you.
The Oregon State Police and the Harney County Sheriff's Department could take care of this peacefully, and nobody needed to die.
Yep.
Absolutely not. If the FBI wouldn't have escalated things like they've done out here, Lavoie would still be alive, and that's what I believe.
Thank you.
So the reason I came out was I posted this sign is, I am not afraid of the FBI. These people will not intimidate me. The people that I've talked to, they were kind and courteous, but that's not what their body language and what they're showing.
I agree. I was talking to one of the guys over there that's loaded for bear,
And I respect these people for doing their job. They're just taking orders from somebody higher up, and that's who the problem is the higher ups.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate you taking the time to talk to me. Huh? Okay, there must be something going on because now all these guys are rolling out, heading somewhere. Don't know where. Oh, and look at, they're bringing out the big boy. Where are they going? What are they doing? Are you kidding me? How sick is that? How sick is that? And they think it's actually funny. Wow. They're laughing about it.
Wow, that is crazy. I've got audio coming in from somewhere.
Everybody, I did a
Hang on.
little live stream about a half hour ago, and I was talking about when I talked to David Fry, and I got his name wrong, and I called him David Key, and I don't know where I came up with that name.
Hang on, guys. I don't know where it's coming from.
And I apologize. Key is not his last name. Fry. It was hard for me to place him because I only knew him as David, and for the life of me, when people were telling me about him, I could not place who he was. So I want to correct that. So I'm doing a correction and a retraction, and I apologize.
Hang on, I'm trying to find where the video's coming from. It was probably from where it played earlier. I've literally got just stacks and stacks of windows open.
To critics, especially somebody named Sherry. Here, you don't know what it's like. Off that refuge, they've been pleading for your entertainment. So why do you have something to say suddenly? So when I spoke with David for resolve, he's not a Sam for the life of me. In front of the camera. They asked me to do it because they knew that I would put the conversation, because he was called.
Oh, hang on, my phone here is ringing as well. 1 second.
Everybody has their own decisions. About was arrested in a situation like this. Tell me where you're. What if, or I can, or I would. But I'm telling you right now, probably had 6 hours of sleep in the past 4 days. I'm tired. I'm weary. It's not that I don't care about what happens to them up there in that refuge. I care a lot. But there's very little I can do. I've seen the live feed that's coming out of there. And I worry about them. And I've talked to people who've talked to them. But they made their choice. Some came down, some didn't. Hello. Okay, Giselle, can I talk to you in just a few minutes? I'll call you back. Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. The person who was calling me was not giving up. Okay, so, what am I supposed to do? I've talked to people, I've asked them, what's going to happen to these guys? And everybody's frustrated, Everybody's frustrated. The people of the town are frustrated, They're going to have a rally tomorrow. And they're going to be asking the FBI to leave. And wouldn't that fix things? But short of them leaving, there's really not much anybody can do about the situation they've gotten themselves into up there. Yes, they're frightened and they're cold. They tell me they're not hungry and they're not thirsty. They were part of it. But there's nobody left that was in that group that can come and save them. And I don't know. What am I supposed to do? What's anybody supposed to do? I'm going to post the conversation that David Fry had with his best friend. He says it's the last time. Come on.
Deb, if you hold that on the dash,
I've got it.
Does it make it easier to hold where it don't wiggle?
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
There we go. All right. Hi, everyone. We wanted to take you on a journey today. We are on North 395. This is the road that leads to the memorial that has been set up for Lavoy Fennicum by a local. And we thought that we'd share this with you. Now, we understand that some of the spots here on this road have no cell phone coverage. And of course, I'm working with a hotspot, so it may go in and out. I'll get it back up as quickly as I can. There are just certain places where we know that it's going to skip, especially right before, where he was I mean, there's like murder. There's not going to be any cell phone coverage there, but we'll take pictures. I just kind of wanted to give you guys an idea of the road that he was traveling on, that the convoy was on. And I don't know how much comment I'm going to make. We'll be talking here in the background. Hopefully you can hear us. But I've got the iPad up on the dash. I think it's a pretty good view. So here we go. We're on, well, there we go. It's already fallen down. Okay, so we're on 395.
Alrighty. Let's see. I'm trying to find. She had said something earlier. Deb did about people demanding, and I think we watched the. Video from TVOI earlier about there was people protesting and they wanted the FBI gone. And I know that I had heard on here where Deb had said something about people wanting the protesters out, and I'm not quite sure who exactly they were. She was saying that wanted them out, but it sounded a little bit more intense than just that one protester there. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that of her, and I know she hadn't released the that audio or anything, but you know, she's going through a lot. She is going through a lot, so we have to kind of cut Deb some slack. I think most of us couldn't even conceive, to be quite honest, what Deb is going through right now, and that's just the truth of it. You know, I know I feel for her. Each and every person that I run into and talk to, I try mentally to put myself in their shoes, because otherwise, if I don't do that, I'm only listening to reply. I'm not listening to understand. And so that's kind of one thing I ask people to do. Stop listening just to reply. Listen to understand. So here's Deb. And I know she's in a lot of pain. I know she's really tired. And she could really use people cutting her some slack. She's a wonderful woman. I really think Deb is a wonderful woman. I think Pete's a good guy. You know? Pete's got Pete's personality. It doesn't make him a bad guy. It makes him a very colorful guy, actually. So anyway, here's Deb, and I'm going to be keeping an ear out for that information about people wanting the FBI to leave.
Okay, everybody, I did a little live stream about a half hour ago, and I was talking about when I talked to David Fry, and I got his name wrong, and I called him David Key, and I don't know where I came up with that name, but and I apologize. Key is not his last name. Fry. It was hard for me to place him because I only knew him as David, and for the life of me, when people were telling me about him, I could not place who he was. So I want to correct that. So I'm doing a correction and a retraction, and I apologize for that mistake, where I misspoke. Okay. Before I get started with this, I want to critics, especially somebody named Sherry. Here, You don't know what it's like. Off that refuge. They've been pleading for your entertainment. So why do you have something to say suddenly? So when I spoke with David for resolve, he is not going to leave that refuge. He told me to stop pleading with him, that he wasn't coming down from that refuge. And I didn't remember his last name, and I couldn't place him for the life of me in front of the camera. They asked me to do it because they knew that I would put conversation, because he was called here. He feels like he's been left behind. Everybody has their own decisions about, was arrested in a situation like this. Tell me where you're, what if, or I can, or I would. But I'm telling you right now, I probably had 6 hours of sleep in the past 4 days. I'm tired. I'm weary. It's not that I don't care about what happens to them up there in that refuge. I care a lot. But there's very little I can do. I've seen the live feed that's coming out of there. And I worry about them. And I've talked to people who've talked to them. But they made their choice. Some came down, some didn't. Hello. Okay, Giselle, can I talk to you in just a few minutes? I'll call you back. Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. The person who was calling me was not giving up. Okay, so, what am I supposed to do? I've talked to people. I've asked them, what's going to happen to these guys? And everybody's frustrated, Everybody's frustrated. The people of the town are frustrated, They're going to have a rally tomorrow. And they're going to be asking the FBI to leave. And wouldn't that fix things? But short of them leaving, there's really not much anybody can do about the situation they've gotten themselves into up there. Yes, they're frightened and they're cold. They told me they're not hungry and they're not thirsty. They were part of it. But there's nobody left that was in that group that can come and save them. And I don't know. What am I supposed to do? What's anybody supposed to do? I'm going to post the conversation that David Fry had with his best friend. He says it's the last time anyone will hear from him. I'm going to post it in its entirety, and I will let you guys decide. You can decide. Since all of you are so judgmental on the outside, then you can judge for yourself. You can all sit back and say you would have done it a different way. But it's going to mean very little to me because you're not here. You never came here. No matter how many times we begged people to come here, they did not come. We called for a peaceful gathering, a buffer, a show of support, so that the FBI would think twice about murdering a man in cold blood on a mountain pass. But you're all too busy. You're all too busy judging everybody else and telling everybody else how you would have done it. You're all too busy calling Pete Santilli an FBI agent, or calling Blaine Cooper an FBI agent, or Ryan Payne an FBI informant. And now you pretend like you care for the last 4 up there? Are you serious? You don't care. The only thing you care about is getting a dig in on me. I cannot take on the FBI all by myself. I'm down to very little equipment, and I'm doing my best. I should have said something about them at the rally yesterday, but it wasn't my rally. But I still should have. And they should have too. We'll fix that tomorrow. But the FBI is not listening to us. They never have. Not from the moment we got here until the moment we leave out of here tomorrow. They are not listening. They do not negotiate. That's quite obvious. David Fry and the people that are left up there had a choice to make. And they made their choice. If anyone tries to go through those barricades, they will be slaughtered. I invite Sherry Roberts to come here and give it a try. I invite Vinnie Eastwood and Suzanne Posel to come here and give it a try. While you guys are all out there busy, doing your busy work, and telling the world lies, exaggerated, not only lies, Kenny, it goes way beyond lies. It's deceitful, it's petty, and it's dangerous. This is what we've put 5 years of our life into? Hmm. So, I will put up what he says is his last statement. And I want you all to know, those of you that are attacking Pete, everybody has something in their closet. Everybody does. And when things settle down, we'll just find out what those some things are. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't go there. Maybe I shouldn't be like you. After all, you have nothing that I want. There's nothing about you that I admire. None of you. So I'll put it up here in a few minutes or later, whenever I feel like it, because I'm really tired. 2 hours of sleep, an hour and a half sleep, something like that. I don't know. I don't even remember anymore. I don't even remember what day it is most of the time. So, you guys can all just sit here in your comfy chairs, in your warm places, and judge me, and judge Pete, and judge those 4 boys up on the mountain. Well, 3 boys and a girl. You can judge the Pacific Patriot Network, the Idaho 3 Percenters. But we were handed a shitty deal. Me and Pete, the Idaho 3 Percenters, the Pacific Patriot Network. We love those people up there. We loved them. We supported their message. But I think we all made it clear from the very beginning that we did not support how they did it and what they did. But their message was a great one. It's a big dream. But I think Chris Ann Hall was right. We're not ready. They've made our slavery way too easy. Way too comfortable. David Fry said to me, "May the chains rest lightly." May my chains rest lightly. He was right. We've done them a disservice. But those chains bind us right now. It does everybody. And those of you who aren't willing to stand up, and risk having the shackles put on you for what you believe in, then I don't think you really have all that much to say about the rest of us. We'll continue to cover the 4 people that are left up there. We'll continue to pray for them. I can only apologize to my listeners for not taking it more seriously. I was just really, really concerned. And had to be about the things that I needed to get done, that I had to get done. Yes, I'm consumed about what's going on in my personal life right now. But that doesn't mean that I don't care. All right. I know most of you are going to be just nasty anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Some of you people make me sick. I can't even process the ugliness I've seen from the American people during this whole thing. I can't even process it. I do know one thing. David Fry trusted me enough to call me and talk to me and ask me to put out his last message. And that's what I'm going to do. So pray for them. Pray for us all. Pray for this country. And pray because you protested the government. And you stood up for people that you care about. So I'll be posting it a little bit later. And you guys can hear for yourself. Keyboard. Because at the end of the day, all of you people, all you nasty people, don't have anything else to do. Nothing. You're nothing. For all those of you who have
You can
supported
monetize
us
all of your videos
and care about
with
us, and care about me and Pete and Kenny and Ben. We've been through the ringer. We really have. It's still dangerous here. 3 more MRAPs. We're 3 more MRAPs were brought here today, and they doubled the size of law enforcement on the ground because they're having a rally tomorrow. It's still a very dangerous situation for everybody. They're going to ask that the FBI leave. If the FBI leaves, then the people up on the refuge are safe. So they are doing something. They're trying. I know people who have stayed awake for 3 days in a row trying to talk to those young men and women. And they will not listen. They say they're not coming down, that they are going to die there. They'd rather die than go to prison and be raped and tortured by the United States government. That is their choice. Some people chose to fight another day. And some people chose to fight it in court. At the end of the day, they are all patriots. And if you weren't here, then you can't call yourself anything. Bless those who prayed for us, supported us, stood by us.
We still need your help.
You'll never know how much we appreciate it. Okay, so that's really all I have to say. You know, I'm just so disgusted right now with the American people. And I don't want to lump everybody into the same category either, because there's some good people out there. And I've met them. I've met them here in Burns. I've spoken with them over the phone. There's some good journalists out there who wouldn't dream of attacking us. But there are those. And those will be the ones who bring this country down, because you have no backbone. You have none. All you know how to do is sit behind your computer and turn on your microphone and complain about what everybody else is doing. All right, guys. The next thing I post will be the conversation between David Fry and his friend. I almost hate to do it, but I promised him I would.
I know there are a lot of people that that just see that she was lashing out there, and I don't. I mean, of course I see that, but that's not what I focus on. Again, I said earlier, you know, and it makes all the difference in the world. If you didn't know, and I assume probably everybody figured it out, Pete and Deb were together. And while I'm not going to dig or expose or anything like that, I just want people to understand that there's more of a connection there, you know. No, she wasn't trolling. She wasn't trolling her viewers. You can't believe the amount of disrespect they've been shown. And, you know, that kind of is expected if you have a personality like Pete does. But, you know, there are sometimes some people that just don't know when to quit. And that's what they're running into. That's what they're running into. You know, it's time for people to back off. Let them lick their wounds, you know, because they've got some pretty deep ones right now. So, I think people need to try to understand at least a little bit of that. You know, I know what it's like to lose everything. You know, literally overnight. I lost everything literally overnight. I don't know, I seen our image come up on a video. But no, it's just something, you know. Just something to think about. It's not fun losing everything. It's really, really not. I'm just kind of looking through this real quick. Trying to figure out why I saw our news as a thumbnail for it. Huh. That's odd. Well, Carl, I understand that. Who's Rage? Who's watching me? Oh, the Santilli channel. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know they were. Didn't know that they were watching me. They're more than welcome to. Trying to find something that we haven't seen. I'm kind of in the same boat as everybody. I'm not much for seeing the same video clip over and over and over. I'm not going to put myself or anybody else through that. Oh, I did want to update the mods. I did want to tell you that I am still hard at work at trying to find the proper chat interface for us to be able to communicate in the back end. I thought I found it, but it's not really that kind of a chat interface. The one I installed was more like a customer help kind of interface. So I just want something simple, something that I don't have to go in and modify code in order to add moderators. So that is still getting worked on, and I will be getting everybody their own Watchman News. Well, not everybody, but I will be getting the moderators their own WatchmanNews.com email address. So that's coming. It's just, believe me, it's not even going as fast as I would like it. The Old Marine posted a video earlier, and I wanted to see it, and totally forgot. Let's see, that's not the right window. Trying to find the right window to put it in. I believe it's this one right here. Okay, so this is the Old Marine. See what he's got to say now.
I'm going to read for the visually impaired and for small device. It is January 31st, 2016. 3:20 p.m. is time. And up next, folks, Pink here. Okay. I'm going to read for the visually impaired and for small device users. Yes, I read articles. And for anyone who doesn't wish to listen, you can always go to the link. All right. This is by Dave Hodges of the Common Sense Show. How many of you have been following What's been happening to the shipping, international shipping? Well, I hope all of you are prepared for what's to come in the future. The Baltic Dry Index continues to plummet. America's debt ratio with regard to credit card debt, student loan debt, the Federal Reserve's inability to pay even the interest on the derivatives debt, and the coming negative interest rates spells disaster. I implore you to act now, and I mean today. The only thing left to do is for the banksters to steal your bank accounts. The correct crisis will bring about the collapse of the dollar, now that the wealth transfer has largely been accomplished. What America will look like following the collapse of the dollar. The aftermath of an economic collapse can take different forms. However, history demonstrates that there are some universal things you can count on. 1. Obamavilles. People will lose their jobs and ultimately will be evicted from their homes, and America will see a dramatic spike in the rate of homelessness. During the Great Depression, 1929 to 1941, the growing number of homeless people in America began to live in communities with cardboard boxes as their only shelter. The communities took on the name Hoovervilles, or Hoovervilles, in reference to the president that most Americans blamed for the Great Depression. Today, as the economy collapses, a new homeless class will be created, and they will come from the former middle class. A large number of Americans own property. This will shift to a large amount of properties that will subsequently be owned by the few, and America will witness the introduction of feudalism to our country. This is why the Federal Reserve has been buying $40 billion of mortgage-backed securities every month. Number 2, dramatic food shortages. Because of just-in-time deliveries, the American food industry operates on quick and multiple deliveries and survives only as a result of the rapid payment of invoices. As the failing economy reaches the service industry, most of these businesses will fail in very large numbers. Who then will be delivering the food? You may wonder. How many of you are thinking about that? Who's going to deliver your food to your stores? 3, food riots. Because of the food shortages, riots and organized gang violence will occur. The military is trained to isolate these areas, but will not intervene. If you call 911, nobody will be answering. This will be the time that you wished you had listened to many of the alternative media, because this is the time that America will begin to see a large loss of life. Number 4, martial law will be declared. DHS and the military have already practiced for this development, as we all know. Travel will be limited, and it will be stopped altogether in areas where the civil unrest is at its worst. The 2012 and 2014 National Defense Authorization Act will allow government officials to disappear anyone they want to, and for any reason, or no reason at all. The NDAA suspends habeas corpus, provides for indefinite detention, and this is done on the premise that certain kinds of Americans are threats. In other words, Second Amendment supporters, Bible-believing Christians. This is where the present harassment of Christians will turn into the outright persecution of Christians. I think the public has a right to know how its government plans to handle future protests. Is America the new Venezuela, Egypt, or Ukraine? A previously secret document, which was leaked online, entitled FM3-39.40, Internment and Resettlement Operations PDF file, can be accessed by clicking on that link. If you wish for more info, folks. Riot formations, age 42. Quick reaction force teams should be established with a minimum response time. Because of the physical nature of riot control, individuals in riot control formations should not carry rifles. Non-lethal attachments should follow closely behind the riot control formation. Lethal coverage must be provided for this entire formation. Designated marksman, age 43. During a non-lethal engagement, the use of designated marksmen provides confidence and safety to those facing a riot. If a lethal threat is present, the designated marksmen in overwatch positions, armed with appropriate sniper weapons mounted with high-powered scopes, can scan a crowd and identify agitators and riot leaders for apprehension and fire lethal rounds if warranted. Additionally, they are ideally suited for flank security and counter-sniper operations. Government control over all fuel and transportation. These are some of the things that government can do to you, courtesy of several executive orders. And here's Executive Order 10990. Allows the government to take control over all modes of transportation, highways, and seaports. And this is 11003. Allows the government to take over all airports and aircraft, including commercial aircraft. Number 11005 allows the government to take over railroads, inland waterways, and public storage facilities. Number 10997 allows the government to take over all electrical power, gas, petroleum, fuels, and minerals. Minerals, yes, minerals. That's what it says there. Government control over all food and water. Executive Order is 10998. Allows the government to take over all food resources and farms. Who gives them that right? That is horrible. That should not be. None of these should be in effect. The ability to enslave the American people, well, gee. 11000 allows the government to mobilize citizens into work brigades under government supervision. Executive Order 11001 allows the government to take over all health, education, and welfare functions. Executive Order 11002 designates the Postmaster General to operate national registration of all persons. Number 11004 allows the Housing and Finance Authority to relocate communities, build new housing with public funds, designate areas to be abandoned, and establish new locations for populations. Ability to grant the President total dictatorial control. 11051. How many of you are shaking your heads and saying no to all of these? Specifies the responsibility of the Office of Emergency Planning and gives authority to put all executive orders into effect in times of increased international tensions and economic or financial crisis. Dictatorial control. Why are we surprised? 11310. Grants authority to the Department of Justice to enforce the plans set out in executive orders to institute industrial support, to establish judicial and legislative liaison, to control all aliens, to operate penal and correctional institutions, and to advise and assist the President. Executive Order 11049 assigns emergency preparedness to function to federal departments and agencies, consolidating 21 operative executive orders issued over a 15-year period. Well, why don't they just say we take control of everything? Why don't they just get it over with and say we are going to control and be your dictator? We are going to install total dictatorial control over all of you. This is what this is saying. Ooh. Number 11049 assigns emergency preparedness function to federal departments and agencies, consolidating 21 operative executive orders issued over a 15-year period. There are more examples, but I think you get the idea. Your government has practiced to subjugate and even murder you in times such as these. And we all see what they did to Lavoy Finicum, didn't we? You have just read the final blueprint for the enslavement of the American people. Conclusion: what to do? Is there something that we can do? Number 1, store food. Number 2, store water, along with obtaining water filters. Number 3, hoard medicines. Whoa, he used the word hoard. 4, buy guns and ammo. Number 5, buy gold. That's up to you, folks. This is only the short list. Heed these words. Every source I have says the collapse is imminent and will come like a thief in the night. Okay. Well, I can't say this is not scary. This is definitely not fear-mongering. This is a call out to the people that have not done anything to possibly prepare for a collapse. If you've been watching my channel and you've been watching other people's channels, we have been saying this for years. And I know no one, we put out these videos warning of collapse this, collapse that. Well, for me anyway, folks, it's really hard to say exactly what day and time the, quote, collapse is going to happen. But I think collectively, we all feel, according to what's out there and what's being reported, that there is some serious stuff going to happen pretty soon. We can all feel it collectively and spiritually. And all that information is out there. It's been talking in big, huge letters to us. It has been warning us for how long? And we see everything just in chaos. Isn't it time that the folks out there, the ones that aren't doing anything about it, isn't it time that you started doing something now? Instead of just sitting around waiting for something to happen? I know we have lives to lead. We all do. But, my goodness, folks, it's got to be done. You've got to protect yourselves now. Okay? And I would say food, water, and medicines. And if you have some kind of protection, guns or whatever. And as for the gold, well, that's up to you. That's up to you, folks. But I wouldn't count on that paper money. All right? That paper money is going to end up in the toilet someday. Hope you keep safe, folks. Thanks for watching this video. And this is by Dave Hodges of The Common Sense Show. You either agree with him or disagree. It's your decision. I'm just putting up the info to inform. Thank you. Pink out.
And that was Pink, re-streamed on the Old Marine One. And she was doing an article from Dave Hodges. So if you can remember all of those, you can possibly follow the trail to go read the article. She was talking about a collapse and economy, and this is something we normally cover. I'm interested to see what the numbers are going to be tomorrow after everything closes. But this was it as of Friday. And as you could see, it makes a really cool slide, but as far as the economy, it's not so good. As of Friday, it was down to 317. It's never, ever been nearly that low. You don't hear about it. You don't hear a word about the Baltic Dry Index. Some people in the chat I seen was talking about distractions. Oh yeah, they will do everything they can to distract us from this number. This number they can't fiddle with like they can the stock numbers. This is more of a true indicator of what's to come. Just to show you what I mean by never been this low, well, let's back up a year. And in that year, somewhere in here, maybe 509, I've seen a 509. Yeah, 509. Let's see if it went, I think it went a little lower here. 504, 498. So it got down to 498, which, by the way, was like a 30-year low. and then it came back up. It got away from that low, and ever since it's just been going down. I can show you up to 5 years, and as you can see, it never got that low. But the peaks, except for this one right here in 2014, the peaks have been lower and lower, and we've never seen it do a downward slide like this. This is crazy. I'm personally interested in seeing what happens tomorrow when everything closes. Again, I look at the stock market numbers, but I don't pay a whole lot of attention to them because that's just about as rigged as Obama's second term. So, let me see if there's anything new in updates, videos. Lots of stuff going on. Lots of stuff. Dabu. No. He came out with another video. Let's see what Dabu's video is. It does involve Oregon, and it says it's an exclusive. So I'm definitely interested to hear what's being said. Hopefully it's not just the same old that we've been hearing over and over.
Henry wanted a link to the last video.
Oh, link to the pink video? Mm-hmm. That would be the one I just changed. Hang on.
It is general.
Okay, Henry, here's your link, brother. In the chat room.
Well, pretty much what I can tell you is just what I know. I was in a vehicle that got pulled over by the FBI. That's where Captain Joe O'Shaughnessy was arrested out of, was our vehicle. I don't know what you heard or what you need to know.
It was kind of foggy as into who all was in that vehicle and where that took place, because the other two vehicles were in the whole thing involved with Lavoie being killed. We didn't know where that took place. So,
well, let me give you a breakdown of what happened that day.
Okay.
I was a part of the team that was at the campground where the triage tent was. I went down Saturday night. When I got into town, it was going to be 2:30 in the morning. So I spoke to the Idaho 3%ers, and they said, well, you're going to be so late coming to get a motel room. I'm like, well, I really don't want to get a motel room. Where else can I go? So they sent me down to the where the triage was. When I pulled in there at 2:30 in the morning, I noticed there's only about 5 vehicles, which really was upsetting. I really expected to see maybe 100 vehicles in there or more of patriots that were helping out. They weren't there. So the guys I was with were great. But the day that Lavoie got shot, these guys normally they would go in the morning down to the refuge, kind of find out what was going on, what the plan was. So we went down to the refuge. We talked to Ammon Bundy, Blaine Cooper. Most of the guys there found out, they were going to John Day to the meeting to meet with the sheriff that evening. And we pretty much figured that they had things worked out there. Well, we had to run into town to see Pete Santilli. Captain O'Shaughnessy needed to set up a website to try to get some donations because everybody was running out of money. The PPN was supposed to be helping the Oathkeepers and kind of footing their bill. That did not happen. Everybody was there footing their own bill out of their own pocket.
Right.
And everybody was running out of money.
Right.
So we went to Pete Santilli's room in town. We were there for quite a while. Stood out on the corner. A lot of the people that lived there were just waving at us and happy. Others just kind of didn't look our direction. And there was a particular Fed vehicle that kept coming by. So we kept waving at it, We're not doing anything wrong, so we're not worried. But they kept going back and forth with this one particular vehicle. But when we left there, we had to run over to where the Oath Keepers were staying at the Sundowner. I get there and I find out that the full amount of people that were there were in one room. That's how much, you see on the news, there must have been hundreds and hundreds of armed militia there. I think I counted maybe 35 people.
That's interesting because Blaine's recent statement said he escaped out of there with about 100 militia in another state. Where were their vehicles if you didn't see them?
Well, I know what vehicles. Well, hold it now. Okay, I'll get to that part where I think Blaine left.
Okay.
After we left the Oath Keeper's room, this is when everything starts to happen. Of course, while we're at the Oath Keeper's room, we're outside, and we see the same Fed vehicle drive back and forth, and we're waving at it again. We waved at it every time it went by.
Yeah.
It was pretty obvious.
Right.
So we pull out. And we have to run back over to Pete Santilli's room where they were finishing up. And Pete comes flying out, and he's full dressed. He's got his press gear on. And he says at that time that he had heard the shots had been fired, 2 men were down. We had no idea who or what, who got shot or who was down. We heard about a life flight helicopter. So Pete Santilli and Deb, they headed up to the federal compound where they were staged at the airport. And we headed back toward the triage tent, which was in the direction of the refuge. Well, as we were pulling out, Gary Underhill, which was driving the truck, his phone rings. And we're all quiet, and we're listening to him, and he's going, okay. He's like, well, how'd you get my... He goes, well, I guess you wouldn't be doing your job if you didn't have my number. It was the FBI, and they were calling him to tell him that shots had been fired. There were some injuries. They didn't go into too many details. They said, you guys are free to go, but you need to leave quickly. And they asked if we had access to communication to the refuge, which he said we did not. He said, well, if you can find anybody that does, tell them to call them and tell them they're all free to leave, but they need to leave now. So he's like, okay, all right. So he hangs up the phone, and he no more hangs up the phone. And he's 27 years retired law enforcement. He was in law enforcement for 27 years, sheriff down in, I think, Carson, Nevada. He's also Iraq vet and some other. He says, guys, the black and white just pulled out behind us. They came out quick. Oh, crap, there's a Fed car behind them. We're getting lit up. And then they light up. He goes, guys, this is a felony stop. Keep your hands away from your guns. So we all did. Well, they came up, surrounded us. The Fed car that was behind them was the one that had been tracking us all day. At that point, Gary, being ex-law enforcement, he told them we're code 4, which means we're no danger to you. He's trying to calm them down. They're wired up. I swear every one of these Feds didn't look like they were more than 22 years old. At that point, Gary sticks his head out the window and looks behind us, and he says, could you please have those 6 Feds with their AR-15s pointed at the back window, put them down? So eventually they calmed down enough, and they took their AR-15s off the back of my head.
And this is after they just told you that everyone was free to go?
That's correct.
Ridiculous.
That's correct. So while they had us detained, they started asking for identification. Who are we, blah, blah, blah. Who was all in the vehicle? Well, I'll tell you, the driver was Gary Underhill. Everybody knows that. He gave an interview to Channel 2 down in Carson, Nevada, so I don't have any problem with that. Captain O'Shaughnessy, of course, was in the passenger seat, so I don't have any problem with that. Everybody knows he got arrested. I was in the back passenger side. Rider in the right rear. I don't really want to give his name because he did not give his name to the FBI. He was ex-law enforcement too, and said he wasn't giving his name. He didn't have to, so he didn't. Fair enough. So about that time, Captain O'Shaughnessy's door opens up, and they say, Captain O'Shaughnessy, could you step outside? Well, then he disappeared. They took him.
It's interesting they call him Captain. They're addressing him as Captain.
Oh, yeah. So they took him out quick. And then the guys came up, and the Feds are back up. Oh, go ahead. Call him. Did they call him Captain O'Shaughnessy? That's kind of what everybody called him. They might have called him Joe O'Shaughnessy or Mr. O'Shaughnessy.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay.
All right, so obviously they already had a warrant for his arrest. If they had a warrant, at least they were told to get him. So not how they got they had warrants for anything. But so they snatch him out of the truck, and then they stay there a little bit. They run all our names that were, well, mine and Gary's, and they look at us and they say, "You're free to go." So we took off and we headed toward the refuge. Well, not toward the refuge. We were going to the triage tent, which was right before the refuge. As we were going, without Captain O'Shaughnessy. They already had Captain O'Shaughnessy. He wasn't going anywhere. We asked him, why is he being arrested? They said, we can't tell you. And so we went back to where so we could secure Captain O'Shaughnessy's gear and stuff and make sure it was tightened up. But on the way back to the refuge, right before we got to our staging area, where the triage tent was, there was a convoy of, I didn't count the vehicles, but maybe somewhere between 6 or 8. And that's when I assumed that, because the only place it could have come from was when everybody left the refuge. Now, while I was in and I heard some communication, like somebody did say that Blaine had said he was going to die there. He wasn't going to leave.
I just find it interesting. I just find it interesting that all these key players have had federal warrants put on him, except for Blaine, a man that was the last in command, that was moving machinery, in his own words, into a defensive position, was driving the vehicles on the property. It just leaves me wondering, how does this man not have? How did he slip out of there untouched?
Well, he was pretty much Hammond's right-hand man. He never left his side. He always was there to what appeared to be protect him and, guard him. And he was his info man, his cameraman. And he was just always there with him. So, and you never yourself heard Blaine Cooper say that he would stay until the end, that he would die. I did not. I was told. It had to be secondhand hearsay.
Right.
I was in the room where the communications was, and he had just told them.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So when I saw the convoy, I assumed that everybody had probably left the refuge. So at that point, we packed up Captain O'Shaughnessy's stuff. We got everything secured for him so that whenever he gets out of jail, it's in a safe place. And then we pretty much, there was nothing else we could do. I'm telling you, there was, whoever was on the refuge, which weren't many, and what was left in town was maybe a dozen guys, and then there was us 5. And then the rest of the guys at the triage tent, they took off to head home, and that would have left me and one other guy, and we were just civilians that had just heard the call and just came to help in any way we could. That kind of left us there, and we're like looking at each other going, well, I think it's time for us to go too. You can't stand in front of 200 FBI cars by yourself.
Right.
Don't put the convoy on your way. Oh, okay. So as I head out, I live in Salem, so I have to get on Highway 20. I get 40 miles out, and I look up in front of me and headed toward Burns is a long, long string of lights. And I'm like, okay, this is bizarre. So I get up to them, and it is semi after semi after semi after fed vehicle, trucks. I don't even know how many were in that line. But I did not see any badging on anything. Yeah, I did not see any badging on it. But I'm like freaking out. I'm like, man, that is bad. So I get 10 more miles down the road, and another convoy the same size. Well, on one of those, I picked up, the top was lit up, and it said State Police. It looked like a mobile command center. But again, it was semi after semi after semi, fed vehicles.
For 4 people.
They were going the opposite way from you? Yeah, they were headed to Burns.
Right.
I got another 20 miles, and there went. This time I decided to count because I wasn't looking for names. There was 19 more fed full-size SUVs, and I'm like, this really sucks.
Wow.
All right, the boy's already been shot, and there's nobody there. I mean, there's almost no keepers, no 3%ers. There's just nobody heeded the call to come.
So,
with the peaceful part of it.
do you know where Mr. Brandon Curtis and the 3%ers were? Because, I mean, it's a question that's been brought up, because I know they said they were going to be there as a security buffer, and a lot of people have been asking, where were they at during this whole thing?
Well, I never got to meet him. I wasn't there that long.
Oh, you guys don't know him? Okay.
Yeah, Brandon was, they were there the night I got there. I don't know if they left or they were still there. I never saw them. I know they had a bunch of people there when the refuge was taken over. I know that it wasn't what they wanted to happen. Nobody wanted that to happen for real.
Right.
But a lot of them, there was a fair number there for a while, and then people had to go home. And it looked like to me when they went home, there just wasn't any rotation. Nobody came back.
Right.
And all it needed was numbers. It wasn't about force. Nobody was looking for a fight. The guys on the refuge were just absolutely as nice and calm and peaceful,
right.
Talking to everybody, including even the protesters. We had ranchers coming by the campgrounds where the triage was. They were thanking us for being there left and right with tears in their eyes, begging us not to leave.
Man.
And Ammon Bundy's wife stopped by and thanked us for being there to try to keep him safe and that she could sleep at night because we were there. And they would bring us wood every day, and they'd bring us food every day. So it was the locals that kept us supplied because nobody else did.
Right. So as far as Mr. Soper's concerned, I know he's coming out of Oregon too, and he's kind of came out of nowhere. I know at first he was completely against, like you just said, nobody really wanted the whole siege to go down. And that I think that deception kind of hurt their whole movement. It broke it into factions, You didn't have the high ground.
What can you tell us, another big question kind of regarding the time frame of the incident with Lavoie and everyone being arrested and Lavoie being killed. The questions of Ritzheimer and Cooper's whereabouts, because that comes up. Do you have any information in regards to the timeline with those individuals?
Well, Blaine Cooper would have still been at the refuge. Was my understanding that Ritzheimer had already left. Didn't he get arrested out in Arizona?
Yeah, it sounded like he got a jump on things and left first, and yeah, like you said, got picked up in Arizona.
Yeah, but from what I understand, it was pretty common for Ritzheimer to go see his family, come back, go see his family, come back. So from the people I talked to, it didn't seem like that was any kind of a flag.
Right.
Right. And he ended up turning himself in down there in Arizona.
Yeah. No, the biggest flag that everybody was talking about was the guy that was driving the second vehicle behind Lavoie. That's the big flag going down.
And is that McDonald? That is not?
Yeah.
Now he issued a statement that was somewhat contradictory. Everyone's going to have their own perception of what took place, and he didn't witness a lot of it. But what kind of red flags are you hearing about in regards to? If you feel comfortable talking about it, if not, I understand.
It's hearsay at this point. I still know people that are down there, and I'm talking to them, and it's sources say, and I have never seen so much wrong misinformation put out in my life than I saw down there. It was crazy.
Yes.
I've noticed.
Just the way it happened with him. Just the way it happened with him laying back and Lavoie getting it, and then him giving up the statement that Lavoie rushed the cops. The two girls that were in the truck. There's your answers.
Right. The statement about him rushing the cops is what threw me for a whirl. And then seeing how far away it took place from his vehicle, I knew that he didn't see it. How can he say that?
Now I retracted that a little bit. He said, "What was his comment? I'm sorry that I used somebody else's words and not my own."
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, he backpedaled on that one.
Now, have you guys had a chance to hear the testimony of Shauna Cox here? Everything that she said? Because they just released her.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I'd take those two girls. I mean, absolute 100% word. But you know what? The guys that are there now, they put out a call to action, freeze calm. You know, if you can get it out, anybody that can get there peacefully, just to show support. Now, I've heard from people on the ground there that they have brought in 5 Black Hawk helicopters. They brought in Bearcats. I heard again today that they brought in another SWAT team. What's that for? There's 4 guys at the reserve.
Right.
What's going to happen at the route?
Right.
You know, that's not crowd control equipment. You know, that's a massacre. There's one thing that happened when we were in town, and this was just a conversation between guys, and, you know, most of the guys I was with, they trying to have an insight to reality when it comes to war and what have you. But they saw a federal vehicle of some sort with Chicago plates on it. And at that point, the conversation went to, they brought in assassins. There's no vehicle away from Chicago. And it was shortly after that that the boy was murdered.
You know, I also heard talk about how they had snipers in position at that checkpoint, like if they knew that that was going to be the spot. And to have...
No, I mean, from there, the only information I have is what the girls said, which was there were snipers in the trees. Didn't know, you know, we weren't there for their security detail, but we might have headed into town with them to go. They were going to see a sheriff, a peaceful rally, you know, 200 people to be there in John Day. You know, the feds knew what they were doing. That sheriff wasn't any part of it, but that's why he wasn't worried. And everybody knew that he had left his guns in the refuge. And everybody that's at the refuge said his guns are at the refuge.
Wow.
I think the bigger picture here is that the feds didn't want Bundy going over to John Day, because a lot of the shit's been going on in John Day, and there's a lot of ranchers over there. They didn't want them, you know, riling them up, and so that's why they you know, did that. They took the opportunity to do that, because there was 200 to 400 people in John Day waiting for him to show up, and they were going to have a meeting of the minds, and a lot of the ranchers were going to protest as well, and just start, you know, whipping up their contracts with the feds and stuff. So they stopped it. Yeah, but frankly, you know, I don't belong to the Oath Keepers. I don't belong to the 3%ers. I got called. I had it in my heart like God was telling me to go there.
Right.
I don't know why it pulled at me until my wife packed my bags and I headed that way. So I was in a position where, you know, I don't know medical, but the guys I was with did. Hey, I can do anything that they tell me. Right. And one of the reasons we set up the triage tent was because the sheriff had canceled 4 miles outside of town. So that left all the ranchers out there with no medical help.
Oh, man.
That's why the Oath Keepers set up that triage tent. It wasn't because we were expecting a war or going to go to battle. It's because somebody might get hurt and they might need some help. If something goes down tomorrow, it was intentional and it was planned. It wouldn't surprise me to find out that I'm on the terror watch list and that I'm on the no-fly list for doing absolutely nothing. I think that they're just going to try to make an example of anybody and everybody. Come get me. I got no defense. I got no money to pay a lawyer, so I'll sit the 6 years out if I have to for my country. I don't have a problem with that. But somebody needs to make it heard and make it known. So I appreciate you guys and what you do, putting the real information out. And I'm going to hand you back to Anthony, and thank you for the things you do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tony. Thanks for being a real patriot, brother.
Hell yeah.
You know, and today what I saw was either he got shot in the side, and he was grasping his side, or the cop probably asked him, do you have any guns? And he said, no, show me. And he went to lift up a shirt, you know, and, he's reaching for a gun, pop. And then the other guy comes out of the woods, pop, you know. And,
well, and you know, you're right about that. But it very well could have, the shot could have came from the wood too. I mean, we won't know
want to see some damn dash video. I know there exists.
Right.
I know
Right.
there's more footage that exists. The thing is, we'll probably never see it, or if we do, it'll be so long down the line that people were like, you know, my wife actually caught a picture
Right.
that was of an officer from a view that came from the ground. So there is ground footage for sure. There is a picture out there that shows that there's ground footage. Yeah, I tried to get you, speaking of picture, I tried to get you that picture of O'Shaughnessy being arrested. But I can't find it for the life of me. I don't know where the hell it went.
Oh, they wiped it, huh?
I don't know what the hell's going on. Anyways, I know you guys said you got to go and stuff. I can talk about this shit all day long.
Yeah, no,
like I said, I have a lot of expertise and stuff like this. So, I mean,
awesome. Oh, yeah.
Experience, I don't want to say expert like I'm God's gift or whatever, but experience. Let's put that.
Sure. Definitely. Well, you guys, I appreciate you guys very much. Definitely. We'll keep in touch. If I'm ever down there in Oregon, in that area, I'll hit you guys up.
Yeah, we'll take you shooting, man.
That'd be awesome.
Hell yeah.
Get some tannerite if it isn't illegal by then, and we'll shoot some shit.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. Hell yeah.
Cool, guys.
All right, you guys take care, man.
Hey, you too. Godspeed. Keep safe.
Much love, guys.
And there you go. Just looking. I don't really see anything new. It's like 1:30 in the morning our time. So what I'm going to do is I already got the link ready. I'm going to go ahead and get the loop running for the night, which it's like a 3-hour tour. It's what I'm going to put on is it's 3 hours and 35 minutes. It's the Next News Network weekend review. I figured it would be pretty good. So all you got to do is stay there. I am going to go offline with the stream. I'll be offline and right back up online. I'm just going to go ahead and get this video for the last 2 days. I haven't rebooted the stream in 2 days. So what I'm going to do is just shut it off long enough to change the key out, and then I'll be right back up. Should be like less than a minute. So, alrighty.
Welcome to the Next News Network Week in Review. I'm Gary Franchi, your anchor and executive producer. If you're watching this, then you no doubt have survived terror attacks, school shootings, police brutality, and are witnessing the decimation of liberty not just here in America, but across the globe. But you didn't just come here for a healthy portion of fear porn. No, you came here to be appraised of the cost of liberty and to try to make some sense of the madness and to find some hope among the change. So sit back while I bring you the top stories of the week, sprinkled with my own brand of commentary, and let's find those solutions together. Let's get started. Looks like the Planned Parenthood insider has now charged the video maker. In probably the biggest and most blatant conflict of interest cases I've seen, Lauren Reeder, a Harris County prosecutor, brought criminal charges not against Planned Parenthood, but against David Daleiden, the pro-life activist behind the undercover sting videos. Now, according to thefederalist.com, Reeder has been a board member for Planned Parenthood since 2013 and a fundraiser since 2009. That's according to a press release from the office of the Harris County District Office, which provided that press release to the Federalist. Now, Dale Iden was charged with the purchase and sale of human organs, a misdemeanor, and with tampering with a government record, a felony. Sandra Merritt, one of Dale Iden's associates, was also charged with tampering with a government record. Dale Iden maintains his innocence in a press release he issued after the incident and the indictment was announced. Quote, the Center for Medical Progress uses the same undercover techniques that investigative journalists have used for decades in exercising our First Amendment rights to freedom of speech and of the press, and follows all applicable laws, Dale Iden said. We respect the processes of the Harris County District Attorney and note that buying fetal tissue requires a seller as well. Quote, Planned Parenthood still cannot deny the admissions from their leadership about fetal organ sales captured on video for the world to see, he concluded. Now, this is where it gets really, really messy. The grand jury that indicted him for making these covert videos exposing Planned Parenthood was, the indictment was handed down by a prosecutor who works for Planned Parenthood. So they didn't indict, the grand jury did not indict Planned Parenthood, which they surely should have, but they didn't. So now they basically accused him, and now he's got to fight to defend himself. Now, at the end of the day, this whole thing could be dropped. He may never actually be charged. He may be found innocent. But the point is that a Planned Parenthood insider working in the prosecutor's office levied these charges. This is clearly a cut and dry counterattack against the people who expose Planned Parenthood. This is not some sort of true justice at all. This is clearly corruption. This is payback, and this is disgusting. It's disgusting as those videos that Planned Parenthood was exposed on. I don't know if you've seen these videos. You probably have. I mean, fetuses in a dish moving. I mean, the testimony of individuals of selling children fetuses because they want to get a Lamborghini. I mean, disgusting display. So this is an attack on the individuals who release these videos, and it's a smear campaign. It's a headline they're trying to continue and promote. So we'll continue to monitor this. Subscribe to us for updates. Leave your comments below, and become a subscriber. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Yes, you read that headline correctly. The Bundy militia standoff has now been endorsed by a neighboring sheriff. A new twist on the occupation of the Oregon Malheur Wildlife Refuge by Ammon Bundy and his supporters. RT reports that in a show of support, the sheriff of neighboring Grant County, Glenn Palmer, said that freeing the father and son ranching team from prison would be a start in ending the standoff. Quote, I just pray to God that cooler heads prevail and no one gets killed, Palmer said in a statement to the Oregonian. The sheriff's endorsement stunned law enforcement officials, the news outlet said, adding that he had met with the leaders of the occupation several times. RT continues, Palmer is said to be aligning with the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association, a nonprofit that believes the Constitution imposes strict limitations on the federal government. He serves on the advisory board. The Oregonian said that Palmer has often spoken critically of the federal government, particularly the U.S. Forest Service, which owns a large amount of land in Grant County. Quote, the only thing that is out of control is the federal government, Palmer said in a 2011 speech to the California group considering constitutional issues. I'm a public employee. I'm a public servant, Palmer said. So score one more for the people, I say. That's a great endorsement. It only serves to add more weight to the claims being made by Bundy and his supporters at the wildlife refuge. So, you know, this sheriff saying, look, you just release the Hammonds from prison, and I think that's what they should do. However, the feds, I hope they would, but will they really? I don't know. If they do, the outcome could be very dangerous in their eyes if they play it out. You know, the old American saying, well, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Well, I'm not saying that Ammon Bundy and his supporters are terrorists, but that's how they would view it. That's how they view the situation. So if Bundy goes, occupies that range, then they release that and says you must release the hammers. They release the hammers. Then they're afraid that they're going to spawn more of these types of armed occupations. So it's really a catch-22 in this situation for the federal government. Hopefully, nothing will come of it. I mean, in the wake of what the governor has just issued a statement to the president of the United States, the attorney general, head of the FBI, saying she wants swift action right away. Even the Native Americans who claim land right there on that range have said they want swift action because they fear that their Native American artifacts are under threat, which I doubt they are. I don't think that Ammon Bundy and his people are going to be rummaging through and selling off Native American artifacts. I think that's just an excuse that the Native Americans are using to side with the feds, which is sort of strange in my opinion because it's the feds that have butchered and stolen from the Native Americans to begin with. So anyway, we'll keep watching this as these stories continue to develop out there in Oregon. Leave your comments below and become a subscriber. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, it looks like another militia group is getting some action over there in Michigan, Flint to be exact. Daniel Bethencourt for the Detroit Free Press reports that on Sunday afternoon, about 30 militia supporters clad in camouflage gear and bearing "Don't Tread on Me" flags gathered outside of City Hall to demand accountability amid a national discussion over how the city's water supply became contaminated. Quote, "We're here to defend this community," said Matthew Kroll, the militia's executive officer, addressing the crowd in a full camouflage outfit with a handgun strapped to his hip. "We're not going to allow the government to step on the people of Flint any longer. If it means having to take up arms in defense, we will do that as well." Bethencourt continues his observations. He says that militia members have spent the last week or so delivering non-contaminated water door to door with the American Red Cross. And McKellar said that about 50 more militia members would have come to the rally, except he instructed them to help distribute bottled water instead. You see, folks, I'm going to pause real quick before I continue reading here. The militia is not just there to go ahead and go to war with the federal government or take over, local municipalities or whatever. The militia is there to support the community. And through this very act of them helping to distribute bottled water, they're fulfilling that mandate to help and support the community. Okay, so while, liberal groups and statists they just love to demonize militia, the evil militia, they neglect to realize that the militia is there to help the community. Even in a time of a national emergency, a flood, or an earthquake, the militia can come out and help support the community. This is a perfect example of that. Now, continuing, the water supply became contaminated with lead in April of 2014 while the city was under the control of a state-appointed emergency manager. Meanwhile, get this is where it gets really, really nasty. Meanwhile, Flint residents are being forced to continue paying their water bills for contaminated water. Now, Sputnik has reported, after endangering and knowingly harming residents in Flint, Michigan, the government is reportedly threatening to take the children of those who opt not to pay to have the toxic water pumped into their homes. According to Michigan law, parents are considered to be neglectful if they do not have running water in their home. So if they do not pay for Flint's poisonous water, they could be found guilty of child endangerment. Alternate reports that local activists have spoken out about threats already having been made to local families. So, aside from passing out water, the local militia may actually be called up to protect the families of Flint from state-ordered child abductions. If that happens, you're going to see that whole situation change very, very quickly. Now, imagine this scenario playing out. They order individuals to go and kidnap these children from people who don't want to drink or pay for contaminated water. Now, how they get a heads up if that were to happen? How does the militia come and support and protect that family? I don't know what kind of a response network that militia has in place. But I would say, militia guys, if you're watching this report, and I know you are, figure it out. Figure it out, because those people are going to need you. Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing, and hit that share button and push this out to your social networks. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Looks like Turkey is in a panic after Russians were spotted along the border in Syria. Following up on our breaking news alert regarding the Turkish tanks and Russian special ops amassing on the Syrian-Turkish border, Sputnik News is now reporting that Turkish President Erdogan has expressed concern over the alleged presence of Russian engineers near the country's Syrian border. The Turkish government has expressed alarm over Russia's air campaign in Syria since it began last September along its Syrian border zone. Turkey has now dug defense trenches and increased security forces despite the fact that Moscow has repeatedly stated its goal is to combat terrorist groups in Syria. On Friday, Turkish President Erdogan expressed new levels of panic, sounding the alarm over the alleged presence of Russian inspectors at an airport near the Turkish border. Quote, "We have said this from the beginning. We won't tolerate such formations in northern Syria along the area stretching from the Iraqi border up to the Mediterranean," he told reporters. Quote, "We maintain our sensitivities on these issues." Now, if you go back to that breaking alert that we posted a couple days ago, approximately 50 Russian soldiers, Russian troops, landed at an airport near the Syrian border, near the Syrian-Turkish border, and they were accompanied by Syrian Special Forces and Kurdish Special Forces. Now, it's not clear where those individuals went, but in that same vein, we showed you the actual video footage of the Turkish tanks patrolling the border as well. So now, as this article in Sputnik link below goes into greater detail, you can find out more information, but in the link below. But as this article details, now the Turks are building defensive trenches in that area. So no doubt there is high tension on that border, high tension. And so really it's only a matter of time, unless this thing de-escalates, that something gets awry, shots are fired, people die, and it goes supernova. So those are the facts as we have them right now. Subscribe for updates. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing, and hit that share button, because this is a video, this is a report you won't see on the evening news or even the mainstream media. They won't talk about this stuff. We'll talk about it here at the Next News Network. I'm Gary Franchi. An amazing piece of information sort of slipped out of the Pentagon today. The Pentagon said they're giving ISIS a gift of U.S. troops. Now, former U.S. ambassador to Saudi Arabia, Chas Freeman, claims that the Obama administration's decision to reverse its previous strategy and send elite ground forces back to the Mideast will be warmly welcomed by leaders of Daesh, or ISIS. Sputnik continues, the Obama administration's decision to reverse its previous strategy and send elite ground forces back to the Mideast will be warmly welcomed by leaders of the Islamic State. That's according to the ambassador of Saudi Arabia, Chas Freeman, who did tell Sputnik News, quote, "This is a gift to Daesh," Freeman stated on Monday. Freeman was responding to a statement on Friday by Secretary of Defense Ashton Carter that elements of the U.S. Army's 101st Airborne Division would be redeployed in Iraq to support the regular Iraqi army to recapture Mosul and destroy ISIS. So, given all of the, the claims, the allegations, the whistleblowing regarding the United States arming, training ISIS through Hillary Clinton, through John McCain, moderate rebels, yada yada, this is an interesting statement that they would make. That that the gift is U.S. troops. Now, the reason they say these words is because they say that ISIS wants, they're trying to lure the United States military into the region so they can have more targets. So Ashton Carter is granting them that wish by giving them more targets by bringing in the U.S. Army's 101st Airborne Division. So again, an interesting choice of words given all that we know about how the United States has essentially armed and trained ISIS. So we'll continue to give you updates. Hit that subscribe button. Leave your comments below. What are your thoughts on this? And hit that share button. Push this out to your social networks. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Looks like the Council on Foreign Relations president is now revealing that ISIS will expand into Saudi Arabia, as if reading from the playbook drafted by the globalists themselves. The Council on Foreign Relations President Richard Haass said that Daesh or ISIS will likely seek the opportunity to expand into Saudi Arabia this year after losing ground in Iraq. Okay, I'm going to stop right there. This is coming from the Council on Foreign Relations. See, these guys are the puppet masters behind all the politicians that are making moves in the United States, calling the shots, okay? For them to come out and say this is almost as like, guess what? We're telling you where they're going to be next. They are seeding the information out into the public to let you get ready, prepare for ISIS to move into Saudi Arabia. Okay? Quote, it seems to me a question of when and not if that they, ISIS, look at Saudi Arabia as a place to demonstrate that they still have the capacity for momentum, Haass stated, describing the challenge to Saudi Arabia as one of the features of 2016. Haass noted that Daesh has been essentially stymied in Iraq, and he did admit that the Russians have made a real difference in Syria, preventing the terror group from unseating the government in Damascus. An expansion to Saudi Arabia would be a momentum play for ISIS, the Council on Foreign Relations president said. So I'll go back to my original statement. What is being said here, what is being revealed by the Council on Foreign Relations president is basically where they're going to plant ISIS next. And because they need to continue to allow the wheels of war to crank. We've reported here, let's put this all in context. We've reported here about this massive Saudi Arabian coalition to fight ISIS, right? Now, a military coalition, what do they need? They need weapons, they need tanks, they need boats, right? They need guns, they need missiles, they need all the fun toys of war. And where do those fun toys of war come from? Where do the Saudis get all that stuff? Well, they get it from United States defense contractors. Yes. And just recently, it was exposed that Hillary Clinton's group, the Clinton Foundation, received hundreds of thousands of dollars. And of course, Hillary Clinton goes ahead and she greenlights a bunch of Saudi arms deals for American corporations to send over to the Saudis. So now, guess what? The Council on Foreign Relations president comes out and says, oh, guess what? Maybe ISIS is going to go into Saudi Arabia. And then the wheels of war continue to turn. The Federal Reserve pumps out that money, right? The Saudis keep pumping out that oil. We keep buying it. And then that money comes back to American defense contractors, who then send over the weapons of war. It is a sick and twisted cycle. And this is a message being sent from the Council on Foreign Relations. So we're reading between the headlines specifically on this one. What are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit the subscribe button for updates. And if you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up and push the share button, because this is certainly a story you won't see on the evening news. So you need to tell your friends and help wake them up to the truth of what is happening in the world. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. This next headline, when I saw it come across my desk today, I was quite shocked. The United States is going to violate Syria with an illegal airbase. According to U.S. Vice President Joe Biden, if a political solution to the conflict in Syria fails, the United States is prepared to resolve the crisis using military means. Sputnik reports the first step Americans plan to undertake is to build an airbase in the northeast of Syria, and U.S. Special Forces and experts would expand an agricultural airport in the city of Ramlin in the Hasakeh province, so that they could then land helicopters and cargo planes to deliver equipment and ammunition to the Kurds. And that comes from a source in the Syrian army who told the AFP on Saturday. This move, if unauthorized by the official Syrian government, could constitute a clear violation of international law. That's according to a German newspaper. And it says here the whole U.S.-led military operation has not been approved by the country's authority, and it can be considered a violation of Syria's sovereignty. So, this is another really arrogant move by the United States, if you ask me. Look, I love my country, okay? I love the soldiers who volunteer to fight for our country. Unfortunately, they're doing the bidding of the corrupt politicians. So I support the troops and not the tyrants. All right, I want to make that very clear. So I'm not anti-military. I'm pro-Constitution. I support if our military is going to be used, it needs to be used correctly through the constitutional constructs, through a declaration of war, which doesn't happen anymore. They use authorization for use of force, and of course, look at our past reports on that. You know where that's going. But the point is that the United States is they're just going to thumb their nose at the sovereignty of Syria and plant a air base there, regardless. So what could happen if this scenario unfolds? No diplomatic solution is reached. America says, fine, we're going to go ahead and drop our own air base right there in Syria. Well, Syria says, you know what? That is an act of war. That is a violation of our sovereignty. And what does Syria do? Picks up their phone, and they call who? Vladimir Putin. Vlad, guess what? We've got some folks over here. Yeah, they got American flags on their shoulders, and they just took over one of our airfields, and they are now calling it an air base for U.S. airdrops. And they're arming the Kurds. So, Vlad, what do you think about that? Can you come down here and help us with the problem? Do you see how this whole thing could unfold? Because Russia is there at the request of the Syrian government. The United States is acting as a rogue state in this situation if it unfolds. Now, that's not to say that they've already been acting as a rogue state, bombing ISIS within Syria's sovereign territory anyway, but they're claiming it's all spillover from Iraq. So the whole thing over there is a mess, and it could really get out of hand if a diplomatic solution is not reached. And of course, who do we have? Vice President Biden stating exactly what will happen. A U.S. airbase in Syria could certainly be considered an act of war against Syria, and Russia called in to clean it up. Bad, 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 all the way around. What are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit the subscribe button for updates. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing. Hit that share button. People aren't talking about this on your evening news. ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, they don't care. They're not going to tell you this stuff, but we will. Because it affects your livelihood if someone pushes their finger on a button and we all become vaporized. So hit that share button, push that button, right? And share this message. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, the Russian press is claiming that the United States is desperate to snatch the Mideast initiative away from Moscow. TASS's Tamara Zementina reports that Washington's declared readiness to launch a ground operation in Syria and Iraq is a sure sign that the United States is determined to snatch away initiative in the struggle with the terrorist Islamic State from Russia. For this would help President Barack Obama save face, polled experts have told TASS. At the end of last week, Secretary of Defense Ashton Carter said the United States-led anti-terrorist coalition was ready to launch a ground operation in Syria and Iraq in a bid to recapture from terrorists the cities of Raqqa and Mosul, key strongholds of the Islamic State militants. Quote, the storied 101st Airborne Division will soon deploy 1,800 troops to Iraq to aid in the fight against ISIS, Carter said in an article published by Politico magazine. That decision had been agreed with top U.S. military officials and the allies, including France, Carter said. Quote, now is the time to do even more, he said. Syrian and Iraqi officials had come out against the participation of foreign troops in the struggle with the Islamic State in the territories of their countries. Deputy Director of the Institute of U.S. and Canada Studies under the Russian Academy of Sciences, Viktor Kremenik, believes that Washington has made a decision in favor of a ground operation in Syria and Iraq for the very simple reason it fears losing the leading position in the world. So, this article from the Russian press, it only verifies what we've been saying here for so long, and that is America has lost the Middle East. They've lost control of the Middle East. Obama has been made a fool of. He's made America look like a bunch of idiots on the world stage. Just because Russia's gone in and cleaned up ISIS better than America has. Okay. And Russia has formed their own coalition to take care of that business. Iraq has said that they don't want our help. Clearly, Ashton Carter is sending troops anyway. And they've even, like we just reported, the United States is threatening to drop a base in Syria, violating Syrian sovereignty if a diplomatic solution is not reached. So this is only confirming what we've been saying all along, is that America is going to try to save face by amplifying their presence in the region. And, well, we'll continue monitoring this. Hit that subscribe button. Leave your comments below. I want to hear what you think about this. And give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, the next front in the war against ISIS has been opened. The invasion of Libya has begun. The Libya Observer reported on Sunday that about 500 foreign military personnel have arrived at Jamal Abdel Nasser military base located in the south of Tobruk, according to Jochen Visser of Western Journalism. The intervention forces are made up of special forces of the United States, Britain, and reportedly Russia. Now, I don't necessarily believe that to be true. I saw that story come out over the weekend, and I said, I'm not sure about that. I couldn't verify it. So now this other news source is coming out and stating reportedly. So I want to make that very clear. I'm not stating that Russia is there. If Russia and the United States were truly aligned to fight ISIS in Libya, I think that would be a much grander headline across the globe. So I'm using this with caution, reportedly Russia. And that's according to a London-based Arabic newspaper, Al-Sharaq Al-Wasat. The newspaper wrote that French military personnel would join the intervention force soon, while the media outlet Press Solidarity reported that French soldiers had already arrived in Libya. This comes 2 weeks after Algerian media for the first time reported that something dramatic was about to happen in Libya. It becomes increasingly clear now that the West is indeed planning to take the fight against the Islamic State in a new way in the North African country. General Joseph Dunford, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who last week said that he was very concerned about the spread of Islamic State in Libya and that, quote, decisive military action to check ISIS expansion had become very likely. Dunford said that international military action against ISIS in Libya could be expected within weeks. He warned that if nothing is done, ISIS will use Libya as a beachhead for further expansion into Arab and North African countries. Now, a full article goes into greater detail. It is linked below. We've reported that this was going to happen. Go back in our archives. We've been calling this for quite some time because ISIS has grown they're taking Libya right now. And that's no thanks to, of course, Hillary Clinton. She is specifically the reason why. Because of her arms deals to destabilize Gaddafi in the region. She armed those rebels, and now those rebels have become ISIS. Those weapons have been shipped off to Syria, to al-Nusra and ISIS there. And now Oregon. Welcome to the Next News Network Week in Review. I'm Gary Franchi, your anchor and executive producer. If you're watching this, then you no doubt have survived terror attacks, school shootings, police brutality, and are witnessing the decimation of liberty not just here in America, but across the globe. But you didn't just come here for a healthy portion of fear porn. No, you came here to be appraised of the cost of liberty and to try to make some sense of the madness and to find some hope among the change. So sit back while I bring you the top stories of the week, sprinkled with my own brand of commentary, and let's find those solutions together. Let's get started. Looks like the Planned Parenthood insider has now charged the video maker. In probably the biggest and most blatant conflict of interest cases I've seen, Lauren Reeder, a Harris County prosecutor, brought criminal charges not against Planned Parenthood, but against David Daleiden, the pro-life activist behind the undercover sting videos. Now, according to thefederalist.com, Reeder has been a board member for Planned Parenthood since 2013 and a fundraiser since 2009. That's according to a press release from the office of the Harris County District Office, which provided that press release to the Federalist. Now, Daleiden was charged with the purchase and sale of human organs, a misdemeanor, and with tampering with a government record, a felony. Sandra Merritt, one of Daleiden's associates, was also charged with tampering with a government record. Daleiden maintains his innocence. In a press release he issued after the incident and the indictment was announced, quote, "The Center for Medical Progress uses the same undercover techniques that investigative journalists have used for decades in exercising our First Amendment rights to freedom of speech and of the press, and follows all applicable laws," Daleiden said. "We respect the processes of the Harris County District Attorney and note that buying fetal tissue requires a seller as well." Quote, "Planned Parenthood still cannot deny the admissions from their leadership about fetal organ sales captured on video for the world to see," he concluded. Now, this is where it gets really, really messy. The grand jury that indicted him for making these covert videos exposing Planned Parenthood was the indictment was handed down by a prosecutor who works for Planned Parenthood. So they didn't indict, the grand jury did not indict Planned Parenthood, which they surely should have, but they didn't. So now they basically accused him, and now he's got to fight to defend himself. Now, at the end of the day, this whole thing could be dropped. He may never actually be charged. He may be found innocent. But the point is that a Planned Parenthood insider working in the prosecutor's office levied these charges. This is clearly a cut and dry counterattack against the people who expose Planned Parenthood. This is not some sort of true justice at all. This is clearly corruption. This is payback, and this is disgusting. It's disgusting as those videos that Planned Parenthood was exposed on. I don't know if you've seen these videos. You probably have. I mean, fetuses in a dish moving. I mean, the testimony of individuals of selling children fetuses because they want to get a Lamborghini. I mean, disgusting display. So this is an attack on the individuals who release these videos, and it's a smear campaign. It's a headline they're trying to continue and promote. So we'll continue to monitor this. Subscribe to us for updates. Leave your comments below, and become a subscriber. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Yes, you read that headline correctly. The Bundy militia standoff has now been endorsed by a neighboring sheriff. A new twist on the occupation of the Oregon Malheur Wildlife Refuge by Ammon Bundy and his supporters. RT reports that in a show of support, the sheriff of neighboring Grant County, Glenn Palmer, said that freeing the father and son ranching team from prison would be a start in ending the standoff. Quote, "I just pray to God that cooler heads prevail and no one gets killed," Palmer said in a statement to the Oregonian. The sheriff's endorsement stunned law enforcement officials, the news outlet said, adding that he had met with the leaders of the occupation several times. RT continues, Palmer is said to be aligning with the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association, a nonprofit that believes the Constitution imposes strict limitations on the federal government. He serves on the advisory board. The Oregonian said that Palmer has often spoken critically of the federal government, particularly the U.S. Forest Service, which owns a large amount of land in Grant County. Quote, the only thing that is out of control is the federal government, Palmer said in a 2011 speech to the California group considering constitutional issues. I'm a public employee. I'm a public servant, Palmer said. So score one more for the people, I say. That's a great endorsement. And it only serves to add more weight to the claims being made by Bundy and his supporters at the wildlife refuge. So, you know, this sheriff saying, look, you just release the Hammonds from prison, and I think that's what they should do. However, the feds, I hope they would, but will they really? I don't know. If they do, the outcome could be very dangerous in their eyes if they play it out. You know, the old American saying, well, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Well, I'm not saying that Ammon Bundy and his supporters are terrorists, but that's how they would view it. That's how they view the situation. So if Bundy goes, occupies that range, then they release that and says you must release the Hammonds, they release the Hammonds, then they're afraid that they're going to spawn more of these types of armed occupations. So it's really a catch-22 in this situation for the federal government. Hopefully nothing will come of it. I mean, in the wake of what the governor has just issued a statement to the President of the United States, the Attorney General, head of the FBI, saying she wants swift action right away. Even the Native Americans who claim land right there on that range have said they want swift action because they fear that their Native American artifacts are under threat, which I doubt they are. I don't think that Ammon Bundy and his people are going to be rummaging through and selling off Native American artifacts. I think that's just an excuse that the Native Americans are using to side with the feds, which is sort of strange in my opinion because it's the feds that have butchered and stolen from the Native Americans to begin with. So anyway, we'll keep watching this as these stories continue to develop out there in Oregon. Leave your comments below and become a subscriber. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, it looks like another militia group is getting some action over there in Michigan, Flint to be exact. Daniel Bethencourt for the Detroit Free Press reports that on Sunday afternoon, about 30 militia supporters clad in camouflage gear and bearing Don't Tread on Me flags gathered outside of City Hall to demand accountability amid a national discussion over how the city's water supply became contaminated. Quote, we're here to defend this community, said Matthew Kroll, the militia's executive officer, addressing the crowd in a full camouflage outfit with a handgun strapped to his hip. We're not going to allow the government to step on the people of Flint any longer. If it means having to take up arms in defense, we will do that as well. Bethencourt continues his observations. He says that militia members have spent the last week or so delivering non-contaminated water door to door with the American Red Cross. And McKellar said that about 50 more militia members would have come to the rally, except he instructed them to help distribute bottled water instead. You see, folks, I'm going to pause real quick before I continue reading here. The militia is not just there to go ahead and go to war with the federal government or take over, local municipalities or whatever. The militia is there to support the community. And through this very act of them helping to distribute bottled water, they're fulfilling that mandate to help and support the community. Okay, so while liberal groups and statists they just love to demonize militia, the evil militia, they neglect to realize that the militia is there to help the community. And even in a time of a national emergency, a flood, or an earthquake, the militia can come out and help support the community. This is a perfect example of that. Now, continuing, the water supply became contaminated with lead in April of 2014 while the city was under the control of a state-appointed emergency manager. Meanwhile, get this is where it gets really, really nasty. Meanwhile, Flint residents are being forced to continue paying their water bills for contaminated water. Now, Sputnik has reported, after endangering and knowingly harming residents in Flint, Michigan, the government is reportedly threatening to take the children of those who opt not to pay to have the toxic water pumped into their homes. According to Michigan law, parents are considered to be neglectful if they do not have running water in their home. So if they do not pay for Flint's poisonous water, they could be found guilty of child endangerment. Alternate reports that local activists have spoken out about threats already having been made to local families. So, aside from passing out water, the local militia may actually be called up to protect the families of Flint from state-ordered child abductions. If that happens, you're going to see that whole situation change very, very quickly. Now, imagine this scenario playing out. They order individuals to go and kidnap these children from people who don't want to drink or pay for contaminated water. Now, how they get a heads up if that were to happen? How does the militia come and support and protect that family? I don't know what kind of a response network that militia has in place. But I would say, militia guys, if you're watching this report, and I know you are, figure it out. Figure it out, because those people are going to need you. Leave your comments below, hit that subscribe button for updates, give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing, and hit that share button and push this out to your social networks. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Looks like Turkey is in a panic after Russians were spotted along the border in Syria. Following up on our breaking news alert regarding the Turkish tanks and Russian special ops amassing on the Syrian-Turkish border, Sputnik News is now reporting that Turkish President Erdogan has expressed concern over the alleged presence of Russian engineers near the country's Syrian border. The Turkish government has expressed alarm over Russia's air campaign in Syria since it began last September along its Syrian border zone. Turkey has now dug defense trenches and increased security forces despite the fact that Moscow has repeatedly stated its goal is to combat terrorist groups in Syria. On Friday, Turkish President Erdogan expressed new levels of panic, sounding the alarm over the alleged presence of Russian inspectors at an airport near the Turkish border. Quote, "We have said this from the beginning. We won't tolerate such formations in northern Syria along the area stretching from the Iraqi border up to the Mediterranean," he told reporters. Quote, "We maintain our sensitivities on these issues." Now, if you go back to that breaking alert that we posted a couple days ago, approximately 50 Russian soldiers, Russian troops, landed at an airport near the Syrian border, near the Syrian-Turkish border, and they were accompanied by Syrian special forces and Kurdish special forces. Now, it's not clear where those individuals went, but in that same vein, we showed you the actual video footage of the Turkish tanks patrolling the border as well. So now, as this article in Sputnik link below goes into greater detail, you can find out more information, but in the link below. But as this article details, now the Turks are building defensive trenches in that area. So no doubt there is high tension on that border, high tension. And so it's only a matter of time, unless this thing de-escalates, that something gets awry, shots are fired, people die, and it goes supernova. So those are the facts as we have them right now. Subscribe for updates, give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing, and hit that share button, because this is a video, this is a report you won't see on the evening news or even the mainstream media. They won't talk about this stuff. We'll talk about it here at the Next News Network. I'm Gary Franchi. An amazing piece of information sort of slipped out of the Pentagon today. The Pentagon said they're giving ISIS a gift of U.S. troops. Now, former U.S. ambassador to Saudi Arabia, Chas Freeman, claims that the Obama administration's decision to reverse its previous strategy and send elite ground forces back to the Mideast will be warmly welcomed by leaders of Daesh or ISIS. Sputnik continues the Obama administration's decision to reverse its previous strategy and send elite ground forces back to the Mideast will be warmly welcomed by leaders of the Islamic State. That's according to the ambassador of Saudi Arabia, Chas Freeman, who did tell Sputnik News, quote, "This is a gift to Daesh," Freeman stated on Monday. Freeman was responding to a statement on Friday by Secretary of Defense Ashton Carter that elements of the U.S. Army's 101st Airborne Division would be redeployed in Iraq to support the regular Iraqi army to recapture Mosul and destroy ISIS. So, given all of the, the claims, the allegations, the whistleblowing regarding the United States arming, training ISIS through Hillary Clinton, through John McCain, moderate rebels, yada yada, this is an interesting statement that they would make, that the gift is U.S. troops. Now, the reason they say these words is because they say they're trying to lure the United States military into the region so they can have more targets. So Ashton Carter is granting them that wish by giving them more targets by bringing in the U.S. Army's 101st Airborne Division. So again, an interesting choice of words given all that we know about how the United States has essentially armed and trained ISIS. So we'll continue to give you updates. Hit that subscribe button. Leave your comments below. What are your thoughts on this? And hit that share button. Push this out to your social networks. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Looks like the Council on Foreign Relations president is now revealing that ISIS will expand into Saudi Arabia, as if reading from the playbook drafted by the globalists themselves. The Council on Foreign Relations President Richard Haass said that Daesh or ISIS will likely seek the opportunity to expand into Saudi Arabia this year after losing ground in Iraq. Okay, I'm going to stop right there. This is coming from the Council on Foreign Relations. See, these guys are the puppet masters behind all the politicians that are making moves in the United States, calling the shots, okay? For them to come out and say this is almost as like, guess what? We're telling you where they're going to be next. They are seeding the information out into the public to let you get ready, prepare for ISIS to move into Saudi Arabia. Okay? Quote, it seems to me a question of when and not if that they, ISIS, look at Saudi Arabia as a place to demonstrate that they still have the capacity for momentum, Haass stated, describing the challenge to Saudi Arabia as one of the features of 2016. Haass noted that Daesh has been essentially stymied in Iraq, and he did admit that the Russians have made a real difference in Syria, preventing the terror group from unseating the government in Damascus. An expansion to Saudi Arabia would be a momentum play for ISIS, the Council on Foreign Relations president said. So I'll go back to my original statement. What is being said here, what is being revealed by the Council on Foreign Relations president is basically where they're going to plant ISIS next. And because they need to continue to allow the wheels of war to crank. We've reported here, let's put this all in context. We've reported here about this massive Saudi Arabian coalition to fight ISIS, right? Now, a military coalition, what do they need? They need weapons, they need tanks, they need boats, right? They need guns, they need missiles, they need all the fun toys of war. And where do those fun toys of war come from? Where do the Saudis get all that stuff? Well, they get it from United States defense contractors. Yes. And just recently, it was exposed that Hillary Clinton's group, the Clinton Foundation, received hundreds of thousands of dollars. And of course, Hillary Clinton goes ahead and she greenlights a bunch of Saudi arms deals for American corporations to send over to the Saudis. So now, guess what? The Council on Foreign Relations president comes out and says, guess what? Maybe ISIS is going to go into Saudi Arabia. And then the wheels of war continue to turn. The Federal Reserve pumps out that money, right? The Saudis keep pumping out that oil. We keep buying it. And then that money comes back to American defense contractors, who then send over the weapons of war. It is a sick and twisted cycle. And this is a message being sent from the Council on Foreign Relations. So we're reading between the headlines specifically on this one. What are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit the subscribe button for updates. And if you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up and push the share button, because this is certainly a story you won't see on the evening news. So you need to tell your friends and help wake them up to the truth of what is happening in the world. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. This next headline, when I saw it come across my desk today, I was quite shocked. The United States is going to violate Syria with an illegal airbase. According to U.S. Vice President Joe Biden, if a political solution to the conflict in Syria fails, the United States is prepared to resolve the crisis using military means. Sputnik reports the first step Americans plan to undertake is to build an airbase in the northeast of Syria, and U.S. Special Forces and experts would expand an agricultural airport in the city of Ramlin in the Hasakeh province, so that they could then land helicopters and cargo planes to deliver equipment and ammunition to the Kurds. And that comes from a source in the Syrian army who told the AFP on Saturday. This move, if unauthorized by the official Syrian government, could constitute a clear violation of international law. That's according to a German newspaper. And it says here the whole U.S.-led military operation has not been approved by the country's authority, and it can be considered a violation of Syria's sovereignty. So, this is another really arrogant move by the United States, if you ask me. Look, I love my country, okay? I love the soldiers who volunteer to fight for our country. Unfortunately, they're doing the bidding of the corrupt politicians. So I support the troops and not the tyrants. All right, I want to make that very clear. So I'm not anti-military. I'm pro-Constitution. I support if our military is going to be used, it needs to be used correctly through the constitutional constructs, through a declaration of war, which doesn't happen anymore. They use authorization for use of force, and of course, look at our past reports on that. You know where that's going. But the point is that the United States is they're just going to thumb their nose at the sovereignty of Syria and plant a airbase there, regardless. So what could happen if this scenario unfolds? No diplomatic solution is reached. America says, fine, we're going to go ahead and drop our own airbase right there in Syria. Well, Syria says, you know what? That is an act of war. That is a violation of our sovereignty. And what does Syria do? Picks up their phone, and they call who? Vladimir Putin. Vlad, guess what? We've got some folks over here. Yeah, they got American flags on their shoulders, and they just took over one of our airfields, and they are now calling it an airbase for U.S. airdrops. And they're arming the Kurds. So, Vlad, what do you think about that? Can you come down here and help us with the problem? Do you see how this whole thing could unfold? Because Russia is there at the request of the Syrian government. The United States is acting as a rogue state in this situation if it unfolds. Now, that's not to say that they've already been acting as a rogue state, bombing ISIS within Syria's sovereign territory anyway, but they're claiming it's all spillover from Iraq. So the whole thing over there is a mess, and it could really get out of hand if a diplomatic solution is not reached. And of course, who do we have? Vice President Biden stating exactly what will happen. A U.S. airbase in Syria could certainly be considered an act of war against Syria, and Russia called in to clean it up. Bad, 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 all the way around. What are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit the subscribe button for updates. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing. Hit that share button. People aren't talking about this on your evening news. ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, they don't care. They're not going to tell you this stuff, but we will. Because it affects your livelihood if someone pushes their finger on a button and we all become vaporized. So hit that share button, push that button, right? And share this message. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, the Russian press is claiming that the United States is desperate to snatch the Mideast initiative away from Moscow. TASS's Tamara Zementina reports that Washington's declared readiness to launch a ground operation in Syria and Iraq is a sure sign that the United States is determined to snatch away initiative in the struggle with the terrorist Islamic State from Russia. For this would help President Barack Obama save face, polled experts have told TASS. At the end of last week, Secretary of Defense Ashton Carter said the United States-led anti-terrorist coalition was ready to launch a ground operation in Syria and Iraq in a bid to recapture from terrorists the cities of Raqqa and Mosul, key strongholds of the Islamic State militants. Quote, the storied 101st Airborne Division will soon deploy 1,800 troops to Iraq to aid in the fight against ISIS, Carter said in an article published by Politico magazine. That decision had been agreed with top U.S. military officials and the allies, including France, Carter said. Quote, now is the time to do even more, he said. Syrian and Iraqi officials had come out against the participation of foreign troops in the struggle with the Islamic State in the territories of their countries. Deputy Director of the Institute of U.S. and Canada Studies under the Russian Academy of Sciences, Viktor Kremenik, believes that Washington has made a decision in favor of a ground operation in Syria and Iraq for the very simple reason it fears losing the leading position in the world. So, this article from the Russian press, it only verifies what we've been saying here for so long, and that is America has lost the Middle East. They've lost control of the Middle East. Obama has been made a fool of. He's made America look like a bunch of idiots on the world stage, just because Russia's gone in and cleaned up ISIS better than America has. Okay, and Russia has formed their own coalition to take care of that business. Iraq has said that they don't want our help. Clearly, Ashton Carter is sending troops anyway. And they've even, like we just reported, the United States is threatening to drop a base in Syria, violating Syrian sovereignty if a diplomatic solution is not reached. So this is only confirming what we've been saying all along, is that America is going to try to save face by amplifying their presence in the region. And, well, we'll continue monitoring this. Hit that subscribe button. Leave your comments below. I want to hear what you think about this. And give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, the next front in the war against ISIS has been opened. The invasion of Libya has begun. The Libya Observer reported on Sunday that about 500 foreign military personnel have arrived at Jamal Abdel Nasser military base located in the south of Tobruk, according to Jochen Visser of Western Journalism. The intervention forces are made up of special forces of the United States, Britain, and reportedly Russia. Now, I don't necessarily believe that to be true. I saw that story come out over the weekend, and I said, I'm not sure about that. I couldn't verify it. So now this other news source is coming out and stating reportedly. So I want to make that very clear. I'm not stating that Russia is there. If Russia and the United States were truly aligned to fight ISIS in Libya, I think that'd be a much grander headline across the globe. So I'm using this with caution, reportedly Russia. And that's according to a London-based Arabic newspaper, Al-Sharaq Al-Wasat. The newspaper wrote that French military personnel would join the intervention force soon, while the media outlet Press Solidarity reported that French soldiers had already arrived in Libya. This comes 2 weeks after Algerian media for the first time reported that something dramatic was about to happen in Libya. It becomes increasingly clear now that the West is indeed planning to take the fight against the Islamic State in a new way in the North African country. General Joseph Dunford, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who last week said that he was very concerned about the spread of Islamic State in Libya and that, quote, decisive military action to check ISIS expansion had become very likely. Dunford said that international military action against ISIS in Libya could be expected within weeks. He warned that if nothing is done, ISIS will use Libya as a beachhead for further expansion into Arab and North African countries. Now, the full article goes into greater detail. It is linked below. We've reported that this was going to happen. Go back in our archives. We've been calling this for quite some time because ISIS has grown they're taking Libya right now. And that's no thanks to, of course, Hillary Clinton. She is specifically the reason why. Because of her arms deals to destabilize Gaddafi in the region. She armed those rebels, and now those rebels have become ISIS. Those weapons have been shipped off to Syria, to al-Nusra and ISIS there. And now we are sending our own troops into Libya to fight and die. No doubt in my mind will those ISIS soldiers be using American weapons, American hardware that was brought there by Hillary Clinton, and they will be aiming that equipment, those weapons, right back at our American soldiers. Mark my words. Mark my words. The blood will be on Hillary's hands. Absolutely. As if there isn't enough. Anyway, leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. And if you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Remember that U.S. military exercise we reported on last week? Well, guess what? Russia has countered the action with their own drill in the Georgian breakaway Republic of Abkhazia, just 275 miles northwest, where hundreds of U.S. troops and M1 Abrams tanks are practicing for war. Approximately 400 pieces of Russian military equipment, including the T-90A tanks and armored personnel transport vehicles, are practicing their own war games on a Russian military base. So think about that. All right, you have a Georgian breakaway republic just a few hundred miles away practicing war games with Russia. Then you have the United States and Georgia practicing war games at the exact same time. You know they're watching each other. I mean, this is clearly another back and forth situation. Now, they always say these things are planned. Really? I mean, with all the snap drills that Russia is doing, and now the United States over there in Georgia doing these drills, I don't think so. I think this is clearly a show of force by both sides saying, hey, we're here and we're ready to go to war. Now, will they go to war in Georgia? I don't think so. But again, that's what militaries do. They flex their muscle, they play war games, they show off for one another. And this one's specifically very close to the other. So I don't think this is going to spark a war. But again, it's something that we need to keep an eye on, because when these two global superpowers decide to use proxy nations to do their bidding, that's what they do. They arm the other nations. So we'll keep watching these war games as they continue throughout the year. Hopefully they don't spark into something larger. So anyway, if you want to learn about them and when they happen, hit that subscribe button. What are your thoughts, though? What are your thoughts on this specific drill now countering the American drill? Leave your comments below and give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing, and hit that share button, because no one's talking about these drills anywhere, especially on the mainstream media. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Is Red China weaponizing space for global domination? Well, on December 31st, 2015, the Central Military Commission formally revamped the organizational structure of the PLA, forming 3 new organizations: the Army Leading Organ, the Rocket Force, and the Strategic Support Force. The full article linked below by Sputnik, I'm reading here. The Army Leading Organ, they say, is set to be a centralized command hub responsible for coordinating joint operations between different PLA branches, which has long been the goal of Chinese military reforms. The Rocket Force is an upgraded version of the PLA's Strategic Nuclear Missile Force, quote, the 2nd Artillery Corps, and seems to be a formal recognition of the branch-level role the Corps has long played, according to the online publication Defense One. The newly established Strategic Support Force, or SSF, of the People's Liberation Army will take charge of the military's space, cyberspace, and electronic warfare operations. That's coming from a senior PLA expert. I do find it interesting that China is lumping space, cyberspace, and electronic warfare all into the same grouping. It's interesting. So, the article continues here, and that was published by the PLA Daily on WeChat. Yin Zhou, the director of the PLA Navy Expert Consultation Committee, said that the Strategic Support Force's mission is to make sure that the PLA's military superiority is maintained in space and on the internet. Quote, to be specific, the service's responsibilities include targeted reconnaissance and tracking, global positioning operations, and space asset management, as well as defense against electronic warfare and hostile activities in cyberspace. He said, quote, these are all major factors that will decide whether we can win a future war. Let me take that back for a second. Did you hear what he said? These are all factors that will decide whether or not they can win a future war. So China is getting ready for some sort of a war in the future that will take place in space, cyberspace, and whatever that last one was. Now, in an interview with Sputnik, Vasily Kashin of the Moscow-based Center for Analysis and Strategies and Technologies described the ongoing large-scale reform of the Chinese People Liberation Army as an unprecedented event in the country's history. Folks, this is serious. This is very serious. China completely restructuring their military in preparation for a future war. Quote, in the past few years, China has faced many challenges, including growing U.S. activity in the South China Sea. I'm reading a quote here. They're claiming that U.S. activity in the South China Sea is bothering them. I thought it was China building up artificial islands and making military bases that's troubling us, right? Anyway, so the quote continues, this is why Beijing should respond in kind to all of this. So Beijing is stating that the United States is one of the main reasons why they've restructured their entire military. Friends, these should be very grave concerns to everybody on this planet. That Beijing has restructured their military, and one of the main reasons is the United States. So the United States is sending and helping the Philippines reestablish all the military presence there, right along the Spratly Island chain, where Beijing is building up all these artificial islands. Japan is setting up missile batteries, and they've said they're going to point their missiles at Chinese vessels as they pass. It's getting pretty crazy over there. So leave your comments below, hit that subscribe button for updates, and push this out to your social network, because this is a story that doesn't get the coverage it deserves. So we're trying to give you the information as we can harvest it from the web, and we hope you appreciate that. So hit the share button, and I'll see you at the next video. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Breaking news now, ISIS has named the terrifying specifics of their next target. In an ISIS video that features several terrorists who committed the November attacks in Paris also points at ISIS' next target, Jack Davis reports for Western journalism. The video shows images of London landmarks like the Tower Bridge and St. Paul's Cathedral, with extremists claiming that they are ready to strike, quote, anytime, anywhere. British Prime Minister David Cameron is shown with a crosshairs over his face. Images of British lawmakers voting in favor of Syrian airstrikes are also shown, while a narrator threatens attacks against the coalition fighting ISIS in Iraq and Syria. In the video's closing scene, it shows a ISIS militant holding a severed head and footage of Cameron giving a speech with a text in English that warns anyone siding with unbelievers that they will be a target for our swords. Now, obviously, we can't show these kinds of videos on YouTube. YouTube frowns against it. It goes against their policies. But if you go to the link below, you can get a taste for it. And I know if you do a quick search for it, you can find it. I'll actually, if I can dig it up myself, I'll pull the link in the comments below as well. So what are your thoughts on the latest? Do you think that ISIS is really going to be able to carry out some of these attacks, or is this just more terror, more fear they're trying to put out on the people? Leave your thoughts on that below. Hit the subscribe button for updates. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing, and push this out to your social networks. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. China has now rolled out their new military space plane called the Shenlong. Bill Gertz for the Free Beacon reports China's military space program is getting a boost from a recent reorganization within the People's Liberation Army that we have been reporting here and tracking for some time. Gertz continues here. A Chinese military expert disclosed earlier this month that a Chinese space plane, you can see it right here, known as the Shenlong, will likely be deployed with the newly formed Strategic Support Force. That is the PLA's new High Technology Warfare Unit. Now, Shenlong translates into Divine Dragon. It's a robotic space plane similar to the American Boeing X-37. No doubt the Chinese probably stole the designs for that and repurposed it and made their little Shenlong here. Now, few have actually seen it since news of it actually leaked in late of 2007. So as of this point, it's not very clear what type of missions it will be used for when it is in service for the Chinese military under the Strategic Support Forces. However, now that the Strategic Support Forces have been created and space warfare is specifically in the planning stages for the Chinese military, as they believe that the next war will also be fought in space. They're getting ready for it, and this is one of their new toys. So what are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing, and warn your friends that the Shenlong is coming. Hit that share button and let your friends know. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Stratcom is claiming that the Chinese are testing a new hypersonic nuclear delivery system. Bill Gertz with the Free Beacon reports China conducted 6 successful tests of a new high-speed hypersonic glide vehicle, the most recent in November, and also recently tested an anti-satellite missile. That's according to the commander of the U.S. Strategic Command, who confirmed this on Friday. Admiral Cecil D. Haney, the commander in charge of nuclear forces, said the tests are part of a worrying military buildup by China, which also includes China's aggressive activities in the South China Sea. Quote, China continues to make significant military investments in their nuclear and conventional capabilities, with their stated goal being that of defending Chinese sovereignty, Haney said during a speech to the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Quote, it recently conducted its 6th successful test of a hypersonic glide vehicle, and as we saw in September last year, is parading missiles, clearly displaying their modernization and capability advancements, he added. The 6 tests of the hypersonic glide vehicle, regarded by U.S. intelligence agencies as a nuclear delivery system designed to defeat missile defenses, were first reported by the Washington Free Beacon. Now, that article I just read, you can go ahead and read it in full, much more detail. I'm just giving you basically the Cliff Notes version of it. But it outlines that China is working on hypersonic nuclear delivery missiles. I mean, these missiles go way, way, way faster than, Mach whatever, okay? Our current anti-missile systems would just be completely defeated by this. It would get right through it. There's no way we could shoot these things out of the sky. So this has Washington very worried. There's a lot of nations on the planet, though, that are building these very same type of hypersonic nuclear delivery systems. Even we are in the United States. So what are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates, and give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. It was the uncomfortable image right here that ended with a Russian dissident being poisoned with a cup of tea laced with polonium. in a London hotel claims an explosive new report. Vladimir Putin knelt in Moscow's Red Square and kissed the tummy of a 5-year-old boy. Struck by the bizarre encounter with the Kremlin chief, Nikita Konkin, the boy in the photo, said, "I wasn't ticklish at all. I felt something good." Kind of a creepy response from a little boy. I'm sure Putin... Anyway, at the time, it seemed nothing more than a slightly ill-judged publicity stunt, but months later it would be the catalyst for a bizarre sequence of events that led to exiled former Russian spy Alexander Litvenko and Putin enemy allegedly signing his death warrant by accusing his nemesis of being a pedophile. But little did anyone know at the time the incident would allegedly lead to Litvenko's death. Months after that picture was taken, Litvenko wrote a blog alleging that before he became president, Putin was filmed abusing children in a flat where another top politician had a threesome with prostitutes. The report into the dissident death claimed that Mr. Putin was a pedophile, adding that videos existed of him making sex with some underage boys. Litvenko said that Mr. Putin destroyed the footage, which allegedly saw him sent away from Russia for a while when he was a student after becoming the head of the FSB Secret Service. Sir Robert quotes Litvenko's blog in response to the Kremlin incident, which made the inflammatory allegations in broken English. Litvenko wrote, quote, "The world public is shocked. Nobody can understand why the Russian president did such a strange thing as kissing the stomach of an unfamiliar small boy." The full article I just read is linked below. Goes into much greater detail against disturbing accusations, but it's not out of the realm of reality. If you look at all of the sick, twisted things that world leaders get away with, I mean, look at Bill Clinton. He was hanging out with that one guy in his gay porno island. Then you've got all the pedophilia in the Catholic Church. I mean, rampant throughout the church. What else? I mean, you've got. I mean, this. It's how that's how these people become leaders, because they blackmail each other into releasing all this video footage or photographs or claims. And if they don't shut up, well, they get killed. So, anyway, what are your thoughts? Do you think that Vladimir Putin is a pedophile? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. And if you like what we're doing here, give us a thumbs up and share this to your social networks. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, it looks like Glenn Beck is back in the news, trying to score some relevance. He actually said this: "I'll vote for Sanders over Donald Trump." That's right. Beck reportedly said that he preferred socialist Bernie Sanders over Donald Trump, according to The Hill. The article here says conservative commentator Glenn Beck on Saturday endorsed Republican presidential candidate Ted Cruz for the White House. Beck compared Cruz to the 16th president Abraham Lincoln. Okay, Beck is such a showboat, and he's such a fraud. And he loves to invoke all these patriotic images, but the guy is a total scam artist, fraud. I mean, just go back to all of the stuff he said. I mean, it's all on the record. The guy changes his spots, as often as he can. So anyway, first of all, he's comparing Cruz to Abraham Lincoln. Okay, yeah, the guy who declared war on the South and basically declared martial law and killed other Americans. Nice comparison. And then he says here, the article says, Beck gave Cruz a compass that belonged to the first president, George Washington. He says, quote, "I'm taking a very big risk here, gambling on it, but this is how much I believe in Ted Cruz." Beck said at a rally in Iowa, "I'd like you to hold on to that," speaking of the compass. He said, passing that compass, "to make sure your compass is square and you stay true to your values." Give me a break, Beck. Seriously? make sure your compass is square. That sounds like a Masonic statement to begin with. So you're probably revealing your true Masonic core, which is your allegiance to a secret society. And then stay true to your values. Beck, you can't even stay true to your own values. I remember when you were calling Ron Paul supporters terrorists, when you were working for CNN, and you were speaking all the Democrats' talking points. I mean, for CNN, and then you jump over to Fox News, you become some big Tea Party, rah-rah guy. Give me a break, Beck. You're no conservative. You're a fraud. All right. So now this is where the next statement comes in. It says, Beck said he had never endorsed a presidential candidate in his 40 years of broadcasting, but he made an exception because of the urgency of the moment. Yeah, the urgency of the moment. See, what happened was Palin came out. Palin, huge Tea Party supporter. Sure, you may not like Palin, but look, folks, she's got supporters. People love her, all right? They love her. And Palin came out and supported Trump. So Beck, being the other wing of the phony Tea Party movement. Now, I know there's a lot of true grassroots Tea Partiers out there, but when I speak of phony, I speak of the individuals that came in and co-opted it for their own benefit. Okay, Republican GOP establishment, phonies like Glenn Beck. So Beck comes in to try to counterbalance Palin's endorsement of Trump, thinking that he can sway all these people over to Cruz's side. Well, unfortunately, there are a lot of Glenn Beck lemmings out there that just take everything that he says, all of his feigned concern for the country, feigned concern for the Constitution. I mean, it's a fraud, and it's a scam. He's scamming you. All right, go back and look at his history. Now, this article continues. He says, Glenn Beck said he would even prefer Senator Bernie Sanders, a self-proclaimed Democratic socialist, running in the Democratic presidential primary to Donald Trump. I mean, that says it all right there. That says it all right there. What he's saying with that statement is that if Trump gets in and becomes the GOP nominee and Cruz does not, and Hillary gets convicted and she goes to prison or her whole campaign tanks, which is tanking now, Sanders comes up and becomes the nominee for the Democrats. Guess what happens? Who's going to vote for Sanders? Glenn Beck. You see what's happening here? Beck is a fraud, and he just revealed it in that statement. So how can Beck come out and endorse Cruz and then say he would vote for Sanders in the same breath? I mean, the guy's a hypocrite, and if you can't see it by now, I don't know if you'll ever see it. So you may want to share this video with your favorite Glenn Beck friend. You know, that one guy who just is like so diehard, he'll take a bullet for Glenn Beck. Send this to him, and I hate to be the guy, but you know what? We got to break those paradigms. We got to reveal this fraud for who he is. And he just did with that sentence right there. Leave your comments below. What do you think of Glenn Beck? You know what I think. Hit that thumbs up button, and remember, share this with your favorite Glenn Beck supporter. Break that paradigm. We got to do it. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Newsmax is reporting that the FBI is ready to indict Hillary Clinton, and if its recommendation isn't followed by the U.S. Attorney General, the agency's investigators plan to blow the whistle and go public with their findings. That's coming from the former U.S. House Majority Leader Tom DeLay, who told Newsmax TV. He said, quote, "I have friends that are in the FBI, and they tell me they're ready to indict." He said that on Monday on the Steve Malzberg show. They're ready to recommend an indictment, and they also say that if the Attorney General does not indict, they're going public. Clinton is under investigation for her use of a private server to conduct confidential government business while she was Secretary of State. But some Republicans fear any FBI recommendation that hurts Clinton will be squashed by the Obama administration. Friends, this is the most precarious situation for Loretta Lynch and President Obama. Clinton has put them in a serious serious political crisis. And we know that there's tension. We know that there's animosity between the Clintons and the Obamas. Of course, Hillary wanted it. She wanted it back then to become the president. She lost to Obama. She felt that it was deserved that she sat in the Oval Office. And as a consolation prize, what did Obama do? He offered her the Secretary of State position. And while she was there as Secretary of State, she kept a private email server, and she communicated with her staffers to send and strip classified information to her unsecure. Allegations have been waged that international governments spied on her server. They knew exactly who she was, where she was. They got into her home server, hacked that server, and got classified information. So Hillary Clinton has put Obama in a very, very bad position. Obama puts himself in bad positions voluntarily. But the point I'm trying to make here is that now there's concerns that Obama is not going to do anything to Clinton, and they're going to let her walk. However, the FBI says no matter what, she will be indicted, whether it's in the court of public opinion or by the courts themselves. What are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates, and give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing, and tell your best Hillary Clinton supporter friends that she's about to get indicted. Hey! Happy day, happy day. Anyway, hit that share button. Push it out to your social networks. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. A U.S. bioweapon has leaked and killed 20 people and hospitalized 200 others. Zero Hedge reports amid the so-called ceasefire in Ukraine, yet ongoing shelling in many regions. The Donbass News Agency reports that more than 20 Ukrainian soldiers have died and over 200 soldiers are hospitalized after an apparent leak of a deadly virus called the California flu from a U.S. lab near the city of Kharkov. As Donbass News International reports, more than 20 Ukrainian soldiers have died and over 200 soldiers are hospitalized in a short period of time because of a new and deadly virus which is immune to all medicines. Donetsk People's Republic intelligence has reported that Californian flu is leaked from the same place where research of this virus has been carried out. Now, the reason I'm calling it a bioweapon, a U.S. bioweapon, is because it's done at a U.S. lab, and the only people so far that apparently have been killed by it are Ukrainian military. Okay? So, what does that mean? Military, weapon, virus, United States. U.S. bioweapon. All right? I can already see the comments. How do you know it's a bioweapon? What did you... Dude, it's obvious. All right? So, chill out. Let me finish. The laboratory is located near the city of Kharkov, and it is a base for U.S. military experts. Cha-ching! There you go. That's coming directly from Zero Hedge. All right, a U.S. military base leaks something called the Californian flu and infects all these Ukrainian soldiers. The leak of the deadly virus on the Ukrainian side was published first on January 12th of 2016. Quote, according to the medical personnel of the AFU units, the Ukrainian troops, there were recorded mass diseases among the Ukrainian military personnel in the field. Physicians recorded the unknown virus as a result of which the infected get the high fever which cannot be subdued by any medication, and in 2 days comes the lethal outcome. Thus far from the virus there have died more than 20 servicemen, what is carefully shielded by the commandment of the AFU from publicity. That's a bad translation, but you get the point. You can also say this is probably a test. Hey, maybe we'll just use these Ukrainian soldiers as a test. We'll see how effective this bioweapon is. We'll leak it out and see how many people it kills. We'll see how it acts in the real world. Oh, the U.S. military wouldn't ever do anything like that, right? Yeah. All right. The article continues here. It appears it is not just military that is affected. As Radio Free Europe reports, a flu epidemic is sweeping through the eastern Ukrainian city of Kramatorsk, and the conflict smoldering nearby is making the situation even worse. doctors are unable to identify the exact strain of the virus because the laboratory they need is across the front lines in separatist-controlled Donetsk. So, wow. U.S. bioweapon leaked, kills 20 soldiers, Ukrainian soldiers, and then spreads out even further. So, this is really nutty bioweapon. But hey, these militaries, that's what they train for, right? We did a report just recently. Russians over 1,200 miles from North Korea working on biohazard training. I mean, it's happening all over the world, and now we're seeing an outbreak. Who knows if this thing's going to be contained? But somebody's got an antidote somewhere, right, in that U.S. military base, right? Don't you guys? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing. Hit that share button. Tell your friends. U.S. bioweapon kills 20 Ukrainian soldiers. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Charles Bombardier's latest concept jet is capable of reaching Mach 24, 12 times faster than the Concorde. Dubbed the Antipode, it can carry 10 people up to 12,430 miles in under an hour, allowing it to travel from London to New York in just 11 minutes. Amazing. Now, he envisioned that the craft could be launched using a magnetic railgun system to catapult it into the sky at high speeds reaching of Mach 10. Using such a launch system, the jet would be positioned on a pair of conductive parallel rails and accelerated along using a powerful electromagnetic field. Liquid oxygen or kerosene rockets would be fired to enable the plane to rapidly climb higher in the sky and reach Mach 4. The designer said that scramjet engines could then be used to propel it to speeds of over 10 times the speed of sound, which is around 7,673 miles per hour. Oh my goodness. The Antipode could be used as business or military aircraft to transport 2 highly ranked officials across the globe in less than an hour. That's according to Bombardier, who told the Daily Mail. A full article, lots of pictures, linked below. My question is this, and I know we've sort of breached this topic before when we've talked about these high-speed vehicles, but how can the human body endure those kinds of speeds? I mean, even like someone commented when we talked about one of these before that it's the acceleration. The acceleration is what really puts the pressure on the body, and once you get to traveling speed, you can't feel it. You're fine. The pressure is relieved, and you can exist in the plane. So I don't know how, if this plane moves so fast, how can they help the human body absorb those types of G-forces? I mean, they have to have some sort of special foam chair that you just get sucked into or something. I don't know. We'll have to figure out. Of course, this is a concept vehicle. 11 minutes to New York from London. Pretty wild. Would you fly in one? Would you buy a ticket? I mean, who would have to go to London and physically in that much time anyway? I mean, why don't you just Skype them? Leave your comments below, hit the subscribe button for updates, and if you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up and hit that share button, push this story out to your social networks. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, Hollywood's love affair with President Obama is just beginning. That's right. A new movie is coming out that's going to chronicle his very first date with Michelle. The Associated Press is reporting it's the sweet, romantic story of a first date, albeit fictionalized first date of the couple who currently occupy the White House. South Side with You, the feature film based on Barack Obama and Michelle Robinson's first date, debuted Sunday to a packed house at the Sundance Film Festival. The movie tells the story of a single day back in 1989, the first day that summer associate Harvard student Barack Obama, played by Parker Sawyers, spent with his advisor Michelle Robinson, played by Tika Sumpter, who is Michelle Robinson, a second-year associate with the Chicago corporate law firm. He believes, President Obama, he believes he's on a date, and she believes that she's spending the day with a professional colleague. By the end of the day, it moves from the Art Institute of Chicago to a picnic lunch to a community organizing meeting for socialists, communists, whoever, and then sharing beers, and then the newly released Spike Lee film Do the Right Thing, and they're both magically on the same page. Sawyer's portrayal of Obama brings to the screen the unmistakable cadence and quick smile of the man who would become president. Sumter shows a young Michelle is confident and determined, caring and kind. Oh man, this makes me want to vomit. Do you realize what they're going to do to this guy when he's out of office? This is the first taste of it, my friends. The first taste. The reenactment of Michelle and Barack's first date. Oh my God, what is going to happen in the future? We're going to see all kinds of dramatic recreations. You think 8 years? You had 8 years of this guy? We're going to have to endure the rest of our lives remembering these 8 years. They are going to emblazon this guy, dramatic recreations of every little moment and rewriting history so this guy can be polished and pure for all the history books, overlooking all the lies, all the deaths, all of the policies, the corruption, the abuse of power, the executive signing statements and executive orders. I mean, it's going to be atrocious. The future is... Oh, I weep for the future. I weep. And here it is, your first taste of it, my friends. Your first taste. What are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit the subscribe button for updates. If you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up. And I wonder if they would actually show... Remember he had that whole gay thing when he's smoking crack in a limousine? Yeah, maybe they'll make a movie out of that. You think? I don't know. Hit that share button. I'm Gary Franchi for the Next News Network. Donald Trump has fired Fox News, and he's doubling down on ditching the debate. That's right. The Hill reports Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump on Wednesday night lashed out at Fox News anchor Megyn Kelly in his first appearance on the network since he announced that he'd boycott the next GOP debate. He also refused to reconsider his decision to sit out the network's Thursday night debate, the last before the Iowa caucuses, in 5 days. He said he'd move forward with his own competing event to raise money for wounded veterans. Speaking on the O'Reilly factor, Trump continued his long-running feud with Kelly, who he has been criticizing ever since she challenged him on his past derogatory remarks about women at the first GOP debate in August. Quote, "I have zero respect for Megyn Kelly," Trump said. "I don't think she's good at what she does, and I think she's highly overrated. And frankly, she's a moderator. I thought her questions last time was ridiculous." Kelly is also set to moderate Thursday night's debate on Fox News. Trump is instead now holding a rally in Des Moines at the very same time as the Republican debate that he says will raise money for wounded veterans. Now, in the contentious interview with O'Reilly, the Hill continues that Trump rebuffed the anchor's attempts to convince him that he's making a grave error by skipping the debate. However, Jim Hoft at the Gateway Pundit pointed out that Trump is not the first Republican candidate to skip a debate. Ronald Reagan actually skipped the Republican debate just ahead of the Iowa caucuses in 1980. As Bloomberg reported, Trump is not the first top-tier presidential candidate to skip a debate. Ronald Reagan did not attend a Republican debate ahead of the 1980 Iowa caucuses, which he lost to George H.W. Bush. Reagan went on to win the nomination and then the presidency. So I don't think, looking at this whole situation, I believe Trump is not an idiot, okay? There's no question about that. The guy's a billionaire. He's made some very smart decisions. So his move to pull out of this debate, what he's done, you guys got to realize what he's done here. He has taken up all of the airtime. Everybody's talking about this. He turned his removal from the debate into headlines across the country. And that was very, very calculated. And he's basically putting a spotlight on Fox, saying that they're unfair. He's pointing out the bias in the mainstream media. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we do our own media, is because we don't trust the corporate-controlled media machine. Obviously, Donald Trump does not believe that Megyn Kelly is going to be fair. Now, I thought perhaps, I mean, there's a chance he could still jump back in, but people are saying, a lot of people are saying online, the buzz is that no one's going to watch the debate without Trump. I mean, even me, I was looking forward to watching the debate because I like watching the debates, for one, but I love watching it with Trump because I like how he shakes things up. So as soon as I heard he was backing out, I said, oh man, now I don't have a reason to watch the debate. So a lot of people feel that same way, and now all those advertisers, see, Fox is relying on millions and millions of viewers so they can rake in all the advertising dollars. Now, all of a sudden, those advertisers could very likely pull out last minute because, well, no one's going to be watching the debate. So Fox is losing huge money, huge ratings, because Trump is backing out. Now, I think Trump was also banking on the fact that because of those ratings would take a hit and because Fox would lose money, that they would just ask Megyn Kelly to stand down. That has not happened yet. It could still happen. But as it stands, he's holding an alternative rally to raise money for veterans. Even Cruz has stated that he would have a one-on-one debate with him, and he would also give $1.5 million from a super PAC to veterans as well. So Cruz is trying to capitalize on this moment too. A lot of people are trying to capitalize on it, stating that Trump's making a bad decision. But I think Trump is looking back at what Reagan did and said, you know what? If Reagan did it, if it's good enough for Reagan, I'll do it too. So he's very calculated in his moves, and we're going to continue to monitor this. Maybe he'll jump back in, maybe he won't. But what do you think? Do you think it was a good move by Trump to pull out of the debate or not? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. And if you like what we're doing here at the Next News Network, give us a thumbs up. And hit that share button. Push this story out to your social networks. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, looks like Jeb Bush is sneaking up in a new New Hampshire poll. However, Trump is still dominating. That's right. A new New Hampshire poll reveals that Donald Trump is holding a significant lead over his Republican opponents with 35% of the vote. Get this, folks. Jeb Bush is in second place with 18%. Now, I'm going to pause here for a moment. At the beginning of this whole election cycle, I said Jeb Bush is going to be the man that they're going to anoint, and they're going to make him the GOP candidate, and he's going to go into the White House. I always said that Jeb was going to sneak up from behind, and it's happening right now. Albeit he's only at 18%, and Trump has a commanding lead over him. If those Diebold voting machines can get flipped, they will. And if that margin in the polls continues to shrink, well, then it makes it easier for the power elite to flip the voting machines. It's going to be much harder for them to flip a voting machine if there's a huge lead. So now we're seeing the lead start to close. There's still a very big lead between Bush and Trump. But nonetheless, keep a very close eye on Bush's numbers because he does represent the establishment. He represents all that is essentially evil in the world through his family and the crimes that they've committed against the planet and against America. So let's continue here. Sputnik is writing and reporting that the U.S. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump garnered a significant lead in the state of New Hampshire, while former Governor Jeb Bush has come in second after an unexpected leap in favorability. Okay, that's the key here. Unexpected leap. And that's according to the results of an Emerson College poll that was issued on Wednesday. Quote, a new statewide New Hampshire poll reveals Donald Trump holding a significant lead over his Republican opponents with 35% of the vote, according to Emerson College. The poll found that Jeb Bush took a surprising lead with an 18% favorability among likely New Hampshire voters. So, keep a close eye on what's happening here in these polls because as those margins continue to shrink, it makes it much easier for them to flip the vote in the favor of the establishment. So we're going to continue to monitor this, and if you want updates, hit the subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing here, and push this out to your social networks. Let your friends know that Jeb Bush is sneaking up from behind. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Iran has warned a U.S. warship in the Strait of Hormuz. Reuters is reporting Iran's Navy warned a U.S. warship on Wednesday to leave waters near the Strait of Hormuz, where the Iranians were testing submarines, destroyers, and missile launchers, according to news agencies. The commander of Iran's fleet, Rear Admiral, told Tassim news agency that the U.S. ship was trying to collect information in the Sea of Oman, an area close to the strait, a vital oil and gas shipping route, and said it left quickly after the alert. There was no immediate reaction from Washington, which this month joined other world powers in lifting sanctions on the Islamic Republic after Iran agreed to curtail its nuclear program. In the days before that deal, Iran briefly detained 10 U.S. sailors after their boats entered its waters because of what they said was a navigational error. Now, of course, that navigational error has been called into question. 2 boats at the very same time have a malfunction. If the GPSs in those boats were disabled at the same time, that could indicate some other things going on. Nonetheless, the Iranians are asserting themselves in the Strait of Hormuz, and they've told the American warship to back off and get out of the area. Now, the Strait of Hormuz is very, very important when it comes to the oil trade and oil shipping. And because the Iranians are there, they're practicing, they could choke that entire strait and basically choke the entire world's oil supply. So, when anything happens there, everyone starts to freak out a little bit. And certainly this is no different because you have American warships being told to get out while Iranians are doing literally, sounds like war games. Submarines, destroyers, all kinds of stuff going on there. So we'll continue to monitor the Strait of Hormuz for you here at the Next News Network. If you want to get updates, hit the subscribe button. And if you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up. And leave your comments below. What do you think this means? Do you think that Iran is going to be doing something greater in the Strait of Hormuz? You think that they would actually lock it down? People say that if they do lock it down, all bets are off. Global war is on the horizon because they need to get that oil out. So anyway, what are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit that share button. I'll see you in the next video. I'm Gary Franchi for the Next News Network. Well, the Libyan war front is about to get hot. The United States, Britain, and France are preparing for war. The New York Times reports the Pentagon is ramping up intelligence gathering in Libya as the Obama administration draws up plans to open a third front in the war against the Islamic State. This significant escalation is being planned without a meaningful debate in Congress about the merits and risks of a military campaign that is expected to include airstrikes and raids by elite American troops. The Times continues, that is deeply troubling. A new military intervention in Libya would represent a significant progression of a war that could easily spread to other countries on the continent. It is being planned as the American military burrows more deeply into battlegrounds in Syria and Iraq, where American ground troops are being asked to play an increasingly hands-on role in the fight. General Joseph Dunford Jr., the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, told reporters on Friday that military officials were looking to take decisive military action against the Islamic State, or ISIS, in Libya, where Western officials estimate the terrorist group has roughly 3,000 fighters. Administration officials say the campaign in Libya could begin in a matter of weeks. They anticipate it would be conducted with the help of a handful of European allies, including Britain, France, and Italy. The planning is unfolding amid political chaos in Libya, which continues to reel from the aftermath of the 2011 civil war that ended with the killing of the country's longtime dictator, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. Zero Hedge concludes, and so now the United States finds itself in a similar situation. Washington toppled a dictator, leaving a power vacuum that still has not been filled 5 years later, and now, with the country in chaos, the U.S. is headed right back into Libya to fight off ISIS, which, in an irony of ironies, was a tool that Washington and its regional allies used to topple another dictator in Syria. So, folks, do you see what's happening here? All this intervention, all the nation building and toppling of dictators is coming back to haunt America. the foreign policy of absolute failure. That's why our founding fathers said we should not get involved in foreign entanglements in any capacity. Those were the founders' words. But people in Washington today disregard the founders. They disregard the Constitution, and all they care about is money and growing war. That's all it is. That's all it comes down to. We've reported here of Hillary Clinton when she was Secretary of State, working with Christopher Stevens. They funneled arms to the Libyan rebels to topple Gaddafi. And now guess what? Those rebels are ISIS. Okay? And now we're going back to kill them all. And a lot of those weapons ended up in Syria, who got into the hands of who? ISIS. This is a never-ending cycle of stupidity that is being just dumped on the American people. And it's all coming out of the taxpayers' wallets. The Federal Reserve printing more money for endless wars. Meanwhile, Hillary Clinton wants to be your next president. And she's one of the main reasons this is all happening. But it's not just Hillary. You got to look at the military-industrial complex, too. I mean, they're just as guilty. I mean, they're the ones pulling the purse strings of a lot of these politicians. So, we'll continue to monitor the next war as it develops in Libya. Leave your comments below on this topic. Hit that share button. Tell your friends the next war front is on the horizon. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Keeping track of the destabilization of Europe through the refugee crisis that is flooding from the Middle East, there has now been a murder. A migrant has murdered the 22-year-old woman here you see in this photograph while she was working at the refugee center. That's right, on Monday, the woman pictured here, 22-year-old Alexandra Mazer, was stabbed to death by a 15-year-old migrant at an asylum center. She began working at the asylum center in the city of Mundal, helping unaccompanied minor migrants adapt to life in their adopted home. The Washington Post writes that she was killed by one of those young migrants. Quote, "It's so terrible. She was a person who wanted to do good," said her cousin, "and then he murdered her when she was doing her job." She'd only worked at the center for a few months, according to Expressen, who adds that, quote, "The company that runs the Mundal house has many similar places throughout western Sweden." Now, according to the Daily Mail, it has now emerged that Miss Mazer had been working alone at the house in Mundal, which is home to 10 unaccompanied minors. Despite rules that the staff should work in pairs, Miss Mazer had been working a night shift all by herself and was attacked just a half an hour before daytime staff were due to take over, it is claimed. So, the refugee crisis in Europe continues to make headlines of tragedy, and we're covering it here. And this is the reason we cover it. I mean, these are human tragedies, no doubt. But our own president has promised to continue to bring Syrian refugees to this country to the number of up to 200,000. Okay? And we don't have the infrastructure to handle it. We're not even able to vet these individuals. But President Obama seems to think that it's okay. And here you have a beautiful woman in her young prime, 22 years old, murdered by the people she was helping. Anyway, what are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Russian envoy to NATO, Alexander Grushko, said that the U.S. claims do not reflect the real security demands or real demands of global development, because it's clear that today the world must unite efforts to counter new real risks and threats rather than build security havens or arm ourselves against mythical threats. Yes, according to Sputnik, the new U.S. military strategy in Europe, which portrays Russia as a key security threat, completely distorts reality and is aimed at rallying European allies under Washington's exclusive leadership. That's according to Russian envoy at the NATO, Alexander Grushko. He said that on Wednesday. The U.S. European Command has recently published an updated theater strategy formalizing the combatant command's top priorities and mission and vision. Quote, "Russia is portrayed as a main threat and must be deterred from aggression into Eastern Europe. This postulate defies commentary because it says it's so far from reality," said Grushko. he said in an interview with Russia 24 television. So, here you have a new security strategy. We've got some more stories on this. We'll be going deeper into it. But as it stands, the Russians are not happy that America has changed its security strategy in Europe. So, like I said, we have some more stories on that. We'll be digging deeper into it. But this is the first response from Russia against this new security policy. And it's only going to inflame the situation the deeper that America tries to reinforce NATO in Europe. Because as we've also reported here, Russia has said the exact same thing. America is the greatest threat. Meanwhile, ISIS is growing and growing and growing throughout the planet. You have in the Philippines, ISIS cells are being combated by Christian militias. You have the terror attacks that are taking place in Europe, and then you've of course the next front war is happening in Libya, and not to mention all that's happening in Syria and Iraq. So anyway, we'll keep monitoring these stories as they develop, and hit that subscribe button to get those updates. We'll be right back with the next video regarding this very topic, going deeper. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. According to an anonymous Japanese government official, North Korea may be preparing to launch a long-range missile in the coming days. Citing an unnamed government official, Japan's Kyodo News Agency reports that satellite imagery appears to show Pyongyang preparing to launch a long-range missile from a test site known as Tongchang-ri. The official estimates that the launch could come as soon as 1 week from now. If true, this would be North Korea's first long-range satellite missile launch since 2012, when it successfully placed an object into Earth orbit. So if they actually do carry this thing out successfully, folks, we've been reporting on what's going on in North Korea. All right, they just successfully claimed to launch a hydrogen or detonate a hydrogen bomb. Of course, there was a lot of controversy surrounding that. It triggered an earthquake. The earthquake signature did not match that of a large-scale hydrogen bomb. North Korea then came back and said, well, it was a micro-hydrogen bomb. Then shortly after that, the North Koreans released video footage of a submarine ballistic missile test, which was edited, kind of strange, maybe edited around an error in the launch, but the launch, nonetheless, they said it took place successfully. And now, if these Japanese insiders and their satellite imagery recon is correct, they could certainly be testing an ICBM long-range ballistic missile. So this is very troubling, especially with all the threats that North Korea likes to put out. I mean, realistically, if North Korea decided to launch a ballistic missile against the United States, they would be toast in a heartbeat. So hopefully we don't get to that point. But we'll continue to monitor this. The ballistic missile test is apparently going to be taking place sometime next week. So what are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. Hit that share button too, and let your friends know that Kimmy is going to press the button next week to show the world that he has an ICBM long-range missile. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Looks like missile attack super drones are going to be deployed along the Korean border. Jake Berman for The Express reports the U.S. is set to deploy drones that can conduct Hellfire missile attacks right next to North Korea just weeks after the rogue state successfully tested a hydrogen bomb and plans to launch an ICBM test next week. The Pentagon is planning to station the Gray Eagle drones, which can also conduct reconnaissance flights in South Korea later this year. Equipped with night vision cameras, the drones can embark on flights that last up to 30 hours. They are intended to monitor the areas along the demilitarized zone separating North and South Korea. The article continues that the drones will enable the U.S. and Seoul to strike enemy helicopters and tanks from almost 5 miles away. Each drone will be equipped with 4 anti-tank Hellfire missiles and 4 glide bombs, which they can even be equipped with air-to-air missiles. Washington began a new weapon deployment strategy in South Korea after Pyongyang claimed it had successfully tested a hydrogen bomb on January 6th, triggering an earthquake in its own country. So, drone deployment is very controversial, but the fact that the United States is going to be deploying armed drones along the demilitarized zone is only going to trigger another response from North Korea. I mean, that's how these things work. You know, one side does one thing, the other side does another, and everyone just, you know, they have a match to see who can, you know, do whatever better. I'm not going to go into the words. You know what I'm trying to say. I don't want to get crass here. But, so we're going to continue to monitor this as it develops on the border with North and South Korea. Of course, next week we're going to see potentially a intercontinental ballistic missile test from North Korea as well. So hit the subscribe button to get updates when those things happen. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing. Weigh in the comment section below. What are your thoughts? Love to read them. And hit that share button. Tell your friends. Armed drones, super drones, are going to be hitting the border of North Korea and South Korea. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Continuing to monitor what's going on in Asia, Taiwan is playing some serious war games aimed at China. That's right. Amid Chinese demonstrations of its growing influence in the South China Sea, Taiwan is staging a massive military exercise. Beginning Tuesday, Taiwanese military drills began on the island of Kinmen, ending on Wednesday, including were knife fighting and explosive demonstrations by the Army's Amphibious Reconnaissance Battalion, or ARB, as well as amphibious assaults along the island's beachfront. The drills highlighted a number of new weapons produced or purchased by the Taiwanese military. Air defense exercises were conducted by the 455th Tactical Fighter Wing. Naval demonstrations included anti-submarine warfare drills carried out by the 124th Fleet. Sputnik continues here. The exercises come amid rising tensions in the South China Sea. Beijing's construction of artificial islands in the Spratly Archipelago has led to an intense outcry from Washington. So everybody is getting ready for the war in the South China Sea. We have been following this very closely, and if you go back on our channel, you can see some of those reports regarding the United States going back to the Philippines. The Philippines passed a vote so that the military, U.S. military, can come back and reactivate some of those military bases. One such base is facing the South China Sea, where China is building up their own islands. Of course, China has already landed and shown the world that their runways are ready to go, that they can use these runways for whatever purpose. They did use a civilian craft. People are concerned that China may decide to lock down airspace over that area, which would create crazy problems. Japan, of course, as we've mentioned, has setting up missile batteries along the South China Sea and said they will put China in the crosshairs. Now, Taiwan is flexing their muscle and showing off a lot of their new military toys. So, a lot of happening over there in Asia, not to mention what's going on with North Korea. I mean, that's what they're about to do next week is everyone's going to be watching. So, hit the subscribe button and we will send you updates as we get more information. And if you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up and hit the share button and tell your friends what's going on over there, because you won't see this on the evening news. You will see it here at the Next News Network. I'm Gary Franchi. Well, just as Taiwan is holding their own amphibious warfare drills, the Russians are doing the very same thing. Russia's Caspian Flotilla Marines have started amphibious warfare exercises, the press service of the Southern Military District said on Wednesday. Sputnik reports a total of 200 soldiers and some 20 combat vehicles are reportedly participating in the drills. Quote, exercises are being carried out at the Scorpion training range of the Naval Infantry in the Republic of Dagestan, the press service said. It added that the soldiers are practicing loading and unloading combat vehicles from amphibious landing craft. Wow. So More war games being conducted by Russia, amphibious war games as well by Taiwan. Lots going on the world stage these days, my friends. Lots going on. War games everywhere, continuing. And a lot of times, sometimes people will be critical. Well, so what? They're just doing war games. That's what militaries do. Well, yes, that is what militaries do. And if we don't keep track of what the militaries are doing, then how are we going to prepare if something escalates out of hand? Because, like what's going on with NATO, we reported last summer, all of the NATO war games that were the largest ever, the largest in the last 50 years. And Russia sees that, and they go ahead and do their own. And now look what's happening in Syria. I mean, there's a lot going on, so we need to keep track of it. So now the Russians are holding a large-scale military exercise right there. So leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. If you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. This is a huge story right now. The United States European Command has raised Russia to the top threat level. Defense News reports the United States European Command issued an updated theater strategy. This document was released on Tuesday, pointing to Russian aggression as a top concern and warning that the United States troop drawdowns of the past 25 years put the region's stability at risk. The 12-page document lays out EUCOM's priorities for the next 3 to 5 years and lists a dizzying array of challenges that include refugee migration, financial crisis, cyber attacks, and infectious diseases. All right, I'm going to repeat that list to you. This is what the United States European Command is concerned about. Refugee migration, financial crisis, all right, cyber attacks, and of course, infectious diseases. Now, the most prominent challenge, they say here, is Russia and its disregard for the sovereignty of its neighbors in Europe, as well as military aggression beyond the EUCOM region, including Syria. So, the European Strategic Command is looking at all that Russia's doing, and they're now looking at saying what they did in Syria is aggression. However, in Russia's defense, they are there at the invitation of Bashar al-Assad. Unlike the United States, as we reported last week, if diplomatic negotiations fail, they're just going to drop a military base in Syria and sovereignty be damned. So I find it interesting that, look, I love my country. I love what we all stand for. But sometimes the rhetoric that comes out of the military is questionable. It's absolutely questionable. So now, like I said here, the EUCOM region, including Syria, they're stating is a threat. So, quote, Russia is presenting enduring challenges to our allies and partners in multiple regions. Therefore, it is a global challenge that requires a global response, according to the report. The article concludes that there are currently about 65,000 U.S. troops in Europe, down from a peak of more than 200,000 in the 1980s. So, looking back now, Russia is the major threat that U.S. European Command sees, obviously because of what is happening in Crimea and Ukraine, and they're also looking at what's happening in Syria. Folks, this is not a good development. This is not a good development when they revise a military strategy. Russia has already responded. They've already responded, and they are not happy. So we're going to continue to monitor this. What are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button if you want to get updates on topics such as this. And hit that share button. Push this out to your social networks, because nobody is going to be talking about this on your evening news. It will only be here at the Next News Network. And hit the description, too, for expanded coverage in the links. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. This is another huge story we're tracking right now. Russian ICBM forces have been placed on the highest alert. TASS news agency reports that 10 missile regiments of Russia's Strategic Missile Force have assumed combat duty and they are on the highest level of alert. That's according to the Strategic Missile Defense Force press office, who said that on Tuesday, 7 regiments are armed now with Topol and Topol M and Yars mobile missile systems, and they will advance for combat patrols in multiple regions across Russia. Now, they said, the press agency said, quote, the strategic missile forces will practice moving missile systems to field positions, performing marches with the change of field positions, carrying out measures for organization of the ground, camouflaging, protecting, and defending military hardware and field positions. This is, of course, coming from the press office. Counter-sabotage units will block and destroy notional subversive groups, including with the use of counter-sabotage combat vehicles. Typhoon M equipped with drones also, the missile teams will also repel a ground and air attack of an imaginary enemy and carry out simulated missile launches. In addition, about 20 missile units are preparing to assume combat duty in field positions, and over 30 protection formations will also perform missions during those field marches. Russia's strategic missile force is scheduled to hold over 100 command and staff tactical and special exercises in 2016. So this is a huge story right now. The Russians are rolling out. That's what they look like. You see the picture right there. That is a mobile ICBM. So they're basically holding these massive drills where they simulate all these different attacks. And at the same time, they're on alert. This is like a real world exercise, essentially, but with mythical or fake threats. This is serious stuff. We're going to continue monitoring it. But apparently this is only one of over 100 of these types of drills that are going to take place just this year. We'll continue to monitor this. Hopefully, nothing gets mixed up and, they're going to simulate missile launches. Okay? I mean, that could be a huge smokescreen. Simulate missile launches and then you launch one. Where is it going to land? Who knows? Anyway, leave your comments below. Hit the subscribe button for those updates. And if you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, continuing to track the world's militaries as they prepare for World War III, the Russians now are readying their naval air defenses in the Mediterranean. Russian anti-submarine destroyer Vice Admiral Kulikov has held military drills in the Mediterranean. According to Sputnik, they're reporting that the crew of the Russian Navy's Vice Admiral Kulikov, an Udaloy-class destroyer, sorry, sometimes these Russian names they escape me, right? Anyway, this destroyer has held air defense exercises in the Mediterranean. The Russian Defense Ministry's Northern Fleet spokesman Vadim Serga said on Tuesday, quote, large anti-submarine destroyer Vice Admiral Kulikov, carrying out tasks as part of Russia's permanent naval task force in the Mediterranean, held an air defense drill involving the crews of the Kinzhal surface-to-air missile systems, the AK-100 universal caliber automatic cannon, and the AK-630 small caliber anti-aircraft artillery, Serga said. So we have so much happening in the Mediterranean, of course. Aircraft carriers are sitting there off the coast of Syria. We have French aircraft carriers. We have the United States aircraft carriers. Then you have all these different Russian submarines. And now, amidst all of that, with all that's going on, Russia is preparing naval air defense drills in the middle of it all. So we're going to continue to monitor the world's militaries for you. And if you like what we're doing, hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel for updates. Leave your comments on this. What do you think it means? Anyway, we'll see you at the next video. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, the Russians are continuing to push back on that new strategy we spoke of here. This is the update. The Russians are accusing the United States of pushing Europe into a confrontational war. That's according to TASS News Agency, who reports that the updated strategy of the U.S. Army Command in Europe is perplexing. That is the words of Alexander Krushko, Russia's permanent representative to NATO, and he said that in an interview with the Rossiya 24 television news channel on Wednesday. Quote, what the United States is doing is an attempt to push the world and Europe into a confrontational war which should remain in the past, the Russian diplomat said. In its updated strategy, the EUCOM, the European Command of the United States, called, quote, deterrence of Russian aggression a top priority. The document was published at the EUCOM website on Wednesday. Quote, this document cannot but cause enormous bewilderment. What is absolutely surprising is that this document, which enumerates various risks and security threats, postulates directly that the command's main task is to advance the U.S. vital interests from Greenland to the Caspian Sea, Grushko said. Quote, numerous questions are immediately coming to mind. On the one hand, the United States says it will not tolerate the world's division into spheres of influence, but on the other hand, it declares itself a global player which considers the entire region to be its exclusive sphere of influence. Russia's permanent representative to NATO said this, that, quote, Russia is named as the main threat which should be deterred from launching aggression in Eastern Europe. It is simply impossible to comment this assertion, which is absolutely detached from reality, the Russian diplomat said. So go back, what did he say? He says the United States is pushing, the United States is acting in an aggressive manner. The Russians are saying, what the heck are you guys doing? You guys are revising strategies, pointing at the Russians as the threat, and this diplomat here says, look, you guys need to leave this stuff in the past. You are only escalating the situation. So for anybody who would believe that we're not back into a Cold War, they are mistaken. Now the Russians here are accusing the United States of doing just that. But taking it a step further, not a Cold War, but they're actually saying a confrontational war is on the horizon. Because as more troops and more hardware are stationed in Europe, as we've reported, NATO is amplifying their forces. Poland is asking for more. I mean, there's a major buildup in Europe that is taking place right now. And just days ago, the European Command for the United States Forces updates their strategy. Russia says, wait a second. So this is a huge, huge development. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's talking about it. You're not. Did you see this on the evening news? No, you didn't. No one's going to tell you this. So it is our responsibility to bring this to your attention, and we're hoping that you bring it to your friends and your family's attention so they're aware of what is happening in the world. So hit that share button. Leave your comments below. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on this. And, well, if you're not a subscriber yet, please become a subscriber, and we'll hook you up with some updates as more information becomes available. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, it looks like the words World War III are now being uttered by a Swedish army chief who is warning of it. Oliver J.J. Lane at Breitbart reports Sweden, which has not officially been at war in over 200 years, will soon be pulled into a European conflict, according to an internal army document sent to soldiers and civil servants ahead of army maneuvers next week. Citing the situation in Sweden, the recent decisions of domestic politicians, and global instability, the chief of the Swedish Army, General Anders Brandström, told men under his command they could expect to be fighting a war in Europe against skilled opponents within a few years. As well as soldiers, the booklet containing his stark warning has also been given to civil servants, politicians, and guests of next week's annual maneuvers and military demonstrations. The, quote, the global environment we are experiencing, which is also demonstrated by strategic decisions taken by politicians, leads us to the conclusion we could be at war within a few years. So this Swedish army chief has made note of all the situations that we have been reporting here and has come to this conclusion that World War III, greater than we can see it now, is certainly on the horizon. The European United States European Command just updated their document. We just did the report on it. They just updated their theater command strategy, pointing at Russia as the main threat. Russia is rolling around ballistic missiles all across Russia right now in a high alert military exercise. Okay? South China Sea, all of the tension over there is boiling, boiling, boiling. North Korea, what are they doing? They're about to launch a ballistic missile test. They claim they have a hydrogen bomb. The United States is launching Hellfire missile-equipped drones on the demilitarized zone with North Korea. We're moving back into the Philippines. Our U.S. military is. Syria is still a complete mess. We've already stated that the United States would build a military base in Syria against Bashar al-Assad's wishes. I mean, even we did a report that the Council on Foreign Relations is stating that ISIS is going to be moving into Saudi Arabia. And we have the war in Libya that's right on our doorstep right now. I mean, this is all happening as you are watching this, and nobody is talking about it on the mainstream press. They could care less. Okay? But here we are reporting for you that the Swedish military chief states war is on the horizon, folks. I'm not doing this to scare you. I'm not doing this to fear-monger you. I'm doing this to keep you informed so you know what's happening on the world stage, so you can make informed decisions for your life and for your family, for whatever lies ahead. So leave your comments below. Hit the share button. Tell your friends, because no one's talking about this. And become a subscriber, and we'll keep you updated as more information becomes available on all of these fronts where the militaries are preparing for war. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, it looks like the Department of Homeland Security is in a pickle. It's now being reported that they've lost hundreds of badges and even guns. Adam Shaw for Fox News reports that hundreds of badges, credentials, cell phones, and guns belonging to Department of Homeland Security employees have been lost or stolen in recent years, raising serious security concerns about the potential damage that these missing items could do in the wrong hands. He continues, inventory reports obtained by the news site Complete Colorado and shared with FoxNews.com show that over 1,300 badges, 165 firearms, and 589 cell phones were lost or stolen over the span of just 31 months between 2012 and 2015. The majority of the credentials belong to the employees of the Customs and Border Protection, while others belong to Immigration and Customs Enforcement and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. The lost or stolen guns, the article continues, are mostly belong to CPB employees, though others were cited as belonging to TSA and ICE workers. These agencies all fall under the Department of Homeland Security. He continues, the missing badges and guns suggest a shocking lack of security from federal law enforcement officers and represent a significant security risk, according to experts. Quote, it's scary that you have that number of credentials out there that somebody could manipulate, Tim Miller, a retired Secret Service special agent, told FoxNews.com. So that's crazy. Like 1,300 badges and all those guns. And they're worried about guns being in the hands of American citizens, and these guys can't even keep their guns protected. They're losing them, and badges too. That's scary. That is scary. I mean, anyone could be running around with DHS badges now. 1,300. They'll probably end up on eBay. Unbelievable. What are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit that share button and subscribe for updates. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. USA Today reports Iran flew a surveillance drone over a U.S. aircraft carrier and took photographs of it as part of a naval drill. That's according to Iranian state TV, who reported that on Friday. There's a frame from one of the drones actually flying over the carrier. That was published by the Iranian press. Now, the report did not say when the incident happened. and that name the U.S. vessel or show any of the reported images. However, we did find this one here. The state-run IRNA news agency said that an Iranian light submarine also participated in the surveillance operation. Commander Kevin Stevens, a spokesman for the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet based in Bahrain, declined to comment on the report. Of course, they always decline. I can say that we are confident in the ability of U.S. naval forces operating in the region to respond appropriately as the situation dictates, and will exercise our right to defend our forces against any threat. Now, that was USA Today. Sputnik, however, had a different angle. They said Iran's Mehr news agency explained that the footage you see right here, this frame, was taken by an Iranian tactical reconnaissance drone as part of an ongoing naval drill, codenamed Veliat 94. Now, this is a quote. It says here, "In this observation, which took place on the third day of the Veliat 94 drills, the Iranian Navy drone managed to take precise photographs of the systems installed on the U.S. aircraft carrier and sent them immediately to the exercise command post." The agency cited Iranian Navy Deputy Commander Rear Admiral Syed Mohammad Mousavi. Now, it says here that the goal of Veliat 94 is to, quote, demonstrate the capability and authority of Iran in maintaining security in the seas, according to the agency. Now, with everything that's happening with Iran and the latest capture and release of our soldiers, the lifting of the sanctions, the ballistic missile tests, this is a very curious act for them to take. Sending up a drone and taking reconnaissance photos and bragging about it to the world. If you ask me, and I know there's going to be a lot of critics, oh man, you're just being against Iran, you're just no better than Fox News. No. If this is actually true, then Iran is actually acting provocatively. And they're like poking the United States. They arrest, they detain our soldiers, they're taking photographs of our carriers, publishing it. I mean, they're seriously provoking the United States. And I don't know where this is gonna result in, but just a couple days ago, they ordered our ships out of the Strait of Hormuz. So there's a lot going on. We have to continue to monitor the situation there in Iran and how they're, it's like a mini Cold War back and forth. So again, we're going to continue to monitor this. What do you think it means with them sending up a drone, taking photographs, and then publishing them for the world to see in light of everything that has happened in the last couple of weeks? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. If you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up, and hit that share button. Push this out to your social networks. That's how we grow. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, it looks like the White House has been caught in an awkward position after excluding ISIS and the al-Nusra Front from participation in the upcoming negotiations that the Obama administration should decide what to do with the myriad of other opposition groups, some whom cooperate closely with al-Nusra Front and other jihadists. Now, to complicate matters further, many of them have long been backed by Washington, and we have a document here I'm going to show you exactly, it's been declassified, that says the West has been supporting ISIS and the terrorist groups. Now, it says here, according to Sputnik, while the Obama administration asserted that it was vetting what groups it supports, the pro-neocon Daily Beast revealed that CIA-backed rebels were collaborating with al-Qaeda. The journalist points out that Loria recalls Vladimir Putin's September address to the UN General Assembly. The Russian president stressed that it was irresponsible to manipulate extremist groups and use them to achieve your political goals, hoping that later you'll find a way to get rid of them or somehow eliminate them. Quote, Putin did not mention clear evidence that he was certainly aware of from U.S. defense intelligence analysts, and according to this 2012 DIA document declassified by a judge, Ankara and the Gulf states were helping to establish a Salafist principality in eastern Syria to pressure Assad, and that it could team up with extremists on the Iraqi side of the border to form an Islamic State. Okay, and the document actually uses the exact phrase. I'm going to read it to you right here. It says, this is the declassified document. Point B, and you can, if you go to the link in the description, you follow the links through it, you'll be able to see this document for yourself. It says here, the Salafist, the Muslim Brotherhood, and Al-Qaeda, AQI, are the major forces driving the insurgency in Syria. The West, Gulf countries, and Turkey support the opposition, while Russia, China, and Iran support the regime. This is from 2012, folks. 2012. They were saying that Russia, China, and Iran. All right? So let me go back. They are the Muslim Brotherhood, Al-Qaeda, and Salafist are major forces driving insurgency in Syria. Insurgency in Syria is the key word here. The West Gulf countries and Turkey support the opposition. Okay, that is the insurgency. The West Gulf countries and Turkey support the opposition. That is the Muslim Brotherhood, the Salafists, and Al-Qaeda. This is according to a 2012 defense document. Okay? It says, it continues here, that these are the effects. The opposition forces will try to use Iraqi territory as a safe haven for its forces, taking advantage of the sympathy of the Iraqi border population, meanwhile trying to recruit fighters and train them on the Iraqi side in addition to harboring refugees. If the situation unravels, there is the possibility of establishing a declared or undeclared Salafist principality in eastern Syria, and this is exactly what the supporting powers to the opposition want in order to isolate the Syrian regime, which is considered the strategic depth of the Shia expansion. The deterioration of the situation has dire consequences on the Iraqi situation and are as follows. This creates the ideal atmosphere for Al-Qaeda to return to its old pockets in Mosul and Ramadi, and will provide a renewed momentum under the presumption of unifying the jihadi among Sunni Iraq and Syria and the rest of the Sunnis in the Arab world against what it considers one enemy, the dissenters. ISI could also declare an Islamic State through its union with other terrorist organizations in Iraq and Syria. There you have it. The renewing facilitation, point 3, the renewing facilitation of terrorist elements from all over the Arab world will then be entering into the Iraqi arena. This is a defense document, declassified, lays it out in black and white. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew that they were supporting terrorists. The West was supporting terrorists. Turkey supporting terrorists. And Vladimir Putin's come out, called Obama to the carpet, and said, we know what you're doing. And what you're doing is stupid. And I happen to agree with Vladimir Putin on that. Because why? Why are we going to arm rebels to to destabilize the nation, to overthrow Assad? I mean, getting involved in the foreign affairs of other nations is what the founders stressed against. However, we find it, for whatever reason, absolutely necessary to continue to intervene. Look what's happening in Libya right now. A direct result of Hillary Clinton and Obama and Susan Rice arming and supporting the rebels there to overthrow Gaddafi, which, again, all those weapons funneled up to al-Nusra, ISIS, and so on. And now the whole world is getting ready to go and attack Libya. They're going to fight ISIS in Libya to protect the oil fields there. So this was back in 2012. They knew this was going to happen, and they did it anyway. They supported these terrorist groups, and now they're out of control, and we're paying the price. It's a shame. Anyway, what are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. If you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up, because that is how we grow. Hit that subscribe button again and share this video report with your friends. Most people don't even know these facts exist. But when you hit that share button, you're making a difference by sharing this information. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. NATO is declaring Russian war games aggressive and unpredictable. Vladimir Putin's Russia is growing increasingly aggressive and unpredictable. NATO has warned, according to Tom Batchelor at The Express, who reports tensions between Moscow and the UK-backed military alliance have worsened since Russian jets stepped up patrols close to European airspace. The annexation of Crimea and the significant buildup of troops along Russia's western frontier with Estonia, Latvia, Belarus, and Ukraine have also served to inflame already sour relations. The article continues, combined Moscow's actions have fundamentally challenged the vision of a Europe whole, free, and at peace. That's according to NATO's annual report. Russian air activity near European airspace has increased by around 70%, with NATO allies having to scramble jets more than 400 times in 2015 to intercept Russian aircraft. And in today's report, an annual assessment of the threats facing NATO calls for a, quote, cooperative and constructive relationship with the Kremlin. But Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg also noted that the pace of Russia's military maneuvers and drills has reached levels unseen since the height of the Cold War. Stoltenberg said, quote, over the past 3 years, Russia has conducted at least 18 large-scale SNAP exercises, some of which have involved more than 100,000 troops. We actually reported on some of those drills last year. He goes on to say, quote, these exercises include simulated nuclear attacks on NATO allies and on partners and have been used to mask military movements, massive movements, and to menace Russia's neighbors. In a strongly worded rebuke, he continues, military activity last year, he accused Moscow of, quote, exploiting loopholes in international treaties by misreporting or failing to report major military exercises and using no-notice SNAP exercises. We've been reporting on a lot of SNAP exercises that have just started to occur in the last couple of weeks, as well as what they're planning on doing throughout the year. So NATO is looking at all these SNAP drills and they're going, wait a second, they're responding in kind by amplifying their military presence in Eastern Europe. So the situation does not seem to be de-escalating. It is certainly at Cold War levels. Even Stoltenberg says that the level of drills is at Cold War levels. I would agree with him there. So we're going to continue to monitor the nations and the world's militaries because that is how we can assess the mindset of the global elite and how they're going to respond to each other, how they're going to create policy, and it keeps you informed so that you can take any steps necessary to protect yourself and your family. So, what are your thoughts on this latest headline? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button to get updates on topics such as this. And if you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up and hit that share button. Push this out to your social networks so your friends and your family can know. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, it looks like there's a new axis. Superpowers, Russia, China, and Iran are uniting against the West. Cooperation between Russia, Iran, and China might signal a formation of a new world paradigm, able to redefine the global situation in the world both politically and strategically. The recent developments in the relations between the three might be more significant than many realize, according to an American investigative journalist. The recent developments between Russia, Iran, and China right after the easing of the Iranian sanctions might be more important and significant than people actually realize. Now, this journalist is named Carol Gould, and she's currently based in the United Kingdom, and she said this during a live broadcast on Iranian news channel Press TV. Gould noted that this strategic alignment is based on trade, not on military might, and it definitely signals a way forward for a new alliance. Now, Gould states that this is based on trade, not military might. But I argue that if you look at what's happening, even in the declassified document I just read to you about how they noted the alliances being formed included these nations, Russia, Iran, and China, in a military capacity. So trade, military, it all ties together, friends. It all ties together. Because Russia is going to be sending military equipment down to Iran. Everyone's buying each other's weapons. They're trading nuclear material. I mean, this is all happening. So certainly a new Axis power is being formed. Now, I use that term lightly. I'm not trying to do a throwback necessarily to World War II or just try to inflame the situation by using that term. or even like Bush, the axis of evil. I'm not trying to say that, so I don't want to be taken out of context there, but I just want to be clear. So what are your thoughts on this new alliance of these three nations? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. And if you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up and share this report with your friends so you can keep them informed on the world events. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, Bernie Sanders is raising some red flags. He's suspicious of Microsoft's involvement in the Iowa caucus. Alex cites Wald for MSNBC. Interesting that MSNBC would do a report on this because they're the ones involved. They're reporting from Iowa that the campaign of the Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders is raising questions about the involvement of Microsoft in the Iowa caucuses, now just a few days away. And apparently has built an independent system to check the official results. For the first time this year, Microsoft partnered with the Iowa Democratic and Republican parties to provide a technology platform from which the parties will run their caucuses. The software giant created separate mobile apps for each party, which officials at hundreds of caucuses across the state will use to report out results from individual precincts to party headquarters for tabulation. Interesting. So Microsoft is injecting themselves into the entire tabulation system of the Iowa caucuses. Well, Bernie Sanders is onto something. Absolutely onto something. Even back in the 2012 election, when I was running the Ron Paul Super PAC, we came up with an exit polling app. We designed it, we deployed it, we put it out at certain locations. We had an army of people that went out to different spots and did exit polling, and we were able to tabulate real-time results. It was really one of the first times anything like that had ever been created. So I've been a part of that technology application development, and I know exactly what can be done. I mean, we actually were able, through cell phone technology, we're able to make sure that individuals, when they were at the polling location, that they GPS pin to their location, so we knew they were at the poll, and then they had a certain number of questions that they would ask. So we were able to do this stuff in real time. It was an amazing, amazing experiment. I'm glad that I can say I was a part of that. So now it looks like Bernie Sanders and Microsoft are picking up on some of the technology, and they're executing it themselves. But what Microsoft is doing is injecting themselves into the tabulation process, and this is exactly how they're going to flip the vote. This is how they can take that. I just saw a poll that Trump has got 50%. 51% of the Republican GOP vote. I mean, that's just an astounding figure. And for Microsoft to inject themselves into that tabulation process, they could very easily flip the vote, give it to Cruz, give it to Rubio, give it to Bush, and try to quell some of the momentum to keep Trump out of the race. Because the Republican establishment hates Donald Trump with a passion. They hate him. Because he says what he wants to say, he does what he wants to do. He's self-funded. Everyone else is taking special interest money, and they're all puppets on strings. So the establishment hates Trump, and this is exactly how they could flip the vote, even for Bernie Sanders. Okay, the Democrat establishment, they love Hillary Clinton, despite all of her federal investigations and blowing her positions with the wind. I mean, she is so phony. I mean, she's so transparent, you can see right through her. So Bernie Sanders has a lot of grassroots support. He's got a lot of support out there. He's really taking Hillary to task. So, you may not agree with Bernie Sanders' positions. I certainly don't agree with his positions. I am not a socialist. I'm not a democratic socialist by any stretch. So I cannot align with anything that he's stating. But the fact is, it's a similar situation as with Trump. Sanders has so much support that the Democrat elite would love to flip the vote in favor of Hillary. And given the fact that Microsoft is, they're such a liberal outlet, Microsoft, MSNBC is a liberal outlet, and Microsoft is in the middle of this, it only begs the question, when are they going to flip the vote? So Sanders is raising the red flags. He's certainly I'm glad he is. I'm glad somebody's making a statement about this because this is what we have to look at. This is how the elite take and control elections and steal it from the populist candidates, such as Trump and Sanders. So we're going to continue to monitor this as the Iowa caucuses are on the horizon. Leave your thoughts below in the comments section. Subscribe to the channel for updates. If you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up. And share this report, because you know what, folks? When that Iowa caucus vote comes in, you're going to remember this video. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Epic fail for Fox News. The viewers dumped Fox News without the Trump. Jim Hoft for Gateway Pundit reports Thursday night's Trumpless Republican presidential debate on Fox News channel scored 12.5 million viewers. That's nothing to laugh at. However, it was the second highest rated telecast in the network's history. The 12.5 million viewers is a 48% drop from its record-breaking 24 million viewers from the first GOP debate in November. Trump responded to the numbers, stating that they say that if I had participated in last night's Fox debate, they would have had 12 million more and would have broken the all-time record. So, as you know, Donald Trump, he had a parallel event where he raised about $6 million for veterans groups, and it was picked up by CNN, it was picked up by MSNBC, and I did not see that event. I was watching the debate from what I could watch of it. It was an interesting debate, and I did see that with Trump not in the room, it felt like the rest of the candidates didn't feel like they were going to get attacked, especially when I saw Jeb Bush responding to some of his questions. I felt that Jeb had more confidence. He wasn't in the defensive posture, and apparently that's when in past debates, that's what I see Trump do. He puts people on a defensive posture because you don't know when he's going to attack you. You don't know what he's going to say. And all the other candidates they're terrified of him because they know that the people support him, the people like him, and that he could certainly wield that support and attack them whenever he wants. So with him not there, I felt like some of the other candidates had a little more confidence in themselves, that they weren't going to be attacked. But there were certainly enough attacks, and Fox, they pulled out some serious attacks when they started playing the candidates' quotes. Real time, they pulled up old quotes and threw it back in their faces, which I thought was creative. However, I'm curious if Donald Trump had a heads up on that. If somebody on the inside said, Trump, you know what, you may want to sit this one out because Fox is going to throw you under the bus. Because if Trump was there, they would have played clips of him when he was supporting Democrat positions. And he was supporting other positions that were expedient to his businesses, his business interests. So I have a feeling that he may have known about that and said, I'm going to sit this one out and I'm going to make a big stink out of it. But nonetheless, we'll see what happens as the Iowa caucuses are right around the corner. What are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing. And hit that share button. Tell your friends. Fox News, epic fail. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Looks like Donald Trump has raised $6 million for vets as Fox News weeps. According to Kristen Taylor for the Gateway Pundit, 22 groups supporting veterans will split the more than $6 million raised on Thursday night at a rally organized by Donald Trump in Des Moines, Iowa. According to a statement released by Trump after the event, the rally was hastily organized by Trump to compete with the Republican presidential debate that was held at the same time over perceived mistreatment of Trump by the debate Fox News host, Megyn Kelly. Trump announced he was donating $1 million on top of the $5 million in similar and somewhat smaller sized donations from friends and supporters of Trump, including online donations that brought the total number to over $6 million. There was a website set up by Trump on Thursday morning, DonaldTrumpForVets.com, and it's set up to accept the online donations, stated that $570,000 had been raised via the website as of Thursday night. The donations were being collected by the Donald J. Trump Foundation for disbursement to the veterans group. Now, if you go to the link in the description, you will see all of the veterans groups there listed. You can go and visit them. You can explore what they're up to. But quite a windfall, though, for them Trump decides to opt out of the debate, and these veterans groups really are going to make out quite well. So 6 million divided by 22, you do the math. So that's really great news. There's a lot of great veterans groups out there, especially with what's going on in the VA. I mean, it's absolute atrocity how our soldiers are being treated by our government as they come back. I mean, something needs to be done. I mean, our soldiers are dying in the hospitals that are meant to treat them, and no one seems to be doing anything to help them. But personally, I am glad that Trump was able to pull this event off and do something to support the veterans. So what are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing, and hit that share button. That's how we grow. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Looks like China will begin aircraft carrier patrols in the South China Sea. The Chinese Navy will likely deploy an aircraft carrier for permanent operations in the South China Sea, where China and other countries in the region are feuding over competing territorial claims, an expert said, as Sputnik News reports. Professor Chu Shilong, the director of the Institute of International Strategic and Development Studies at Tsinghua University in Beijing, told IHS Janes that the deployment will likely occur when the Chinese People's Liberation Army's Navy second aircraft carrier is fully operational. Should the Americans send their aircraft and ships to the South China Sea, China currently does not have the aerial capacity to deal with such a challenge, Chu said. He added that it will take about an hour for Chinese fighter aircraft from the nearest airbase on Hainan Island to reach the southern regions of the South China Sea. These challenges from the United States will most likely take place very frequently in the future. That's according to Professor Chu. Okay, let's take this back here and take a look at what's happening. China think tank says they're going to need to deploy this aircraft carrier in the South China Sea. They don't have the aerial resources to respond to something that happens there. As you'll find out, we have a report that's lined up. It'll come out shortly. The United States, as we have reported, plans to do quarterly maneuvers in the South China Sea under the freedom of navigation. So that has China very concerned, because the last time they did this, they told the Chinese that you guys got to get out of here, don't participate, don't come through these waters. These are our waters. But if the United States continues to amplify their actions, and Japan has said they're going to amplify their actions too. And plus we have the Philippine Islands there that we are going to be restoring the U.S. military presence there. There's a lot of activity swelling up in the South China Sea. So in order for China to respond, if necessary, as they believe they may have to, deploying their aircraft carrier for immediate response is something that they are putting on the table. So we'll continue to monitor the situation in the South China Sea. As more information becomes available, we'll share that with you. Hit that subscribe button for updates. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing. And hit that share button. You're not going to hear this story on the evening news, but you will hear it here at the Next News Network. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, it looks like the future felon Hillary Clinton was stumping to a half-empty room. There's a picture of it right there. Now, according to Jim Hoff for the Gateway Pundit, who's reporting, it was a rough day for Hillary Clinton. Intelligence officials deemed that several of Hillary Clinton's emails were too damaging to national security to release under any circumstances. Her campaign manager admitted in writing that Trump will win the election if nominated by the GOP. And then Hoff says there is this photograph of Hillary stumping to a half-empty room in Dubuque, Iowa. Now, he noted that only a couple hundred people showed up, and of course, the mainstream media made it look like a respectable crowd with their camera tricks. Take a look at this photograph that was published, revealing, look what you can do just by cropping out the image. That's the camera angle that's presented by the media, and it makes it look like she is presenting to a full house. And it's all camera tricks, folks. They tell everyone, scoot up as close as you can, scoot up as close as you can, because they want to make the room look full. It looks better on camera. It doesn't make the candidate look like an idiot. But when you pull the camera back, what happens? There's the truth. Okay? There is the truth. And the truth hurts. And that's why Hillary Clinton has to, present her lies to the public to make everybody think that she's actually doing well, when everybody knows she's about to be indicted by the FBI. So there you go, a little camera trickery. We're revealing for you here how the mainstream media manipulates photographs to present and distort the narrative. But we're exposing that here at the Next News Network, and you might want to hit that share button. Tell your friends, because these photographs reveal the truth about how the mainstream media manipulates the public. Subscribe to the channel for more. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we're doing. Leave your comments below. What do you think about this manipulation? For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Bill Gertz over the Free Beacon noted that a Pentagon-sponsored study has found that efforts to refocus U.S. policies and forces on Asian security are faltering because of an increase in Chinese high-technology weapons and instability in the Middle East. Now, that's a photograph of a U.S. naval officer who's pointing out the Spratly Island chain. That's a photograph of from within a reconnaissance ship, or a reconnaissance plane that was flying over the South China Sea about maybe 6 months ago. Now, the article here says, militarily, the Pacific Command has fully embraced the rebalance. If you've been following us, you know that the United States, what they're calling the Asian pivot, is now refocusing efforts on China. But the anti-access challenge is worsening, and China's tolerance for risk has exceeded most expectations, and that's according to a report by the Center for Strategic and International Studies. The report concludes that the Asia rebalance may be insufficient to secure United States and allied interests in the region. So, if you ask me what's next, it looks like they just found a reason to build up the naval forces in preparation for a conflict with China. Now, as we just noted in a previous report, what is China getting ready to do? They're getting ready to deploy an aircraft carrier to the South China Sea. All right. We've also been monitoring all the activities that China has. They're launching their first space plane, hypersonic nuclear delivery weapons. They also have aircraft carrier, ballistic missiles. They've got satellite killer missiles. I mean, they've got all kinds of new toys in their arsenal. And the United States is stepping back and looking, going, wait a second, we need to play catch up now. So there's a huge military buildup that's going on both sides of the Pacific. And the last time we got involved in a war in the Pacific with Japan, well, that ended up with a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So now we're in the middle of a buildup with China and the United States. It's happening right now. We're monitoring it for you here at the Next News Network. What are your thoughts? Leave your comments below. Hit that subscribe button for updates. If you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up and share this report with your friends and family on your social networks. Let people know what's going on. The mainstream media is not going to report these things, but we will report them. We'll give you our analysis so that you can stay informed and up to date. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi. Well, the buildup is happening. The United States is planning to outmatch Chinese and Russian navies. Struggling to keep up with the global rivals, the Pentagon has announced the details of a plan to keep the U.S. Navy one step ahead of Russia and China, as Sputnik News reports. They say with the rapid growth of Moscow and Beijing's militaries, the Pentagon has become increasingly nervous about the state of its own operations. As a result, the U.S. Defense Department has been developing, quote, the third offset strategy, its program to stay ahead of the competition. The article continues that the plan applies to all branches of the military, and on Thursday, the Pentagon announced details specific to the Navy. Quote, the Navy's engagement is predominantly in the UUV, the Unmanned Underwater Vehicles, Cyber, and EMW, Electromagnetic Maneuver Warfare, Rear Admiral Matt Winter said, according to Breaking Defense. Earlier, the U.S. Navy indicated it would bring sophisticated energy weapons to its fleet. The USS Ponce, for example, boasts of a 30-kilowatt laser cannon. Now, during today's summary, Winter downplayed the prospect of such weapons. He said, quote, we can't just push this out there and put a laser in every pot, he said. So laser weapons being deployed, sort of tongue-in-cheek statements there. But the Pentagon is watching. They are watching what's happening in China. They're watching what Russia is doing in the Middle East. They're watching all of these amplifications of the world's militaries. As we reported, the Russian mobile ballistic missiles, strategic missile systems are on alert. They're driving around. They're holding war games in the middle of Russia with these mobile ballistic missile systems. Okay? China has got the South China Sea. They're building up these artificial islands. There's conflict after conflict that are presenting themselves as the U.S. is deciding they're going to go and violate the 12-mile zone. So there's opportunities at every corner for a conflict to arise. And with all that, the U.S. is looking at the technologies being deployed and saying, it's time to step up our game. So we're going to continue to monitor this new Cold War, the new military buildup on both sides of the Pacific, as well as against Russia, too, so to keep you informed. So hit that subscribe button if you want to get those updates on this topic. If you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up. Leave your comments below. What do you think it all